Lord of the Silver Bow by David Gemmell. Read by Thomas Judd. Prologue. To sleep is to die. So he clung to the driftwood as the raging seas hurled him high, then plunged him deep into the storm-dark valleys between the waves. Lightning flashed, followed by deafening thunderclaps. Another wave lashed him, spinning the driftwood, almost tearing him clear. Sharp splinters pierced his bleeding hands as he tightened his grip. Salt spray stung his swollen eyes. Earlier in the night, after ferocious winds had swept the galley against hidden rocks, splintering the hull, 4 men had grasped this length of shattered deck. One by one the storm had leached away their strength, then plucked them loose, their despairing death cries swept away by the wind. Now only the man called Gershom remained, thanks to arms and shoulders strengthened by months of labor in the copper mines of Kupros, wielding pick and hammer and bearing on his back sacks of ore. Yet even his prodigious strength was failing. The sea lifted him once more, the length of decking pitching suddenly. Gershom hung on as a wave crashed over him. The sea no longer felt cold. It seemed to him like a warm bath, and he could feel it calling to him. Rest now. Come with me. Sleep now. Sleep in the great green. To sleep is to die, he told himself again, squeezing his bloodied hands against the jagged wood. Sharp, lancing pain cut through his exhaustion. A body floated by, head down. A wave caught it, flipping the corpse. Gershom recognized the dead man. He had won 3 copper rings on the bone game the night before last, when the galley had been drawn up on a small stretch of beach below a line of towering cliffs. The sailor had been happy then. 3 rings, though not a princely sum, was enough to purchase a good cloak, or hire a young whore for the night. He did not look happy now, dead eyes staring up at the rain, mouth slack and open. Another wave crashed over Gershom. Ducking his head against the planking, he hung on. The wave carried the dead man away, and Gershom saw the body sink below the water. Lightning ripped across the sky once more, but the thunder did not come immediately. The wind eased, and the sea calmed. Gershom hitched himself across the driftwood, managing to lift his leg across the broken planks. Carefully he rolled onto his back and shivered in the cold night air. The rain was torrential, washing the salt from his face and eyes and beard. He stared at the sky. A shaft of moonlight showed through a break in the storm clouds. Looking left and right, he could see no sign of land. His chances of survival were bleak. All the trade ships held to the coastline. Few ventured out into deeper water. The storm had arrived with sickening speed, strong winds gusting down from the high cliffs. The galley had been making for a bay where they would shelter for the night. Gershom, rowing on the starboard side, had not been worried at first. He knew nothing of the sea and thought this might be normal. Then, seeing the anxious looks on the faces of the rowers, he glanced back. The ferocity of the gusts increased, heeling the ship sideways and driving it further from the shore. Gershom could see the headland which marked the entrance to the bay. It seemed so close. The rhythm of the rowers began to fail. 2 oars crashed together on his side, throwing the line into disorder. One broke away. With the oars no longer working in unison, the galley turned beam onto the wind, driven round by the rowers on the port side. A large wave broke over the side, swamping Gershom and the starboard rowers. The heavily laden ship began to tip. Then it slid into a trough, and a second wave swamped it. Gershom heard a rending sound as planks gave way beneath the weight of the water. The sea surged in, and, driven down by the mass of its copper cargo, the galley sank within moments. It occurred to Gershom, as he clung on to the ruined decking, that he himself had probably mined some of the copper that doomed the ship he sailed on. The stern face of his grandfather appeared in his mind. "You'll bring your troubles on yourself, boy." That was certainly true tonight. On the other hand, Gershom reasoned, without the back-breaking labor in the mines, he would not have built the strength to endure the power of the storm. No doubt it would have pleased his grandfather to see Gershom working the mine in those early days, his soft hands blistered and bleeding, to earn in a month what he would at home have spent in a heartbeat. By night, In a filthy dugout, he'd slept beneath a single threadbare blanket as ants crawled upon his weary flesh. No servant girls to tend his needs, no slaves to prepare his clothing, no heads bowed now as he passed, no one to flatter him. At the palace and the farms his grandfather owned, all the women told him how wonderful he was, how masculine and strong. What a joy it was to be in his company. Gershom sighed. On Kupros, the only available women for mine workers said exactly the same, as long as a man had copper rings to offer. Lightning lit the sky to the south. Perhaps the storm is passing, he thought. Thoughts of grandfather came again, and with them a sense of shame. He was being unfair to the man. He would not glory in Gershom's downfall, any more than he would have taken pleasure from the public execution he had ordered for his grandson. Gershom had fled the city, heading out to the coast, where he took ship to Kupros. He would have stayed on there had he not seen a group of Egyptians in the town a few days before. He had recognized two of them, both scribes to a merchant who had visited grandfather's palace. One of the scribes had stared at him. By now Gershom was thickly bearded, his hair long and unkempt, but he was not sure if it was enough. Gathering the last of the copper rings he had earned in the mine, he had wandered to the harbour and had sat on the beach, staring out at the ships in the bay. A bandy-legged old man approached him, his skin leathery, his face deeply lined.
"Looking for sea work?"
he asked.
"I could be."
The man noted Gershom's heavy accent.
"Gupto, are you?"
Gershom nodded.
"Good sailors, the Guptos. And you have the shoulders of a fine oarsman."
The old man hunkered down, picked up a stone and hurled it out over the waves.
"Several ships looking for men."
"How about that one?" asked Gershom, pointing to a huge, sleek, double-decked galley at anchor out in the bay. It was beautiful, crafted from red oak, and he counted 40 oars on the starboard side. In the fading sunlight, the hull had a golden gleam. Gershom had never seen a ship so large.
"Only if you yearn for death,"
said the old man.
"It is too big."
"Too big? Why is that bad?" Gershom had asked him.
"The great god Poseidon does not suffer large ships. He snaps them in two."
Gershom had laughed, thinking this was a jest. The old man had looked offended.
"You obviously do not know the sea, young fellow,"
he said stiffly.
"Every year arrogant shipwrights build larger craft. Every year they sink. If not the gods, then what could cause such catastrophes?"
"I apologize, sir," said Gershom, not wishing to cause further offense. "But that ship does not seem to be sinking."
"It is the Golden One's new ship," said the man. "Built for him by a madman no one else would employ. It won't have a full crew. Even the half-witted sailors around here have refused to serve upon it. The Golden One has ferried in seamen from the outer islands to man it."
He chuckled.
"Even some of them deserted as soon as they saw it, and they are known to be morons. Nope, it'll sink when Poseidon swims beneath it."
"Who is this Golden One?" The old man looked surprised.
"I would have thought that even the Guptos would have heard of Helikaon."
"I think I have heard that name. Isn't he a warrior of the sea? Did he not kill some Mycenaean pirate?" The man seemed satisfied.
"Aye, he is a great fighter."
"Why do they call him the Golden One?"
"He is blessed with unholy luck. Every venture brings in riches, but I think he will have another name after that monstrosity sinks."
He fell silent for a moment.
"However, we are drifting with the wind now. Let us return to our course. You need a ship."
"What would you advise, my friend?"
"I know a merchant who has a 20-oar galley, the Mirian, heading for Troy the day after tomorrow. He's short of men. For 10 copper rings, I'll take you to him and offer a recommendation."
"I don't have 10 copper rings."
"You'll get 20 for a voyage, half when you sign on. Give me that half, and I'll tell him you are a master oarsman."
"It won't take them long to find out you lied." The old man shrugged.
"By then you'll be at sea, and the merchant will still be on land. When you return, you'll be a fine oarsman, and no one will be the wiser."
Gershom had heard of Troy, of its great golden walls and high towers. The hero Heracles was said to have fought a war there 100 or so years ago. "Have you been to Troy?" he asked the old man.
Many times.
It is said to be beautiful.
Aye, it is good to look at. Expensive, though. Whores wear gold, and a man is considered poor if he doesn't own 100 horses. Copper rings won't buy you a cup of water in Troy. There's plenty of other stops on the way there and back, though, boy. There's Miletos. Now that is a place for sailors. Big-titted whores who sell you their souls for a copper ring. Not that their souls are what you'd be looking for. There's some of the prettiest land you'll ever see. You'll have the time of your life, boy.
Later that day, after the old sailor had found him a place on the Miriam's crew, Gershom had wandered down to the seafront to look at the ship. He knew nothing about such vessels, but even to his untrained eye, it seemed to be lying low in the water. A huge man, bald-headed and with a forked black beard, approached him.
"Seeking a berth?"
he asked.
"No, I sailed the day after tomorrow on the Miriam."
"She's overladen, and there's a storm coming,"
said the big man.
"Ever worked on a galley?"
Gershom shook his head.
"Fine craft. If the captain keeps her ship-shape, clean her barnacles, and if the crew are well-trained. The Miriam has none of these advantages."
The man peered at him closely.
"You should sail with me, on the Xantos."
"The death ship? I think not."
The bald man's face darkened.
"Ah, well, all men make choices, Gupto. I hope you don't come to rue yours."
Another crack of thunder boomed in the heavens. The wind picked up again. Gershom carefully rolled onto his stomach and gripped the edges of the driftwood. To sleep is to die. Part 1. The Great Green. Chapter 1. The Cave of Wings. The 12 men, in ankle-length cloaks of black wool, stood silently at the cave mouth. They did not speak or move. The early autumn wind was unnaturally chill, but they did not blow warm breath on cold hands. Moonlight shimmered on their bronze breastplates and white-crested helmets, on their embossed wrist-guards and greaves, and on the hilts of the short swords scabbarded at their waists. Yet despite the presence of cold metal against their bodies, they did not shiver. The night grew colder, and it began to rain as midnight approached. Hail fell and clattered against their armor, and still they did not move. Then came another warrior, tall and stooping, his cloak flapping in the fierce wind. He too was armored, though his cuirass was inlaid with gold and silver, as were the helmet and greaves he wore.
"Is he inside?"
he asked, his voice deep.
"Yes, my king,"
answered one of the men, tall and broad-shouldered, with deep-set grey eyes.
"He will summon us when the gods speak."
"Then we wait,"
replied Agamemnon. The rain eased away, and the king's dark eyes scanned his followers. Then he looked into the Cave of Wings. Deep within he could see firelight flickering on the craggy walls, and even from here smell the acrid and intoxicating fumes from the prophecy fire. As he watched, the fire dimmed. Unused to waiting, he felt his anger rise, but masked it. Even a king was expected to be humble in the presence of the gods. Every 4 years, the king of Mycenae and 12 of his most trusted followers were expected to hear the words of the gods. The last time Agamemnon had stood here, he had just interred his father, and his own reign was about to begin. He had been nervous then, but was more so now. For the prophecies he had heard that first time had come true. He had become infinitely richer. His wife had borne him 3 healthy children, though all girls. The armies of Mycenae had been victorious in every battle, and a great hero had fallen. But Agamemnon also recalled the journey his father had made to the Cave of Wings 8 years previously, and his ashen face on his return. He would not speak of the final prophecy, but one of the followers told it to his wife, and the word spread. The seer had concluded with the words,
"Farewell, Atreus king. You will not walk the Cave of Wings again."
The great battle king had died 1 week before the next summoning. A woman dressed all in black emerged from the cave. Even her head was covered by a veil of gauze. She did not speak, but raised her hand, beckoning the waiting men. Agamemnon took a deep breath and led the group inside. The entrance was narrow, and they removed their crested helmets and followed the woman in single file until at last they reached the remains of the prophecy fire. Smoke still hung in the air, and as he breathed, Agamemnon felt his heart beating faster. Colors became brighter, and small sounds, the creaking of leather, the shifting of sandaled feet on stone, were louder, almost threatening. The ritual was hundreds of years old, based on an ancient belief that only on the point of death could a priest fully commune with the gods. So every 4 years, a man was chosen to die for the sake of the king. Keeping his breathing shallow, Agamemnon looked down at the slender old man lying on a pallet bed. His face was pale in the firelight, his eyes wide and staring. The hemlock paralysis had already begun. He would be dead within minutes. Agamemnon waited.
Fire in the sky, said the priest, and a mountain of water touching the clouds. Beware the great horse, Agamemnon king.
The old man sagged back, and the woman in black knelt by him, lifting and supporting his frail body.
Offer me no riddles, said Agamemnon. What of the kingdom? What of the might of the Mycenae?
The priest's eyes briefly blazed, and Agamemnon saw anger there. Then it passed, and the old man smiled.
Your will prevails here, O king. I would have offered you a forest of truth, but you wish to speak of a single leaf. Very well. Mighty still will you be when you next walk this corridor of stone. Father to a son.
He whispered something then to the woman, who held a cup of water to his lips.
And what dangers will I face?
Agamemnon asked. The old priest's body spasmed, and he cried out. Then he relaxed and stared up at the king.
A ruler is always in peril, Agamemnon king. Unless he be strong, he will be torn down. Unless he be wise, he will be overthrown. The seeds of doom are planted in every season, and need neither sun nor rain to make them grow. You sent a hero to end a small threat, and thus you planted the seeds. Now they grow, and swords will spring from the earth.
You speak of Helikaon. He was my friend.
He was no man's friend. He was a slaughterer, and did not heed the warnings. He trusted in his cunning, his cruelty, and his might. Poor, blind Helikaon. Now he knows the magnitude of his error. Arrogance laid him low, for no man is invincible. Those the gods would destroy, they first make proud.
What more have you seen? Said Agamemnon. Speak now. Death is upon you.
I have no fear of death, king of swords, king of blood, king of plunder. You will live forever, Agamemnon, in the hearts and minds of men. When your father's name has fallen to dust and whispered away on the winds of time, yours will be spoken loud and often. When your line is a memory, and all kingdoms come to ashes, still your name will echo. This I have seen.
This is more to my liking, said the king. What else? Be swift now, for your time is short. Give a name to the greatest danger I face.
You desire a name? How strange men are. You could have asked for answers, Agamemnon.
The old man's voice was fading and slurring. The hemlock was reaching his brain.
Give me a name, and I will know the answer.
Another flash of anger lit the old man's eyes, holding back the advancing poison. When he spoke, his voice was stronger.
Helikaon asked me for a name when I was but a seer, and not blessed, as now, with the wisdom of the dying. I named Helikaon, the Golden One. And what did he do? This foolish man? He sailed the seas in search of Helikaon, and brought his doom upon himself. Now you seek a name, Agamemnon king. It is the same name, Helikaon.
The old priest closed his eyes. The silence grew.
Helikaon threatens me,
asked the king. The dying priest spoke again.
I see men burning like candles, and a ship of flame. I see a headless man, and a great fury. I see many ships, like a great flock of birds. I see war, Agamemnon, long and terrible, and the deaths of many heroes.
With a shuddering cry, he fell back into the arms of the veiled woman.
Is he dead?
asked Agamemnon. The woman felt for a pulse, then nodded. Agamemnon swore. A powerful warrior moved alongside him, his hair so blond it appeared white in the lamplight.
He spoke of a great horse, lord. The sails of Helikaon's ships are all painted with the symbol of a rearing black horse.
Agamemnon remained silent. Helikaon was kin to Priam, the king of Troy, and Agamemnon had a treaty of alliance with Troy and with most of the trading kingdoms on the eastern coast. While maintaining these treaties, he also financed pirate raids by Mycenae galleys, looting the towns of his allies and capturing trade ships and cargoes of copper, tin, lead, alabaster or gold. Each one of the galleys tithed him their takings. The plunder allowed him to equip his armies and bestow favors on his generals and soldiers. Publicly, though, he denounced the pirates and threatened them with death, so he could not openly declare Helikaon an enemy of Mycenae. Troy was a rich and powerful kingdom, and that trade alone brought in large profits, paid in copper and tin, without which bronze armor and weapons could not be made. War with the Trojans was coming, but he was not yet ready to make an enemy of their king. The fumes from the prophecy fire were less noxious now, and Agamemnon felt his head clearing. The priest's words had been massively reassuring. He would have a son, and the name of Agamemnon would echo through the ages. Yet the old man had also spoken about seeds of doom, and he could not ignore the warning. He looked the blond man in the eyes.
Let it be known, Kolanos, that twice a man's weight in gold awaits whoever kills Helikaon. Every pirate ship on the Great Green will hunt him down for such a reward, said Kolanos. By your leave, my king, I will also take my 3 galleys in search of him. However, it will not be easy to draw him out. He is a cunning fighter and cool in battle. Then you will make him less cool, my breaker of spirits, said Agamemnon. Find those Helikaon loves and kill them. He has family in Dardanos, a young brother he dotes upon. Begin with him. Let Helikaon know rage and despair, then rip his life from him. I shall leave tomorrow, lord. Attack him on the open sea, Kolanos. If you find him on land and the opportunity arises, have him stabbed or throttled or poisoned, I care not. But the trail of his death must not end at my hall. At sea, do as you will. If you will take him alive, saw the head from his shoulders, slowly. Ashore, make his death swift and quiet, a private quarrel. You understand me? I do, my king. When last I heard, Helikaon was in Kupros, said Agamemnon, overseeing the building of a great ship. I am told it will be ready to sail by season's end, time enough for you to light a fire under his soul. There was a strangled cry from behind them. Agamemnon swung round. The old priest had opened his eyes again. His upper body was trembling, his arms jerking spasmodically.
"The age of heroes is passing,"
he shouted, his voice suddenly clear and strong.
"The rivers are all of blood, the sky of flame, and look how men burn upon the great green."
His dying eyes fixed on Agamemnon's face.
"The horse! Beware the great horse!"
Blood spurted from his mouth, drenching his pale robes. His face contorted, his eyes wide with panic. Then another spasm shook him, and a last breath rattled from his throat. Chapter 2. The God of the Shrine. The gods walk in times of storms. Little Thea knew this, for her mother had often told her stories of the immortals. How the spears of Ares, god of war, could be seen in the lightning, and how the hammer of Hephaestus caused the thunder. When the seas grew angry, it meant Poseidon was swimming below the waves, or being drawn in his dolphin chariot across the great green. So the 8-year-old tried to quell her fears as she struggled up the muddy slope towards the shrine, her faded, threadbare tunic offering no protection from the shrieking winds and the driving rain lashing on the coast of Kupros. Even her head was cold, for 10 days earlier her mother had cut away her golden hair in a bid to free her of the lice and fleas on her scalp. Even so, Thea's thin body was still covered in sores and bites. Most of them were just itchy, but the rat bite on her ankle remained swollen and sore, the scab constantly breaking and fresh blood flowing. But these were small matters, and did not concern the child as she pushed on towards the high shrine. When Mother had taken sick yesterday, Thea had run to the healer in the centre of town. Angrily, he had told her to stand back from him. He did not visit those the gods had cursed with poverty, and had barely listened as she explained that Mother would not rise from her bed, and that her body was hot, and she was in pain.
"Go to a priest," he said.
Sophia had run through the port to the temple of Asclepios, and queued there with others seeking guidance and help. The waiting people all carried some kind of offering. Many had snakes in wicker pots. Some had small dogs, others gifts of food or wine. When at last she was allowed through the high doors, she was met by a young man who asked her what offering she brought. She tried to tell him about Mother's sickness, but he too ordered her away, and called out for the next person in line, an old man carrying a wooden cage in which 2 white doves were cooing. Thea didn't know what to do, and had returned home. Mother was awake, and she was talking to someone Thea couldn't see. Then she started crying. Thea began to cry too. The storm came at dusk, and Thea remembered that the gods walked in harsh weather. She decided to speak to them herself. The shrine of Apollo, lord of the silver bow, was close to the angry sky, and Thea thought the gods might hear her better if she climbed to it. She was shivering now as the night grew colder, and worried in case the wild dogs roaming the hills caught the scent of blood on her ankle. She stumbled in the darkness. Her knee struck a rock and she cried out. When she was small and hurt herself, she would run to Mother, who would hug her and stroke away the pain. But that was when they lived in a bigger house with a flower garden, and all the uncles had been rich and young. Now they were old and grubby, and they did not bring fine presents, but only a few copper rings. They no longer sat and laughed with Mother. Mostly they did not talk at all. They would come in the night. Thea would be sent outside, and they would leave after a short time. Lately, no uncles had come at all. There were no gifts, no rings, and little food. Thea climbed higher. On top of the cliff, she saw the jagged stand of rocks that surrounded the shrine. Apollo's Leap, it was called, because, as Mother had said, the golden-haired god of the sun had once rested there, before flying back into the sky to his chariot of fire. The child was almost at the end of her strength as she forced her way up the steep slope. Dizzy with fatigue, she stumbled into the rocks. Lightning lit the sky. Thea cried out, for the brilliant light suddenly illuminated a figure standing on the very edge of the high cliff, arms raised. Thea's legs gave way, and she slumped on the ground. The clouds broke then, the moon shining through. The god lowered his arms and turned slowly, rain glistening on his naked upper body. Thea stared at him, eyes wide and frightened. Was it the lord of the silver bow? Surely not, for this god's hair was long and dark, and Apollo was said to have locks fashioned from golden sunlight. The face was striking and stern, the eyes pale and hard. Thea gazed at his ankles, hoping to see wings there, which would mean he was Hermes, messenger of the gods. Hermes was known to be friendly to mortals. But there were no wings. The god approached her, and she saw that his eyes were a bright, startling blue. "What are you doing here?" he asked.
Are you the god of war?"
she asked, her voice trembling. He smiled. "No, I am not the god of war." A wave of relief swept over her. The mighty Ares would not have healed Mother. He hated humans.
"My mother is ill, and I have no offerings," she said. "But if you heal her, I will work, and I will bring you many gifts, all my life."
The god turned away then, and walked back through the rocks.
"Please don't leave," she cried. Mother is sick."
He knelt down and lifted a heavy cloak from behind a rock. Then, sitting beside her, he wrapped the garment round her shoulders. It was of the softest wool. "You came to the shrine seeking help for your mother," he said. "Has a healer visited her?"
"He would not come,"
she told the god.
"So I went to the temple, but I had no offerings. They sent me away."
"Come," he said. "Take me to your mother."
"Thank you."
She tried to rise. Her legs gave way and she fell awkwardly, mud splattering the expensive cloak.
I'm sorry,"
she said. "It matters not," he told her, then lifted her into his arms and began the long walk back into the town. Somewhere during that walk, Thea fell asleep, her head resting on the god's shoulder. She only woke when she heard voices. The god was speaking to someone. Opening her eyes, she saw a huge figure walking alongside the god. He was bald, but had a forked beard. As she opened her eyes, the bearded one smiled at her. They were approaching the houses now, and the god asked her where she lived. Thea felt embarrassed, because these were nice houses, white-walled and red-roofed. She and her mother lived in a shack on the wasteland beyond. The roof leaked, and there were holes in the thin wooden walls, through which rats found their way in. The floor was of dirt, and there were no windows.
"I am feeling stronger now,"
she said, and the god put her down. Then she led the way home. As they went inside, several rats scurried away from Mother. The god knelt on the floor alongside her and reached out to touch her brow. "She is alive," he said. "Carry her back to the house, Ox," he told his friend. "We'll be there presently." The god took Thea by the hand, and together they walked through the town and stopped at the house of the healer.
"He is a very angry man,"
Thea warned as the god hammered his fist on the wooden door. It was wrenched open, and the healer loomed in the doorway.
"What in Hades?"
he began. Then he saw the dark-haired god, and Thea saw his attitude change. He seemed to shrink.
"I apologize, Lord," he said, bowing his head. "I did not know—"
"Gather your herbs and medicines and come immediately to the house of Phaedra," said the god.
"Of course, immediately."
Then they began to walk again, this time up the long winding hill towards the homes of the rich. Thea's strength began to fail again. The god lifted her. "We will get you some food," he said. When at last they reached their destination, Thea gazed in wonder. It was a palace, a high wall surrounding a beautiful garden, and there were red pillars on either side of a great entrance. Inside they walked upon floors decorated with coloured stones, and there were wall paintings in vivid colours.
"Is this your house?"
she asked. "No, I stay here when I'm in Kupros," he answered. He carried Thea to a white-walled room at the rear of the house. There was a woman there, golden-haired and young, dressed in a robe of green, edged with gold thread. She was very beautiful. The god spoke to her, then introduced her as Phaedra. "Give the child something to eat," said the god. "I shall wait for the healer and see how the mother is faring." Phaedra smiled at Thea and brought out some fresh bread and honey. After she had eaten, Thea thanked the woman, and they sat in silence for a while. Thea did not know what to say. The woman poured herself a goblet of wine, to which she added water.
"Are you a goddess?"
asked Thea.
"Some men have told me that I am,"
replied Phaedra with a wide smile.
"Is this your house?"
"Yes. Do you like it?"
"It is very big."
"Indeed it is." Thea leaned forward and said in a low voice,
"I do not know which god he is. I went to the shrine and saw him. Is he the Lord of the Silver Bow?"
"He is a lord of many things," said Phaedra. "Would you like some more bread?"
"Yes, thank you."
Phaedra told her to help herself, then fetched a pitcher of cool milk and filled a cup. Thea drank it. The taste was sublime.
"So,"
said Phaedra,
"your mother was ill and you went to the shrine for help. It is very high up there and treacherous, and there are packs of wild dogs."
Thea did not know how to respond, so she sat silently.
"That was very brave of you," said Phaedra. "Your mother is lucky to have you. What happened to your hair?" "Mother cut it. I have fleas."
Again she felt shame.
"Tonight I will have a bath prepared for you.
and we will find some ointments for those bites and scratches on your arms." The god returned then. He had changed his clothes and was wearing a white, knee-length tunic edged with silver thread, his long black hair pulled back from his face and tied in a ponytail. "Your mother is very weak," he said, "but she is sleeping now. The healer will come every day until she is well. You may both stay here for as long as you wish. Phaedra will find work for your mother. Does that answer your prayers, Fia?"
"Oh, yes," said the girl. "Thank you."
"She was wondering if you were Apollo," said Phaedra with a smile. He knelt alongside Fia, and she looked into his brilliant blue eyes. "My name is Helikaon," he said, "and I am not a god. Are you disappointed?"
"No,"
replied Fia, though she was. Helikaon rose then and spoke to Phaedra. "There are merchants coming. I will be with them for a while."
"You still intend to sail for Troy tomorrow?"
"I must. I promised Hector I would be at the wedding."
"It is the storm season, Helikaon, and almost a month at sea. That could prove a costly promise."
He leaned in and kissed her, then walked from the room. Phaedra sat down with Fia.
"Do not be too disappointed, little one," said Phaedra. "He is a god, really. He just doesn't know it."
Later, with the child bathed and in bed, Phaedra stood under the portico roof, watching the lightning. The wind was fresh and cool, gusting over the garden, filling the air with the scent of jasmine from the trees against the western wall. She was tired now, and strangely melancholy. This was Helikaon's last night in Kupros. The season was almost over, and he would be sailing his new ship hundreds of miles to Troy, and then north to Dardania for the winter. Phaedra had been anticipating a night of passion and warmth, the hardness of his body, the taste of his lips upon hers. Instead, he had returned to the house with the half-starved, flea-bitten child of the toothless whore Ox had carried in earlier. At first, Phaedra had been angry, but now she was merely unsettled. Sheltered from the rain, Phaedra closed her eyes and pictured the child, her shaven head covered by bites, her face thin and pinched, her eyes huge and frightened. The little girl was asleep now, in the room next to her mother's. Phaedra had felt the urge to hug her, to draw her close and kiss her cheek. She had wanted to take away the pain and the fear from those large blue eyes. Yet she had not. She had merely drawn back the coverlet to allow the skinny girl to clamber into the wide bed and lay her head back on the soft bolster.
"Sleep well, Fia. You will be safe here." "Are you his wife?"
"No. He is one of my gift-givers. I am like your mother, one of Aphrodite's maidens."
"There are no gift-givers now,"
said Fia sleepily. "Go to sleep." Of course there were no gift-givers, thought Phaedra. The mother was ugly and thin, and old before her time. As you are getting old, she thought. Though blessed with a youthful appearance, Phaedra was approaching 35. Soon her gift-givers too would fall away. Anger touched her. Who cares if they do? I have wealth now. And yet the sense of melancholy remained. In the 18 years since she had become a follower of Aphrodite, Phaedra had been pregnant 9 times. On each occasion she had visited the temple of Asclepios and swallowed bitter herbs to end the pregnancies. The last time had been 5 years ago. She had delayed for a month, torn between the desire to increase her wealth and the growing need to be a mother. Next time, she had told herself, next time I will bear the child. Only there had been no next time, and now she found herself dreaming of children crying in the dark, calling out to her. She would run around blindly trying to find them, and wake in a cold sweat. The tears would come then, and her sobs would echo the emptiness of her life. My life is not empty, she told herself. I have a palace and servants, and wealth enough to live out my life without the need of men. Yet was it true, she wondered. Her mood had been fragile all day, and she had felt close to tears when Helikaon said he was going up to the shrine of Apollo. She had walked there with him once, a year ago now, and had watched as he stood on the very edge of the cliff, arms raised, eyes closed. Why did you do that? She had asked him. The cliff could give way. You could fall and be dashed on the rocks. Perhaps that is why, he had answered. Phaedra had been mystified by the answer. It made no sense. But then so much of Helikaon defied logic. She always struggled to understand the mysteries of the man. When he was with her, there was never a hint of the violence men whispered of. No harshness, no cruelty, no anger. In fact, he rarely carried a weapon when in Kupros, although she had seen the 3 bronze swords, the white-crested helm, the breastplate, and the greaves he wore in battle. They were packed in a chest in the upper bedroom he used when on the island. Packed in a chest. Like his emotions, she thought. In the 5 years she had known him, Phaedra had never come close to the man within. She wondered if anyone did. Phaedra stepped out into the rain, lifting her face to the black sky. She shivered as her green gown became drenched, the wind seeming icy now as it flowed across her wet skin. She laughed aloud and stepped back under cover. The cold stripped away her fatigue. Lightning flashed, and she thought she saw a shadowy figure dart past the screen of bushes to her right. Spinning round, she saw nothing. Was it a trick of the light? Nervous now, she moved back into the house, pushing shut the door. The last of Helikaon's guests had gone, and she walked upstairs to his apartment. The room was dark, no lamps lit. Entering silently, she walked to the bed. It was empty. Moving to the balcony, she looked down into the garden. There was no one in sight. The clouds broke briefly, and the moon shone bright. Turning back inside, she saw a muddy footprint on the floor. Fear rose, and she glanced around the room. Someone had been here. He had climbed through the window. Moving back to the balcony, she glanced down once more. A shadow moved, and she saw a hooded, dark-garbed man run for the wall. Then Helikaon emerged from behind a statue, a dagger in his hand. The man saw him and swerved away. He ran and leapt high, hauling himself onto the high wall and rolling over to the open land beyond. The clouds closed in again, and Phaedra could see nothing. Running out into the corridor, she descended the stairs, arriving at the entrance just as Helikaon stepped inside. Pushing shut the door, Phaedra dropped the locking bar in place. "Who was he?" she asked. Helikaon tossed the bronze dagger to a tabletop. "Just a thief," he said. "He is gone now." Moving past her, he walked to the kitchen, taking up a towel and drying his face and arms. Phaedra followed him. "Tell me the truth," she said. Stripping off his tunic, he continued to dry his body. Then he walked naked across the room and filled 2 goblets with watered wine. Passing one to her, he sipped his own. "The man was following me when I went to the shrine. I caught glimpses of him. He is very skilled and held to the shadows. Ox and my men did not see him." "But you did." He sighed. "My father was murdered by an assassin, Phaedra. Since then I have been more observant of those around me, shall we say." "Do you have many enemies, Helikaon?" "All powerful men have enemies. There are merchants who owe me fortunes. Were I to die, they would be free of their debts. I have killed pirates who left behind brothers and sons who desire vengeance. But let us talk no more of it tonight. The assassin is gone, and you are looking beautiful." Had she been his wife, she might have told him that she no longer desired to make love. "But I am not his wife," she thought. "I am Aphrodite's child, and he is my gift-giver. Like the toothless hag in the upper back bedroom, I am just a whore." Sadness flowed in her, but she forced a bright smile and stepped into his embrace. His kiss was warm, his breath sweet, the arms around her strong. "Am I your friend?" she asked him later, as they lay together on her broad bed, her head resting on his shoulder, her thigh across his own. "Now and always, Phaedra." "Even when I am old and ugly?" He stroked her hair. "What would you have me say?" "The truth. I want to hear the truth." Leaning over her, he kissed her brow. "I do not give my friendship lightly," he said, "and it does not depend on youth and beauty. If we both live to be old and ugly, I will still be your friend." She sighed then. "I am frightened, Helikaon. Frightened of getting old, frightened of your being killed or tiring of me, frightened of becoming like Fia's mother. A long time ago I chose this life, and it has brought me wealth and security. Now I wonder whether I made the right choice. Do you think I could have been happy wed to a farmer or a fisherman and raising children?" I cannot answer that. We make choices every day, some of them good, some of them bad, and, if we are strong enough, we live with the consequences. To be truthful, I am not entirely sure what people mean when they talk of happiness. There are moments of joy and laughter, the comfort of friendship, but enduring happiness, if it exists, I have not discovered it.
Perhaps it only comes when you are in love, she suggested.
Have you ever been in love?
No,
she lied. Nor I, he replied, the simple words sliding like a dagger into her heart.
What a sad pair we are,
she said, forcing a smile and sliding her hand down over his flat belly.
Ah,
she said with mock surprise.
There is one among us who does not seem sad. Indeed, he is beginning to feel rampantly happy.
Helikaon laughed. You do have that effect on him. His hands clasped her waist, lifting her over him. Then he drew her down and kissed her deeply. Chapter 3. The Golden Ship. The storms of the past 2 days had faded into the west, and the sky was clear and blue, the sea calm, as Spiros rowed his passenger towards the great ship. After a morning of ferrying crewmen out to the Xanthos, Spiros was tired. He liked to tell people that at 80 years of age he was as strong as ever, but it wasn't true. His arms and shoulders were aching, and his heart was thumping as he leaned back into the oars. A man was not old until he could no longer work. This simple philosophy kept Spiros active, and every morning as he woke, he would greet the new day with a smile. He would walk out and draw up water from the well, gaze at his reflection in the surface, and say,
"Good to see you, Spiros."
He looked at the young man sitting quietly at the stern. His hair was long and dark, held back from his face by a strip of leather. Bare-chested, he was wearing a simple kilt and sandals. His body was lean and hard-muscled, his eyes the brilliant blue of a summer sky. Spiros had not seen the man before, and guessed him to be a foreigner, probably a rogue islander or a Cretan.
"New oarsman, are you?"
Spiros asked him. The passenger did not answer, but he smiled.
"Been ferrying men like you in all week. Locals won't sail on the death ship. That's what we call the Xanthos," he added. "Only idiots and foreigners. No offence meant."
The passenger's voice was deep, his accent proving Spiros's theory. "But she is beautiful," he said amiably, "and the shipwright says she is sound."
"Aye, I'll grant she is good to look upon," said Spiros. "Mighty pleasing on the eye."
Then he chuckled.
"However, I wouldn't trust the word of the madman from Miletos. My nephew worked on the ship, you know. He said Calcaeus wandered about talking to himself. Sometimes he'd even slap himself on the head."
"I have seen him do that," agreed the man. Spiros fell silent, a feeling of mild irritation flowering. The man was young, and obviously did not appreciate that the gods of the sea hated large ships. 20 years ago he had watched just such a ship sail from the bay. It had made 2 voyages without incident, then had vanished in a storm. One man had survived. He had been washed ashore on the eastern mainland. His story was told by mariners for some years. The keel had snapped, the ship breaking up in a matter of a few heartbeats. Spiros considered telling this story to the young oarsman. He decided against it. What would be the point? The man had to earn his 20 copper rings, and he wasn't going to turn back now. Spiros rowed on, the burning in his lower back increasing. This was his 20th trip out to the Xanthos since dawn. There were small boats all around the galley, stacked with cargo. Men were shouting and vying for position. Boats thumped into one another, causing curses and threats to be bellowed out. Ropes were lowered and items slowly hauled aboard. Tempers were short among both the crew on the deck and the men waiting to unload their cargo boats. It was a scene of milling chaos.
"Been like this all morning,"
said Spiros, easing back on the oars.
"I don't think they'll sail today. It's one of the problems with a ship that size, getting cargo up on that high deck. Didn't think of that, did he? The madman, I mean."
"The owner is to blame," said the passenger. "He wanted the largest ship ever built. He concentrated on its seaworthiness and the quality of its construction. He didn't give enough thought to loading or unloading it. Spiros shipped his oars.
Listen, lad, you obviously don't know who you are sailing with. Best not say anything like that close to the Golden One. Helikaon may be young, but he is a killer, you know. He cut off Electron's head and ripped out his eyes. It's said he ate them. Not someone you want to offend, if you take my meaning.
Ate his eyes? I have not heard that story.
Oh, there's plenty of stories about him.
Spiros stared at the bustle around the galley.
No point trying to push my way through to the stern. We'll need to wait a while until some of those cargo boats have moved off.
A huge, bald man, his black beard greased and twisted into 2 braids, appeared on the port deck, his voice booming out, ordering some of the cargo boats to stand clear and allow those closest to offload their cargo.
The bald man there is Zidantas, said Spiros. They call him Ox. I had another nephew sail with him once. Ox is a Hittite. Good man, though. My nephew broke his arm on the Ithaca a few years back and couldn't work the whole voyage. Still got his 20 copper rings, though. Zidantas saw to that.
He turned his face towards the south.
Breeze is starting to shift. Going to be a southerly. Unusual for this time of year. That'll help you make the crossing, I suppose, if it does get underway today.
She'll sail, said the man.
You are probably right, young fellow. The Golden One is blessed by luck. Not one of his ships are sunk, did you know that? Pirates avoid him. Well, they would, wouldn't they? You don't cross a man who eats your eyes.
Reaching down, he lifted a water skin from below his seat. He drank deeply, then offered it to his passenger, who accepted gratefully. A glint of bronze showed from the deck, and 2 warriors came into sight, both wearing breastplates and carrying helmets crested with white horsehair plumes. I offered to ferry them out earlier, muttered Spiros. They didn't like my boat. Too small for them, I don't doubt. Ah, well, a pox on all my Keeney anyway. Heard them talking, though. They're not friends of the Golden One, that's for sure. What did they say?
Well, it was more the older one. He said it turned his stomach to be sailing on the same ship as Helikaon. Can't blame him, I suppose. That Electron, the one who lost his eyes, was a Mycenae too. Helikaon has killed a lot of Mycenae.
As you say, not a man to offend.
I wonder why he does it.
What, kill Mycenae?
No, sail his ships all over the Great Green. They say he has a palace in Troy, and land in Dardania, and somewhere else way north. Don't remember where. Anyhow, he is already rich and powerful, so why risk himself on the sea, fighting pirates and the like?
The young man shrugged. All is never as it seems. Who knows? Maybe he is a man with a dream. I heard that he wants to sail one day beyond the Great Green to the distant seas.
That's what I mean, said Spiros. The edge of the world is there, with a waterfall that goes down forever into darkness. What kind of idiot would want to sail off into the black abyss of the world?
That is a good question, boatman. A man who is not content, perhaps. A man looking for something he cannot find on the Great Green.
There you go. There's nothing of worth that a man cannot find in his own village, let alone on the great sea. That's the problem with these rich princes and kings. They don't understand what real treasure is. They see it in gold and copper and tin. They see it in herds of horses and cattle. They gather treasures to themselves, building great storehouses, which they guard ferociously. Then they die. What good is it then?
And you know what real treasure is? Asked the young man.
Of course. Most ordinary men do. I've been up in the hills these last few days. A young woman almost died. Babe breached in the womb. I got there in time, though. Poor girl. Ripped bad she was. She'll be fine, and the boy is healthy and strong. I watched that woman hold the babe in her arms and gaze down on it. She was so weak she might have died at any moment, but in her eyes you could see she knew what she was holding. It was something worth more than gold. And the father was more proud and happy than any conquering king with a vault of treasure.
The child is lucky to have such loving parents. Not all children do.
And those that don't get heart-scarred. You don't see the wounds, but they never heal.
What is your name, boatman?
Spiros.
How is it you are a rower and a midwife, Spiros? It is an unusual pairing of talents.
The old man chuckled.
Brought a few children into the world during my 80 years. Developed a knack for delivering healthy babies. It began more than 50 years ago. A young shepherd's wife had a difficult birth, and the babe was born dead. I was there and picked up the poor little mite to carry it away. As I lifted him, he suddenly spewed blood, then started to cry. That began it, the story of my skill with babies. My wife, sweet girl, had 6 children, so I knew more than a little about the difficulties of childbirth. Over the years, I was asked to attend other births. You know how it is. Word gets round. Any girl within 50 miles gets pregnant and they'll send for old Spiros, come the time. It is strange, The older I grow, the more pleasure I get from bringing new life into the world.
You are a good man, said the passenger, and I am gladdened to have met you. Now take up your oars and force your way through. It is time for me to board. The old man dipped his blades and rowed in between 2 long boats. 2 sailors above saw the boat and lowered a rope between the bank of oars. Then the passenger stood, and from a pouch at his side pulled out a thick ring and handed it to Spiros. It glinted in his palm.
"Wait!"
shouted Spiros.
"This ring is gold!"
I liked your stories, said the man with a smile, so I will not eat your eyes.
A loud crash from the deck above was followed by angry shouts. As Helikaon cleared the rail, he saw that 2 men had dropped an amphora, which had smashed. Thick, unwatered wine had drenched a section of planking, its heady fumes lying heavy in the air. The giant Zidantas was grappling with the men, and other sailors were standing by shouting encouragement to the fighters. The moment they saw Helikaon, all noise ceased, and the crew returned silently to their work. Helikaon approached Zidantas. "We are losing time, Ox," he said, "and there is still cargo on the beach." As the morning wore on, Helikaon remained on the high rear deck in full view of the toiling men. Tensions were still running high, and the crew remained fearful of sailing on the death ship. His presence calmed them, and they began to relax, the work flowing more smoothly. He knew what they were thinking. The Golden One, blessed by the gods, was sailing with them. No harm would befall them. Such belief in him was vital to them. The greatest danger, he knew, would come if he ever started believing it himself. Men talked of his luck, and the fact that none of his ships had been lost. Yes, there was always luck involved, but more important, at the end of every trading season those ships were checked by carpenters, drawn up on beaches and debarnacled. Necessary repairs were undertaken. The crews were carefully chosen, and the captains men of great experience. Not one of his 50 galleys ever sailed overladen or took unnecessary risks in the name of greater profits. With the storm past, the 60-mile crossing to the mainland coast would be a gentle test for the new ship, allowing the crew to grow accustomed to her, and to each other. The boatman's comment about local sailors was correct. It had not been easy finding skilled men willing to sail on the Xanthos, and they were still some 20 crew short. Zidantas had scoured the port seeking sailors to join them. Helikaon smiled. They could have filled the quota twice over, but Zidantas was a harsh judge.
"Better to be short with good men than full with dross," he argued. "Saw one man, a Gupto, already assigned to the Mirian. If I see him in Troy, I'll try again."
"Guptos are not used to galley work, Ox," Helikaon pointed out.
"This one would be,"
replied Zidantas.
"Strong, heart like an oak. No giving him."
A light breeze drifted across the deck. Helikaon walked to the starboard rail and saw that many of the small cargo boats were making their way back to the shore. The last of the trade items were being loaded now. By the port rail he saw the youngest member of his crew, the boy Xander, sitting quietly awaiting orders. Another child of sorrow, thought Helikaon. Just after dawn that morning, as he had prepared to depart, Phaedra had come to him. "You must see this," she said, leading Helikaon through to the bedroom put aside for the sick woman. The child, Fia, had been given her own room, but had crept back to be with her mother. The two were fast asleep, the child's arm laid protectively across her mother's chest. "Thank you for taking them in," he had replied, as Phaedra quietly closed the door once more.
You gave me all this, Helikaon. How can you thank me?
I must go. You understand that I meant what I told the child. They stay for as long as they wish.
Of course. It was lucky Thea found you. The healer said the mother would probably have been dead by morning.
If you need anything, I have instructed Pericles to supply it.
You take care. Of all my lovers, you are the most dear to me.
He had laughed then, and drawn her into an embrace, lifting her from her feet and swinging her round. And your friendship is beyond price, he said.
Just as well my body isn't, she responded. Otherwise I might have been living like Thea's mother in that hovel.
Smiling at the memory, he scanned the ship. The 2 Mycenae passengers were standing on the port side. Both wore armor and had swords scabbarded at their hips. The elder of them, the chisel-bearded Argurios, stared up at him, his gaze openly malevolent. You would like to kill me, Helikaon thought, to avenge Electruon. But you will come at me face to face, Argurios. No dagger in the back, no poison in the cup. The young man beside Argurios spoke then, and the warrior swung to face him. Helikaon continued to watch him. Argurios was not a big man, though his arms were heavily muscled. They were also crisscrossed with many scars of combat. Stories of heroes were told in every port on the Great Green, spread by sailors who loved the tales of combat and bravery. Argurios featured in many of those tales. He had fought in battles all across the western lands, from Sparta in the south to Thessaly in the north, and even to the borders of Thrace. All of the stories told of his courage, and not one spoke of rape, torture, or assassination. Helikaon's thoughts swung back to the man who had followed him in Kupros. He thought he had the assassin trapped at Phaedra's house. Zidantas and 4 other men were waiting beyond the wall, yet he had avoided them all. Ox said he had disappeared as if by magic. Helikaon did not believe in magic. The assassin was highly skilled, like the man who had killed Helikaon's father. No one had seen him either. He had entered the palace, made his way to the king's apartments, and cut his throat. He had also, inexplicably, sliced away his father's right ear. Then he had left. Not one of the guards had seen him. Not one of the servants had noted any strangers present. Perhaps he, too, was being hunted by such a man. He saw the fork-bearded Zidantas approaching, followed by 2 senior crewmen. Zidantas climbed to the rear deck. "We are ready, Golden One," he said. Helikaon nodded. Ox swung away. "Ready the oars! Stand by the sail!" he bellowed. "Raise the anchors!" The crew moved swiftly to their places, the anchormen fore and aft, hauling on the thick ropes, lifting the great stone anchors from the seabed. Helikaon glanced at the young boy, Xander. He was looking frightened now, his eyes wide and staring. He kept glancing back at the shore. "By the mark of 1!" shouted Ox. The banks of oars lifted and dipped, and the great ship began to glide serenely across the bay. For the 12-year-old Xander, the trip on the Xanthos represented the greatest adventure of his life. For as long as he could remember, he had dreamed of sailing upon the Great Green. High in the Cupriot hills, as he tended his grandfather's goats, or helped his mother and sisters prepare paints for the pottery dishes they traded in the settlement, he would imagine being on a ship, feeling the swell of the sea beneath his feet. Often, as he wandered along the high ground, he would stop and stare longingly at the vessels heading south towards Egypt, or east to Ugarit, or even to Miletos and the legendary Troy with its towers of solid gold. He remembered his father, Acamas, and the other sailors launching the Ithaca. He had stood with his grandfather on the beach as the galley floated clear, and watched the oarsmen take up their positions. His father was a great rower, powerful and untiring. He was also, as grandfather often said, a good man to have beside you in a storm. Xander recalled the last farewell with agonizing clarity. His father had stood and waved, his red hair glinting like fire in the dawn light. He had died days later in the battle with the savage Mycenae pirate Electruon. Xander knew he had died bravely, defending his friends and his ship. The Golden One had come to their house in the hills and had sat with Xander, and told him of his father's greatness. He had brought gifts for mother and grandfather, and had talked quietly with them both. In this he did them great honor, for Helikaon was the son of a king. He was also a demigod. Grandfather scoffed at the story.
"All these nobles claim descent from the gods," he said, "but they are men like you and me, Xander. Helikaon is better than most," he admitted. "Not many highborns would take the trouble to visit the bereaved."
He had turned away, and Xander had seen that he was crying. And he had cried too. After a while, Grandfather put his arm round Xander's shoulders.
"No shame in tears, boy. Your father deserved tears. Good man. I was proud of him always, as I will be proud of you. Next year Helikaon says he will take you in his crew, and you will learn the ways of the sea. You will be a fine, brave man like your father, and you will bring honor to our family."
"Will I be an oarsman, Grandfather?"
"Not for a while, lad. You're too short. But you'll grow, and you'll grow strong."
The year had dragged by, but at last the great new ship was ready, and the crew began to muster. Grandfather had walked with him to the port just before dawn, filling him with so much advice it seemed to be running out of Xander's ears.
"Look to Zidantas,"
was one comment he remembered.
"Good man. Your father spoke well of him. Never shirk any duty Ox gives you. Do your best, always."
"I will, Grandfather."
The old man had gazed at the great ship, with its 2 banks of oars, and its colossal mast. Then he had shaken his head.
"Be lucky, Xander, and be brave. You will find that bravery and luck are often bedfellows."
Xander had been rowed out to the ship just as the sun appeared in the east, its light turning the Xanthos to pale gold. It was a beautiful sight, and Xander felt his heart surge with joy. This wondrous vessel was to be his ship. He would learn to be a great seaman like his father. Grandfather would be proud of him, and mother too. The small rowing vessel came alongside the ship under the raised bank of oars. There were 3 other crewmen being ferried out, and they tossed up their sacks of belongings and scaled ropes to the deck. Xander would have done the same, but a sturdy rower moved alongside him. "Up you go, Shortshanks," he said, lifting Xander up to the lowest oar port. He had scrambled through and fallen over a narrow rowing seat. It was dark here below decks, and cramped, but as Xander's eyes adjusted to the gloom, he saw the oarsmen's narrow seats and the planking against which they would brace their legs for the pull. Putting down his own bag, he sat in a rowing seat and stretched out his legs. Grandfather was right. He was too short to brace himself. Next year, though, he thought, I will be tall enough. Gathering his bag, he made his way to the upper hatch and climbed out. There were already sailors on board, and 2 passengers wearing armor. The eldest was a grim-faced, bearded man with cold, hard eyes. Xander had seen men like them before. They were Mycenae, the same race as the pirates who had killed his father. Their armies roamed the western lands, plundering towns and cities, taking slaves and gold. Mycenae pirates often crossed the sea to raid settlements along the coastline. Grandfather hated them.
"They are a blood-hungry people, and they will one day come to dust," he had said.
The main cargo hatch was open, and Xander saw sailors carrying goods down into the hold. Big clay amphorae, filled with wine or spices, large packages of pottery plates, bound in rawhide and protected by outer layers of bark. There were weapons too, axes and swords, shields and helms. Seamen with ropes were hauling up other goods. Xander moved forward to peer down into the hold. It was deep. A man came up the steps and almost bumped into him.
"Be careful, boy,"
he said as he moved past. Xander backed away from the working crew. He wandered to the deck rail and stared back at the beach where his grandfather still stood. The old man saw him and waved. Xander waved back, suddenly fearful. He was about to go on a voyage, and the immensity of the adventure threatened to overwhelm him. Then a massive hand settled on his shoulder. Xander jumped and swung round. An enormous, bald-headed man with a forked black beard stood there. "I am Zidantas," he said. "You are the son of Acamas?"
"I am Xander."
The giant nodded. "Your father spoke of you with some pride. On this voyage you will learn how to be useful. You are too small to row and too young to fight, so you will help those who can do these things. You will carry water to the rowers and perform any tasks asked of you. When my other duties permit, I will show you how to tie knots, how to reef the sail, and so forth. Other than that, you will keep out of the way and watch what men do. That is how we learn, Xander. It will be some time before we're ready to sail. It is taking far longer to load than we expected, and the wind is against us. So find somewhere out of the way and wait until the sail is set. Then come to me on the rear deck.
Zidanta strode away, and the fear of the unknown returned to Xander. Too young to fight, Zidantas had said. What if they were attacked by pirates? What if he was to die like his father, or drown in the Great Green? Suddenly his tiny room at grandfather's house seemed a wonderful place to be. He looked over the side again, and saw grandfather walking away up the long hill. Time passed, and tempers among the men grew short, as the difficulties of hauling goods aboard so high a vessel became more and more vexing. A boat rowed out to them bringing a long fishing net, and this was used to raise the more fragile cargo to the deck. Arguments flared, and then two sailors dropped a large wine amphora. The clay shattered, and thick red wine flowed across the planking. A fight started then, when one of the two threw a punch at the other, calling him an idiot. The two men grappled. Zidanta stepped in, grabbing each by the tunic and dragging them apart. Other men had begun to shout encouragement to the fighters, and the atmosphere was tense. Then, in an instant, all activity ceased, and a silence fell on the crew. Xander saw the Golden One climb over the side and step onto the ship. He was bare-chested and wearing a simple leather kilt. He carried no sword or weapon, and yet his presence quietened the crew, and they shuffled back to work. Xander saw him walk over to where Zidantas was still holding the two men, though they were no longer struggling. "We are losing time, Ox," he said, "and there is still cargo on the beach." Zidantas pushed the men away. "Clear up this mess," he told them. Helikaon glanced at Xander. "Are you ready to be a sailor, son of Akamas?"
"Yes, Lord."
"Are you frightened?"
"A little,"
he admitted. "A great man once told me there could be no courage without fear," said Helikaon. "He was right. Remember that when your belly trembles and your legs grow weak." Chapter 4. The Madman from Miletos. It always irritated Calcaeus when he heard himself described as the madman from Miletos. He hated the simple inaccuracy of the statement. He wasn't from Miletos. To be called madman bothered him not at all. He stood on the starboard side of the Byreme's central deck, watching as sailors hauled up the great stone anchors. It was close to midday, and mercifully the cargo was now loaded. Helikaon's arrival had brought a fresh sense of urgency to the crew, and the Xantos was preparing to leave the bay. A gust of wind caught Calcaeus's wide-brimmed straw hat, flipping it from his head. He tried to catch it, but a second gust lifted it high, spinning it over the side. The hat sailed over the shimmering blue water, twisting and turning. Then, as the wind died down, it flopped to the surface and floated. Calcaeus stared at it longingly. His once thick and tightly curled red hair was thinning now and sprinkled with grey. There was also a bald patch on the crown of his head, which would burn raw and bleed under harsh sunlight. An oarsman on the deck below, seeing the floating hat, angled his oar blade beneath it, seeking to lift it clear. He almost succeeded, but the wind blew again, and the hat floated away. A second oarsman tried. Calcaeus heard laughter from below decks, and catching the hat quickly became a game, oars clacking against one another. Within moments, the straw hat, hammered by broad-bladed oars, had lost its shape. Finally it was lifted clear as a torn and soggy mess, and brought back aboard. A young sailor pushed open a hatch and climbed to the upper deck, bearing the dripping ruin to where Calcaeus stood.
"We rescued your hat,"
he said, struggling not to laugh. Calcaeus took it from him, resisting the urge to rip it to shreds. Then good humour reasserted itself, and he donned the sodden headgear. Water dripped down his face. The young sailor could contain himself no longer,
and his laughter pealed out. The wide brim of the hat slowly sagged over Calcaeus's ears.
"I think it is an improvement,"
said Calcaeus. The boy spun and ran back to the oar deck. The heat of the morning sun was rising, and Calcaeus found himself enjoying the cool, wet straw on his head. On the rear deck he saw Helikaon talking with 3 of his senior crewmen. The trio looked stern and nervous. But then why would they not, thought Calcaeus. They were about to sail on a vessel designed and built by the madman from Miletos. Turning back from the rail deck, he surveyed his great ship. Several members of the crew were looking at him, their expressions mixed. The new ship had been the subject of much mockery, and Calcaeus, as the shipwright, had been treated with scorn and even anger. Now, however, they were to sail in the madman's vessel, and they were fervently hoping that his madness was in fact genius, for if not, they were all doomed. The 2 Mycenae passengers were also looking his way, but they regarded him with studied indifference. Unlike the sailors, they probably did not appreciate that their lives now depended on his skills. Calcaeus wondered suddenly if they would care, even if the knowledge was imparted to them. The Mycenae were a fearless race, plunderers, killers, reavers. Death held no terror for such men. He stared back at them. Both were tall and lean, cold and distant. The elder, Argurios, had a chisel-shaped black chin beard and bleak, emotionless eyes. The younger man, Glaucos, was obviously in awe of him. He rarely spoke unless to reply to a remark from Argurios. Although they travelled now among peaceful settlements and quiet islands, they were garbed as if for war, short swords and daggers belted at their sides, bronze-reinforced leather kilts about their waists. Argurios had a finely wrought leather cuirass, the shoulders and chest armoured by overlapping bronze discs. The fair-haired Glaucos had a badly shaped breastplate with a crack on the left side. Calcaeus reasoned that Glaucos was from a poor Mycenae family, and had attached himself to Argurios in the hope of advancement. For the Mycenae advancement always came through war, plunder, and the grief and loss of gentler men. Calcaeus loathed the whole damned race. If the ship does go down, he thought, that armour will plunge them to their deaths with satisfying speed. He felt a flash of irritation at such a defeatist idea. My ship will not sink, he told himself. Then he repeated it in his mind over and over again. His heart began to pound and his fingers started to tremble. Turning to the deck rail, he took hold of it and stood very still, waiting for the panic to pass. 10 years of failure and ridicule had damaged his confidence more than he had realized. Reaching into the pouch at his side, he pulled forth a tiny piece of silver-grey metal and ran his thick workman's fingers over its glossy surface. He sighed. Here was the source of all his misery and the seed of all his hopes. Hidden within this one shard was a secret he believed could change not only his fortunes, but the destiny of nations. How galling, then, that he could not discover it. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a booming voice, calling out an order to the 60 oarsmen. Zidantas, the hulking Hittite who served as the Golden One's second in command, leaned over the rear deck rail. "By the mark of 1!" he shouted, sunlight gleaming from his shaved skull. From below deck came a responding call from the lead oarsman. "Ready, lift, brace, and pull!" Calcaeus took a deep breath. The oar blades sliced into the blue water, and the Xanthos began to glide out over the sea. The shipwright listened to the creaking of the wood, seeking to identify the source of every murmur, every tiny, muted groan. Swiftly he calculated once more the amount of rock ballast against the weight of the ship's timbers and decking, then leaned over the side to watch the prow cleaving through the gentle waves. The oarsmen below the top deck began to sing, creating a rhythmic harmony between the smooth actions of their bodies and the chant of the song. There should have been 80 oarsmen, but not even the wealth and reputation of Helikaon, the Golden One, could attract a full crew to the death ship. He had heard the Cypriot carpenters whispering as they shaped the hull timbers, "She'll sink when Poseidon swims." When Poseidon swims. Why did men always have to hang a god's deeds on the simple forces of nature? Calcaeus knew why longer ships sank in storms, and it had nothing whatever to do with angry deities. The rise and fall of a ship in heavy water would cause extra and uneven pressure at the center of the keel. Calcaeus had demonstrated this to Helikaon a year ago, as the two men sat on a jetty in the sunshine, overlooking the small Cypriot shipyard. Calcaeus held a long stick with both hands, then slowly bent it up and down, then side to side. Eventually the stick snapped. The longer the stick, the sooner it broke. When this happened to the hull of a ship in angry seas, he had explained, the results would be swift and terrifying. It would tear itself apart in a matter of moments. The problem was further exacerbated, Calcaeus continued, by the manner of shipbuilding. Under normal circumstances, the hull was pieced together first with planking and dowels. Only then would an inner frame be inserted to strengthen the structure. This was, in Calcaeus's view, idiotic. Instead, the frame needed to be established at the outset, then the timbers fastened to it. This would give added strength amidships. There were other innovations Calcaeus spoke of on that first meeting. A separate deck on which the oarsmen could sit, leaving the top deck open, either for cargo or passengers. Staggered oar stations, running in a zigzag pattern up and down along the hull. Support fins bolted to the hull at the front and rear, so that when the ship was drawn up on beaches at night, it would not tilt too violently. These and more Calcaeus had described. Helikaon had listened intently, and then asked, "How big a ship could you build?"
"Twice the length of any galley now sailing the Great Green."
"How many oars?"
"Between 80 and 100.
After that, the Golden One had sat silently, his blue eyes staring off into the distance. Calcaeus had thought him bored and waited to be dismissed. Instead, Helikaon had begun a series of more specific questions. What timber would be used? How tall and how thick would the mast need to be? How would Calcaeus ensure that such a large ship would sit well in the water and retain maneuverability and speed? Calcaeus had been surprised. The Golden One was young, in his 20s, and the shipwright had not expected such a depth of knowledge. They talked for several hours, then shared a meal together, and the conversation continued long into the night. Calcaeus etched diagrams into wet clay, rubbed them away, and refined them, showing panels and support frames. How could such a huge ship be beached at night? Helikaon had asked finally. And if beached, how could it be refloated again come daybreak?
"It could not easily be fully beached," Calcaeus admitted, "but that would not be necessary. Under most conditions it would be adequate to merely ground the prow or the stern on the beach, and then use stone anchors and lines to hold her in place for the night. That would allow the crew to land and prepare their cook fires."
"Most conditions?" queried Helikaon. And here was the crux of the problem. Sudden storms could arrive with great speed, and most ships would flee for the shore. Being small and light, galleys could be hauled up onto the safety of the sand. A ship the size and weight of that planned by Calcaeus could not be pulled completely from the water when loaded with cargo. Calcaeus explained the problem.
"You would not want to half-beach a ship of this size during a storm. The thrashing water at one end against the shingle or sand at the other would tear her apart."
"How then would you run from a storm, Calcaeus?"
"You would not run, Helikaon. You would either ride the waves or seek shelter anchored in the lee of an island or an outcrop of rocks. The ship, I propose, would not fear storms."
Helikaon had stared hard at him for a moment. Then he had relaxed and given a rare smile. "A ship to ride a storm. I like that. We will build her, Calcaeus." Calcaeus had been stunned and suddenly frightened. He knew of the Golden One's reputation. If the new ship proved a failure, Helikaon might kill him. On the other hand, if it was a success, Calcaeus would be wealthy again and could continue his experiments. Calcaeus looked into the young man's eyes.
"It is said you can be cruel and deadly. It is said you chop the heads from those who offend you."
Helikaon had leaned forward. "It is also said that I am a demigod, born of Aphrodite, and that you are a madman or a fool. What does it matter what gossips say? Give me of your best, Calcaeus, and I will reward you, whether what you do is successful or not. All I ask of men who serve me is that they put their hearts into it. No more can be demanded." And so it had begun. The wind picked up as the ship cleared the harbour, and Calcaeus felt the swell increase in power. Once at sea, the mast was raised, the crossbeam tied in place, and the sail released. A southerly breeze rippled the canvas. Calcaeus glanced up. A huge black horse, rearing defiantly, had been painted on the sail. The crew cheered as they saw it. Calcaeus eased his way to the prow on unsteady legs. Off to the port side, a group of dolphins were leaping and diving, their sleek bodies glistening in the sunlight. Calcaeus looked up at the sky. Away to the north, dark clouds were forming, and the Xanthos clove through the waves towards them. Argurios of Mycenae steadied himself on the shifting deck and glanced across at the stocky, red-headed Calcaeus. Everyone said he was a madman. Argurios hoped this was not true. He dreamed of dying on a battlefield, cutting down his enemies and earning himself a place in the Elysian fields. To dine in the golden hall, fashioned by Hephaestus, and sit alongside men such as Heracles or Menion and the mighty Electruon. His dreams did not include slipping below the waves in full battle armor. Yet, if he had to die on this cursed boat, then it was only fitting that as a Mycenae warrior he went to his death with his sword, helmet, and breastplate. So it was that he stood in the morning sunshine fully armed. He watched with interest as the crew moved smoothly about the deck, and noted the racks of bows and quivers of arrows neatly stored below the rails. There were swords too, and small round bucklers. If the Xanthos was attacked, the sailors would transform themselves into fighting men within moments. The Golden One left little to chance. On the high curve of the prow was a device Argurios had not seen on any other ship. It was a wooden structure, bolted to the deck in 4 places. It was a curious piece, seeming to have no purpose. A jutting section of timber rose from its centre, topped by what appeared to be a basket. At first he had thought it would be used to load cargo, but on closer examination he realized that the basket could not be lowered over the side. The entire piece was a mystery, which he assumed he would solve during the near month-long journey to Troy. Argurios glanced towards the rear deck, where Helikaon stood at the great steering oar. It had been hard to believe that any man could have defeated Electruon the swordsman. He was a legend among the Mycenae, a giant of a man, fearless and mighty. Argurios was proud to have fought alongside him. Yet the full horror of the day was well known. Argurios himself heard the tale from the single survivor. The man had been brought back to Mycenae on a cargo vessel and was taken before Agamemnon the king. The sailor had been in a pitiful state. The stump of his wrist still bled, and there was a bad odour emanating from it. Skeletally thin, he had a bluish sheen to his lips, and he could hardly stand. It was obvious to all that he was dying. Agamemnon had a chair brought for him. The story he told was stark and simple. The mighty Electruon was dead, his crew massacred, the legendary Hydra set adrift, its sail and decks ablaze. "How did he die?" asked Agamemnon, his cold, hard eyes staring at the dying sailor. Argurios remembered the man had shivered suddenly as the harsh memories returned. "We had boarded their vessel, and victory was ours. Then the Golden One attacked. He was like a demon. It was terrible, terrible. He cut 3 men down, then tore at Electruon. It was a short fight. He plunged his blade into Electruon's neck, then hacked his head from his body. We fought on for a while, but when it was hopeless, we threw down our weapons. Then the Golden One, his armour covered in blood, shouted, 'Kill all but one!' I saw his eyes then. He was insane, possessed. Someone grabbed me and pinned my arms. Then all my comrades were hacked to death." The man had fallen silent. "And then?" asked Agamemnon. "Then I was dragged before Helikaon. He had removed his helmet and was standing there with Electruon's head in his hands. He was staring into the dead eyes. 'You do not deserve to see the fields of Elysium,' he said. Then he stabbed the blade through Electruon's eyes." The warriors gathered in the Lion's Hall had cried out in rage and despair as they heard this. Even the grim and normally expressionless Agamemnon had gasped. "He sent him blind into the underworld."
Yes, my king. When the deed was done, he hurled the head over the side. Then he turned to me.
The man squeezed shut his eyes as if trying to block the remembered scene.
What did he say? He said, "You will live to report what you have seen here, but you will be a raider no longer." Then, at his command, 2 men stretched my arm over the deck rail, and the golden one hacked my hand away.
The man had died 2 days after telling his story. The defeat of Electron had tarnished the Mycenae reputation of invincibility. His death had been a sore blow to the pride of all warriors. His funeral games had been muted and depressing. Argurios had gained no satisfaction there, despite winning a gem-encrusted goblet in the javelin contest. There was an air of disbelief among the grieving fighting men. Electron's exploits had been legendary. He had led raids from Samothraki in the north, all the way down the eastern coast as far as Palestine. He had even sacked a village less than a day's ride from Troy itself. News of his defeat and death had been met with incredulity. Word had spread through the villages and towns, and people had gathered in meeting places and squares to discuss it. Argurios had the feeling that in years to come, all Mycenae would remember exactly what they were doing the moment they heard of Electron's passing. Argurios gazed with quiet hatred at the Golden One. Then he sent a silent prayer to Ares, the god of war.
May it fall to me to avenge Electron. May it be my sword that cuts the heart from this cursed Trojan.
The wind stayed favorable, and the Xanthos sped across the waves. Slowly the green island of Kupros faded from sight. On the rear deck, alongside Helikaon, stood the powerful figure of Zidantas. At 50, he was the oldest man in the crew, and had sailed these waters for close to 35 years. In all that time, through storms and gales, he had never once been wrecked. Almost all his childhood friends had died. Some had drowned when their vessels foundered. Others had been murdered by pirates. 2 had succumbed to the coughing sickness, and 1 had been killed over a lost goat. Zidantas knew he had been lucky. Today he was wondering whether his luck was running out. The Xanthos had set sail just before midday, and though the friendly southerly wind was in their favor now, Zidantas was worried. Usually a vessel from Kupros traveling north would leave no later than dawn, cross the narrowest section of open sea to the rocky coastline of Lucia, then find a sheltered bay for the night. All sailors preferred to beach their vessels at dusk and sleep on dry land. The crew of the Xanthos offered no exceptions to this rule. They were brave men and daring when circumstances demanded it, but all of them had lost friends or kinsmen to the capricious cruelty of the sea gods. They had waved goodbye to comrades setting sail on calm waters beneath a blue sky, never to be seen again in this life. Ferocious storms, treacherous coastlines, pirates, and rocky shoals all took their toll on the men who lived and worked upon the great green. Out of sight of land, the crew grew silent. Many of the rowers emerged from the lower deck to stand at the rail and gaze out over the sea. There was little conversation. Like Calcaeus, they began to listen to the groaning of timbers and to feel the movement of the ship beneath them. And they gazed with fearful eyes around the horizon, seeking any signs of anger in the skies. Zidantas both shared and understood their fears. They had heard sailors from other vessels mocking this new ship and issuing dire warnings about the perils of sailing upon it. The death ship, they called her. Many of the older members of the crew could also recall other large ships being built and sailing to their doom. Zidantas knew what they were thinking. The Xanthos feels fine now, but what will happen when Poseidon swims? He gazed at the silent men and felt a sudden surge of pride. Zidantas never sailed with cowards. He could read a fighting man and had always cast his eye over a crew before joining it. These men were fearful now of the unknown, but if a storm did break or pirates appeared, they would react with courage and skill, as they had on the Ithaca the day Electron attacked. The memory of that day haunted him still, and he sighed. White gulls swooped overhead, wheeling and diving above the black horse sail. The wind picked up. Zidantas glanced at the sky. Sudden storms were notorious during the autumn months, and few trading ships ventured far once summer was over. If the wind changes, he said. There was a storm 2 days ago, said Helikaon. Unlikely to be another so soon. Unlikely, but not impossible, muttered Zidantus. Take the oar, Ox, Helikaon told him, stepping aside. You'll feel more at ease with the ship under your control. I'd feel more at ease back home, sitting quietly in the sunshine, grumbled Zidantus. Helikaon shook his head. With 6 young daughters around, when do you have the chance to sit quietly at home? Zidantus relaxed and gave a gap-toothed grin. It's never quiet, he agreed as he glanced over the side, reading the swell of the sea. She's smoother than I thought she would be. I would have expected more roll. Zidantus curled his massive arm over the steering oar. I'd be happier, though, had we waited for tomorrow's dawn. We have left no room for error. It tempts the gods. You are a Hittite, replied Helikaon. You don't believe in our gods. I never said that, muttered Zidantus, nervous now. Maybe there are different gods in different lands. I have no wish to cause offence to any of them, nor should you, most especially when sailing a new ship. True, answered Helikaon, but our gods are not quite as merciless as yours. Tell me, is it true that when a Hittite prince dies, they burn 20 of his soldiers along with him to guard him in the underworld? No, not any more. It was an old custom, Zidantus told him. Though the Guptos still bury slaves with their pharaohs, I understand. Helikaon shook his head. What an arrogant species we are. Why should a slave or a soldier still serve a master after death? What possible incentive could there be? I do not know, answered Zidantus. I never had a slave, and I am not a Hittite prince. Helikaon moved to the deck rail and glanced along the line of the ship. You are right. She is moving well. I must ask Calcaeus about it. But first I will speak to our passengers. Helikaon leapt down the 3 steps to the main deck and crossed to where the Mycenae passengers were standing. Even from his vantage point on the rear deck, and unable to hear the conversation, Zidantus could tell the elder Mycenae hated Helikaon. He stood stiffly, his right hand fingering the hilt of his short sword, his face impassive. Helikaon seemed oblivious of the man's malevolence. Zidantus saw him chatting, apparently at ease. When at last Helikaon moved away, seeking out Calcaeus at the prow, the bearded Mycenae stared after him with a look of anger. Zidantus was worried. He had argued against the decision 2 days ago when Helikaon had agreed to allow the Mycenae to take passage to Troy. Let them take the Mirian, he said. I've been watching them overload her with copper. She'll wallow like a drunken sow. They'll either be sick the whole voyage or end up dining with Poseidon. I built the Xanthos for cargo and passengers, Helikaon had said, and Argurios is an ambassador heading for Troy. It would be discourteous to refuse him passage. Discourteous? We've sunk 3 Mycenae galleys now. They hate you. Pirate galleys, corrected Helikaon. And Mycenae hate almost everyone. It is their nature. His blue eyes had grown paler, his expression hardening. Zidantus knew that look well, and it always chilled his blood. It brought back memories of blood and death best left locked away in the deep vaults of the subconscious. The Xanthos powered on. Zidantus leaned into the steering oar. The ship felt good beneath his feet, and he began to wonder if indeed the madman from Miletos might have been right. He fervently hoped so. Just then he heard one of the crew shout, "Man in the water!" Zidantus scanned the sea to starboard. At first he saw nothing in the vast emptiness. Then he caught sight of a length of driftwood sliding between the troughs of the waves. A man was clinging to it. Chapter 5. The Man from the Sea. Gershom no longer had any lasting sense of where he was, nor of the links between dreams and reality. The skin of his shoulders and arms was blistered by the sun, his hands clenched to the wood in a death grip he could no longer feel. Voices whispered in his mind, urging him to let go, to know peace. He ignored them. Visions swam across his eyes, birds with wings of fire, a man carrying a staff that slithered in his hands, becoming a hooded serpent, a 3-headed lion with a scaled body. Then he saw hundreds of young men cutting and crafting a great block of stone. One by one they laid their bodies against it. Slowly they sank into the stone as if it were water. At last, all Gershom could see were hands with questing fingers seeking to escape the tomb of rock they had crafted. And the voices continued ceaselessly. One sounded like his grandfather, stern and unforgiving. Another was his mother, pleading with him to behave like a lord and not some drunken oaf. He tried to answer her, but his lips were cracked, his tongue nothing but a dried stick in his mouth. Then came the voice of his little brother who had died last spring.
"Be with me, kinsman. It is so lonely here."
He might have given in then, but the driftwood tilted and his bloodshot eyes opened. He saw a black horse floating over the sea. After a while he felt something touch his body and opened his eyes. A powerful, bald-headed man with a forked beard was floating alongside him. Gershom recognized him, but could not remember from where. "He is alive!" he heard the man shout. "Throw down a rope!" Then the man spoke to him. "You can let go now. You're safe." Gershom clung on. No dream voices were going to lure him to his death. The driftwood thumped against the side of the ship. Gershom looked up at the bank of oars above him. Men were leaning out of the ports. A rope was tied round his waist, and he felt himself being lifted from the water. "Let go of the wood," said his bearded rescuer. Now Gershom wanted to, but he could not. There was no feeling in his hands. The swimmer gently prized his fingers open. The rope tightened, and he was lifted from the sea and pulled over the deck rail where he flopped to the timbers. He cried out as the raw sunburn on his back scraped against wood, the cry tearing the dry tissue of his throat. A young man with black hair and startlingly blue eyes squatted down next to him. "Fetch some water," he said. Gershom was helped to a sitting position, and a cup was held to his mouth. At first his parched throat was unable to swallow. Each time he tried, he gagged. "Slowly," advised the blue-eyed man. "Hold it in your mouth. Allow it to trickle down." Swirling the liquid around his mouth, he tried again. A small amount of cool water flowed down his throat. He had never tasted anything so sweet and fulfilling. Then he passed out. When he awoke, he was lying under a makeshift tent erected near the prow. A freckle-faced youngster was sitting beside him. The boy saw his eyes open and stood and ran back along the deck. Moments later, his rescuer ducked under the tent flap and sat beside him. "We meet again, Gupto. You are a lucky fellow. Had we not been delayed, we would certainly have missed you. I am Zidantas."
"I am grateful. Thank you."
Heaving himself to a sitting position, Gershom reached for the water jug. Only then did he see that his hands were bandaged. "You cut yourself badly," said Zidantas. "You'll heal, though. Here, let me help." So saying, he lifted the leather-covered jug. Gershom drank, this time a little more deeply. From where he sat, he could see along the length of the ship and recognized it. His heart sank. "Yes," said the giant, reading his expression. "You were on the Xantos. But I know the hearts of ships. This one is mighty. She is the queen of the sea, and she knows it." Gershom smiled, then winced as his lower lip split. "You rest, fellow," Zidantas told him. "Your strength will soon come back, and you can earn your passage as a crewman."
"You do not know me," said Gershom. "I am no sailor."
"Perhaps not. You have courage, though, and strength, and by Hades, you sailed a piece of driftwood well enough." Gershom lay back. Zidantas spoke on, but his voice became a rhythmic murmur, and Gershom faded into a dreamless sleep. Helikaon stood at the steering oar, adjusting his balance as the great ship clove through the waves. The dolphins had returned, leaping and diving alongside the vessel, and he watched them for a while, his normally restless mind relaxed and at peace. Only at sea could he find this exhilarating sense of freedom. On land, there were so many tedious distractions. With more than 50 ships in his fleet, there were constantly problems to solve. Authorizations for repairs to galleys, reports to read from his captains, meetings with his senior scribes and treasurers, checking the tallies of cargo shipped against the goods or metal received in exchange. His lands, too, needed supervision, and though he had good men marshalling his horse herds and patrolling his borders, there were still matters only he could resolve. His heart lifted as he thought of young Diomedes. His half-brother was almost 12 now, and within a few years would be able to take on real responsibility. The blonde-haired boy had begged to be allowed to sail on the Xanthos. His mother had forbidden it.
"I am the king," Diomedes had said. "People should obey me."
"You will be king, and people will obey you," Helikaon had told him. "But for now, little brother, we must both obey the queen."
"It is not fair," complained Diomedes. "You sailed with Odysseus on the Penelope when you were young."
"I was 3 years older than you. However, the next time I see Odysseus, I will ask him if you can sail with him one day."
"Would you do that? Oh, that would be wonderful. You would allow that, wouldn't you, Mamma?"
The slender, golden-haired queen, Helisia, gave Helikaon a look of affectionate reproach.
"Yes," she said, "if Odysseus will have you." "Oh, he will," said Diomedes, "for I am just as brave as Helikaon."
"Braver," Helikaon told him. "When I was your age, I was frightened of everything."
"Even spiders?"
"Especially spiders." The boy sighed.
"Oh, Helikaon, I wish I could come to Troy with you. I'd like to meet great-uncle Priam and Hector. Is it true you are going to marry the beautiful Creusa?"
"No, it is not true. And what would you know about beautiful women?"
"I know they are supposed to have big breasts and to kiss men all the time. And Creusa is beautiful, isn't she? Pausanias says she is."
"Yes, she is beautiful to look at. Her hair is dark and long, and she has a pretty smile."
"Then why won't you marry her? Great-uncle Priam wants you to, doesn't he? And Mother says it would be good for Dardania. And you said we both had to obey Mother."
Helikaon had shrugged and spread his hands. "All this is true, little brother. But your mother and I have an understanding. I will serve her loyally in all matters, but I have decided to marry only when I meet a woman I love."
"Why can't you do both?" asked the boy. "Pausanias has a wife and 2 mistresses. He says he loves them all."
"Pausanias is a rascal," said Helikaon. Queen Helisia had stepped in to rescue him from the boy's questioning.
"Helikaon can marry for love because he is not a king and does not have to consider the needs of the realm. But you, little man, will be a king, and if you are not a good boy, I shall choose a wife for you who is dull and cross-eyed and buck-toothed and bandy-legged."
Diomedes had laughed, the sound rich and full of life.
"I shall choose my own wife," he said, "and she will be beautiful, and she will adore me."
Yes, she will, thought Helikaon. Diomedes would be a good-looking man, and his nature was sweet and considerate. The wind was picking up, and Helikaon leaned into the steering oar. His thoughts turned to Priam's favourite daughter. Creusa was, as he had told Diomedes, very beautiful, but she was also greedy and grasping, with eyes that shone only when gold was reflected in them. But then, could she have been any different, he wondered, raised as she was in a loveless palace by a father who considered nothing of worth, save that which could be placed upon his scales? Helikaon had no doubt that it was Priam who had ordered Creusa to flatter and woo him. The lands of Dardania, directly north of Troy, had never been rich. There were no mines supplying mineral wealth in gold, copper, silver, or tin. But Dardania was fertile, and its grasslands fed horse herds of surprising strength and endurance. Corn was also plentiful. Helikaon's growing wealth as a merchant prince had also financed the building of ports, allowing access to the trade goods of Egypt and all the lands to the south and west. Dardania was growing in wealth, and therefore power. Of course, Priam would seek an alliance with his northern neighbour. No doubt in a few years Priam would seek to marry one of his daughters to Diomedes. Helikaon smiled. Perhaps strange little Cassandra, or gentle Laodike. The smile faded. Or even Creusa. The thought of his little brother wed to such a creature was dispiriting. Perhaps I am being unfair to her, he thought. Priam had little time for most of the 50 children he had sired on his 3 wives and 30 concubines. Those he drew close had been forced to prove their value to him. His daughters were carelessly sold to foreign princes in exchange for alliances. His sons laboured either in his treasuries or in the priesthood or the army. Of them all, he lavished what passed for affection on only 2, Creusa and Hector. His daughter understood the secrets of gathering wealth. Hector was unbeaten upon the battlefield. Both were assets that needed to be maintained. It even seemed to amuse the old man that many of his children plotted his death, seeking to overthrow him. His spies would report on their movements, and then, just before they could act upon their plans, he would have them arrested. In the last 3 years, Priam had ordered the deaths of 5 of his sons. Pushing aside thoughts of Priam, Helikaon gazed up at the sky. It was a cloudless, brilliant blue, and the southerly breeze remained strong and true. Mostly, as summer ended, the prevailing winds were from the northwest, making the crossing a hard day's work for the oarsmen. Not today. The Xanthos, sail billowing, cut through the waves, rising and falling with grace and power. Helikaon saw Calcaeus pacing up and down the main deck, one hand holding his straw hat in place. Occasionally the pitch of the ship would cause him to stumble and grab for a deck rail. He was a landsman and completely out of place at sea, which made it all the more strange that he should have designed and built a ship of such beauty. Up at the prow, Zidantus left the makeshift tent where the shipwrecked man had been carried and made his way to the rear deck. "Will he live?" asked Helikaon. "Yes, tough man, he'll survive. But it's not him I'm worried about." Helikaon looked the giant in the eye. "You were always worried about something, Ox. You are never happy unless there is a problem to grind your teeth over." "Probably true," admitted Zidantus. "But there's a storm coming." Helikaon swung to gaze back towards the south. Zidantus's ability to read the weather bordered on the mystical. The southern sky was still clear, and at first, Helikaon thought the Ox might, at last, be wrong. Then he concentrated on the line of the horizon behind them. It was no longer clean and sharp, signalling rough water. He glanced at the Black Horse sail. The wind was still fresh and favourable, but it was beginning to gust. "How long?" he asked. Zidantus shrugged. "We'll see it before we see land, and it'll be upon us before we beach." The stocky figure of Calcaeus came marching towards them, head down. He climbed the 3 steps to the rear deck. "I have been thinking about what you said," he told Helikaon. "I think the fins may be the answer. As you know—" "Fins?" queried Zidantus. The shipwright stared at him coldly. "Interruptions are irritating. They disturb the flow of my thoughts. Kindly wait until I have finished." He leaned forward for extra emphasis, but his hat flopped down over his eyes. Angrily he wrenched it from his head and swung back towards Helikaon. "As I was saying, you know I had deep planking bolted to the hull, fore and aft, to help keep the ship upright when beached." "A sound idea," said Helikaon. "Indeed so. However, it is serving a separate and wholly beneficial purpose while at sea. The jut of the fins is countering the shallow draught. I should have realised it when I was designing them. I might have extended them further. They should also make it easier for the steersman. It is my understanding you have to aim the boat at a point above, or below, depending on the current and the wind, the point at which you wish to beach. My feeling is the boat will sail straighter with less drift. Very pleasing." "Well, let's hope they also add some speed," said Zidantus. "There is a storm coming up behind us. It'd be nice to beach before it hits." "Oh, you can't do that," said Calcaeus. "We can't beach." "Of course you could, but then the storm you speak of would wreck the Xanthos." "It can't wreck us on land." Helikaon cut in. "What Calcaeus is saying, Ox, is that we cannot fully beach the Xanthos. She is too large. We don't have the men to haul her completely out of the sea, and if we did, we couldn't float her again." "Exactly," said the shipwright. "Surely we can get enough of her on the sand," insisted Zidantus. "If the storm is a violent one, the ship would break up," said Helikaon. "Half on solid ground, half being thrashed around on the water. The stresses would crack the hull." "Then what do we do?" asked Zidantus. "You need to ride the storm, or find a sheltered edge of land," Calcaeus told him. "Ride it? Are you mad?" "Apparently I am," answered Calcaeus. "Ask anyone. Even so, I have better things to do than swap insults with an imbecile." With that he strode from the rear deck. The giant took a deep breath and held it for a moment. "There are times when I imagine myself taking my club to that man." He sighed. "We could make for Badlock Bay, drop anchor offshore and use the oars to stop us being driven onto the beach. No, Ox, even with a full crew that would be nigh impossible. said Helikaon. "Fighting a storm for an hour would exhaust them. What if it lasts all night? We'd be hurled onto the beach and wrecked." "I know, but then we'd survive at least. There aren't any other choices." Helikaon shook his head. "There is one. As Calcaeus said, we will ride it." "No, no, no," said Zidantus, leaning in close and dropping his voice. "The Xantos is untried in heavy weather. She is a good ship, right enough, but my back is already aching. This is going to be heavy, Helikaon, like a hammer." He paused. "And the crew won't stand for it. They're already frightened. Running for the beach may break up the ship, but they know they'll live. There's no way even you could convince them to turn into the storm." Helikaon looked at his friend and saw the fear in his large, honest face. Zidantus adored his 6 daughters and had spoken often in the last year of leaving the sea and watching them grow. Helikaon had given him a share in all profits, and Zidantus was now a rich man. There was no longer any need to risk his life on the Great Green. It was a difficult moment. Zidantus was too proud to speak the truth from his heart, but Helikaon could read it in his eyes. The big Hittite was as terrified as the crew would be. Helikaon could not look at Zidantus as he spoke. "I must ride this storm, Ox," he said at last, his voice gentle. "I need to know if the Xantos has a great heart. So I am asking you to stand beside me." He glanced back at the giant. "I'll always be there when you need me, Golden One," said Zidantus, his shoulders sagging. "Then let us rest the crew for a while. Then we'll put them through some gentle maneuvers. By the time the storm is apparent to them, we will be too far from land for them to do anything but follow orders and ride it out." "We have a lot of new men aboard," said Zidantus. "You are taking a huge risk. A clash of oars as we turn, or panic among the oarsmen, and we'll be swamped." "You chose this crew, Ox. You never hire cowards." He gave a broad grin. "It'll be something to tell your grandchildren. We swam with Poseidon on the greatest ship ever built." The forced humour was wasted on Zidantus. "I'll look forward to that," he muttered despondently. Helikaon glanced along the lines of the Xantos, and hoped the madman from Miletos was right. Chapter 6. Poseidon Swims. Xander had begun to doze in the sunshine. A sailor tripped over him and cursed. Xander muttered an embarrassed apology and climbed to his feet. Then he realized someone was calling his name. He spun round and almost fell as the ship pitched. He saw it was Zidantus summoning him and ran to the rear deck. "Take water to the rowers," said the big man. "It'll be damn hot down there. Tell Antiochus to rest the men and allow them on deck in sections of 20.
"Sections of 20,
repeated Xander. "Well, go on then, boy."
"Yes, Zidantus."
He paused.
"Where will I find water?"
"There are full skins on hooks at the center of both the oar decks." Xander moved down to the hatch, opened it, and clambered down the vertical steps. It was gloomy and hot here. With the ship under sail now, he saw that the rowers had lifted their oars, locking the handles into leather loops. Finding the water skins, he unhooked one, then carried it to the first rower on the port side, a broad-shouldered young man with thickly curled black hair.
"Where is Antiochus?"
he asked, as the sailor pulled out the wooden plug and hefted the water sack. He drank deeply.
"That would be me."
"Zidantus says to rest the men and allow them on deck in 20 sections.
"Sections of 20,
corrected Antiochus.
"Yes. You are sure of the orders? We don't normally rest this close to land." "I'm sure."
The man grinned at him.
"You'd be Xander. Your father spoke of you. Said when you were 7 or 8 you took on a pack of wild dogs."
"It was one dog,"
said Xander.
"It was attacking our goats."
Antiochus laughed.
"You are very honest, boy, and I can see your father in you."
He passed the water sack back to Xander. Then he called out,
"We're going to see some sunlight, lads. Every third man aloft, and make sure those oars are sheathed tight."
Men began to ease themselves from the rowing benches and make their way to the hatches. Antiochus remained where he was.
"Take water to the men remaining,"
he told Xander. The boy struggled along the cramped and shifting deck, offering drinks to the sweating crewmen. Most thanked him, some joked with him. Then he came alongside a thin, older man who was pricking blisters on his hand with a curved dagger blade. His palms were sore and bleeding.
"They look painful," said Xander.
The rower ignored him, but took the water sack and drank deeply. Aniacus appeared alongside, carrying a bucket on a rope. Leaning out of the oar-port, he lowered the bucket into the sea, then drew it up.
"Put your hands in this, Attalus," he said. "The salt water will dry out those blisters, and the skin will harden in no time."
The sailor silently bathed his hands, then leaned back. Aniacus dipped thin strips of cloth in the water.
"Now I'll bind them," he said.
"They don't need binding," replied the rower.
"Then you were a tougher man than me, Attalus," said Aniacus amiably. "At the start of every new season my hands bleed, and the oar handle feels as if it's on fire."
"It is unpleasant," agreed the man, his tone softening.
"You can always try the straps. If they don't work for you, then remove them."
The rower nodded and offered his hands. Aniacus wrapped the wet cloth round Attalus's blistered palms, splitting the cloth and knotting it at the wrists.
"This is Xander," he said as he applied the bandages. "His father was my friend. He died in a battle last year. Fine man."
"The dead are always fine men," said Attalus coldly. "My father was a drunken wretch who broke my mother's bones. At his funeral men wept at the loss of his greatness."
"There is truth in that," agreed Aniacus. "However, on the Ithaca, as on the Xanthos, there were only fine men. Ox does not choose wretches. He has a magic eye which sees our hearts. I have to say that sometimes it is infuriating. We are sailing short-handed because of it. Ox turned away at least 20 yesterday."
Aniacus swung to Xander.
"Time for you to return to your duties," he said.
Xander hung the near-empty water sack on its hook and climbed to the upper deck. Helikaon called him over. He lifted a wax-sealed jug, broke the seal, and filled 2 copper cups with a golden liquid. "Take these to our Mycenae passengers," he said. Xander carried the cups carefully down the steps and across the shifting deck. It was not easy retaining balance, and he was pleased that not a drop of the liquid was spilled.
"The Lord Helikaon asked me to bring these to you," he said.
The man with the cold, hard face took them from him without a word of thanks. Xander scurried away without looking him in the eye. He was the most frightening man Xander had ever seen. From the other side of the deck, he watched them salute the Golden One and drink. They were standing close to the deck rail, and Xander found himself hoping the ship would pitch suddenly and throw them both over the side. Then he noticed that the older warrior was looking at him. He felt a stab of fear, wondering if the evil one could read his mind. The Mycenae held out the goblet, and Xander realized he was supposed to retrieve them. Swiftly he crossed the deck, collected the goblets, and took them to Zidantus.
"What should I do now?"
he asked.
"Go and watch the dolphins, Xander," said Ox. "When you are needed, you will be summoned."
Xander returned to where he had left his small bag of possessions. Inside there was a block of cheese and some dried fruit. Hungry now, he sat and ate. The grumpy old shipwright came past at one point and almost trod on him. The boy found the next 2 hours fascinating. Helikaon and Zidantus shouted out orders, and the Xanthos danced upon the waves. The portside rowers would lean into their oars just as the starboard men lifted theirs from the water. The Xanthos would lurch and spin, changing direction, then surge forward once more as both banks of oars bit into the waves. Xander loved every minute of it, especially when the younger Mycenae warrior fell to his knees and threw up. The older one, with the hard face, looked somewhat green, but he held grimly to the deck rail, staring out at sea. At last the manoeuvres were over, and Zidantus called out for the men to rest. The wind was gusting a little now, rippling the Black Horse sail. Xander glanced towards the south. The sky was darker there. Many of the oarsmen had climbed to the upper deck. Most, like him, also stared towards the south. Some of them gathered together, and Xander heard someone say,
"Poseidon swims. We'll be lucky to make land before the storm hits." "It's that cursed Gupto," said someone else.
Xander stared at him. The speaker was a wide-shouldered man with thinning blonde hair and a straggly beard.
"Poseidon took him once, and we thwarted him."
This was a disquieting thought, and it frightened Xander. Everyone knew Poseidon could be an angry god, but it had not occurred to him that an immortal might have wanted this stranger to be swallowed by the sea. The conversation continued. Other men joined in. Xander could feel their fear as they discussed how best to placate the god.
"Need to throw him back," said the man with the straggly beard. "It's the only way. Otherwise we'll all be dead."
There were some grunts of agreement, but most of the men stayed silent. Only one spoke against the plan. It was the curly-haired lead oarsman, Oniacus.
"A little early to be talking about murder, Epius, don't you think?"
"He is marked by Poseidon," replied Epius. "I don't want to kill anyone, but the man is beyond saving. If the god wants him, he will take him. You want us to be dragged down with him?"
Xander saw that the two Mycenae warriors were also listening to the men, but they kept their own counsel. As the wind picked up and the ship began to pitch more violently, Xander moved away from the crew and made his way to the rear deck. The man with the straw hat was there, talking to Zidantes and the Golden One. Xander waited at the foot of the steps, unsure now what to do. He didn't want to see the injured man thrown over the side, but equally, he did not want to incur the wrath of Poseidon. He tried to think of what his father might have done. Would he have thrown the man back into the sea? Xander didn't think so. His father was a hero. The Golden One had said so. Heroes did not murder helpless men. Xander climbed to the stern deck. The Golden One saw him. "Do not fear a little breeze, Xander," he said.
"I am not frightened of the wind, Lord,"
said Xander, and told him what he had heard from the oarsmen. Before the Lord could reply, a group of sailors began to gather below them. Xander turned and saw two seamen half dragging the shipwrecked man through the throng.
"Poseidon is angry,"
shouted the burly Epius.
"We must give back what we stole from him, Golden One."
Helikaon moved past Xander and stared down at the sailors. He raised his hand and there was instant silence, save for the howling of the wind. For a moment Helikaon did not speak, merely stood. "You are a fool, Epius," he said finally. "Poseidon was not angry, but he is angry now." He pointed at the troublemaker. "You have brought his fury down upon us."
"I have done nothing, Lord,"
answered Epius, his voice suddenly fearful.
"Oh, but you have,"
roared Helikaon.
"You think Poseidon is such a weak god that he could not kill a single man who has been in the sea for 2 days? You think he could not have dragged him down in a heartbeat, as he did with others of his crew? No. The great god of the sea did not want him dead. He wanted him alive. He wanted the Xanthos to rescue him. And now you have assaulted him and are threatening to kill him. You may have doomed us all. For now, as all can see, Poseidon swims." Even as he spoke, the sky grew darker. Thunder boomed.
"What can we do, Lord?"
shouted another man. "We cannot run," Helikaon told them. "Poseidon hates cowards. We must turn and face the great god like men, and show that we are worthy of his blessing. Take in the sail, all oarsmen to the lower deck, and await command. Do it now, and swiftly." The men scattered to obey him, leaving Gershom sitting bewildered on the deck. Zidantes leaned in to Xander. "Help him back to the midships. There will be less heave and pitch there. Tie yourselves to the mast. We're in for a wild ride." Xander scrambled down to the deck, which was now pitching and twisting under his feet. He fell, then rose and took Gershom by the arm. Helping him to stand, he led the way forward. It was almost impossible to stay upright, and they stumbled several times before reaching the mast. Xander looped a trailing rope round Gershom, tying it tight. Then he glanced around for something to tie to himself. There was nothing. The storm swept down on them, the wind howling, rain lashing the decks. Xander clung onto the rope round Gershom. The big man reached out with a bandaged hand and drew him close. Above the howling of the wind, Xander heard Zidantes bellowing orders to the oarsmen. The ship swung, then rocked wildly as a huge wave crashed against the hull. Slowly the Xanthos turned into the storm. Another massive wave struck the beam, washing over the main deck. Xander almost lost hold of the rope as his body was gripped by the wave and dragged sideways. Gershom cried out as his injured hand gripped the boy's tunic, holding him in place. A scream came from above. One of the sailors tying the sail had been dislodged. Xander saw him fall. His body smashed into the deck rail on the starboard side, tearing a section loose. Then he was gone. Darkness descended. Afternoon passed into evening and then into night. Xander clung to the rope as the storm lashed the great ship. He held on as tightly as he could, but after a while his fingers were numb and his strength began to fail. Only Gershom's powerful grip kept him from being swept away. The darkness was interspersed with brilliant flashes of lightning, followed by thunderclaps so loud Xander felt they would tear the ship apart. The deck heaved, one moment tilting up, throwing him back, then plunging down, causing him to spin forwards. Cold, wet, and terrified, he prayed for life. Ever more weary, the boy clung on. The Xantos was heading into the storm now, climbing the waves, then sliding into the troughs. Water cascaded over the prow. Suddenly the ship lurched as the tiring portside rowers momentarily lost their rhythm. A roaring wall of water ripped across the Xantos. It struck Xander, lifting him and dashing his body against the mast. Half stunned, he lost hold of the rope and was torn from Gershom's grip. The great ship pitched sharply, and Xander slid across the wet deck. Lightning lit the sky. He saw he was sliding inexorably towards the hole in the ruined deck rail. His hands scrabbled for something to cling onto. As the opening yawned before him, he caught a glimpse of shining bronze. The Mycenae warrior, Argurios, seeing his plight, had let go of the rail and hurled himself across the deck. His hand grabbed Xander's tunic, then the two of them spun towards the gaping hole. At the last moment, Argurios grabbed a trailing rope. Xander felt the deck slip from under him and was now directly over the raging sea. He looked up and saw the Mycenae was also off the deck, hanging on the rope, his face twisted in a grimace of pain. Xander knew that, in all his armor, Argurios could not save them both. At any moment the Mycenae would just let go, and Xander would be doomed. But he did not let go. The Xantos leapt and pitched. Argurios was thrown against the side. Xander's tunic started to rip. Then the wind began to die down, the rain eased, and moonlight broke through the clouds. Two sailors left their positions of safety and braved the tilting deck. Xander saw Aniacus grab Argurios, hauling him back to safety. Then Attalus reached down, gripping Xander's arm and dragging him to the deck. Huddled against the deck rail, Xander began to tremble. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. The Golden One appeared alongside him, patting him on the shoulder. He moved to where Argurios was now standing, kneading his fingers. Xander saw there was blood on Argurios' hand.
"That was bravely done," said Helikaon. "I need no praise from you," replied Argurios, turning away and rejoining his companion.
Zidantus crouched down beside Xander.
"Well, lad, did you enjoy your first storm?"
No.
"You enjoyed surviving it, though."
Oh, yes.
The trembling began to pass.
I thought I was going to die.
"You were lucky, Xander. There was only one life lost."
Was it Epius?
"No. A young Helikaon called Hippolytus. Good lad."
I don't understand. If Poseidon was angry with Epius, why would he kill Hippolytus?
"Life is full of mysteries," Zidantus told him. As the seas continued to calm, a ragged cheer went up from the crew. Helikaon walked among them, and they gathered round him.
"Poseidon has blessed the Xantos," he called out. "We swam with him, and he read the courage in your hearts. Every man among you will receive double payment."
Now the cheers rang out even louder, and a mood of exultation swept the ship. Xander did not feel exultant. Helikaon came to him then. He crouched down alongside the trembling boy. "The world is full of fear, Xander," he said, "but you were a hero today."
I did nothing, Lord.
"I saw you. You first tied Gershom to the mast, not yourself. You put his survival before your own. Your father would be proud of you, as I am. And you saw two other heroes. Gershom clung to you, though his hands were torn and bloody. Argurios risked his life so that you would not die. There is greatness in both these men, and in you." Gershom sat in the bow of the Xantos, knees drawn up, a ragged piece of cloth round his raw shoulders and sore arms. The storm had passed now, and though the moon was shining in a star-filled sky, he still trembled occasionally. Sudden shivers would rack his frame. Squinting through swollen lids, his eyes were fixed on the approaching land, willing it to come closer more quickly. Never had he been so anxious to feel steady ground under his feet. Close by, Zidantas was leaning over the side, staring intently down at the clear, dark water below the prow. Beside him, a crewman, garbed only in a black loincloth, was plunging a long, notched pole into the sea and calling out the depth. And the Xantos inched forward. "How long will we be ashore?" Gershom asked, hoping Zidantas would say several days. "Just overnight," replied Zidantas shortly. Without looking to the rear of the ship, he signalled twice with his right arm to the helmsman, and Gershom felt the great ship adjust fractionally in her course. He had been told there were dangerous shoals in these waters, and he stayed silent, unwilling to break the concentration of the experienced seaman. He could see most oars were held high. Only 6 dipped regularly in and out of the water as the Xantos crept towards the safety of the shore. To starboard was a tall island, its top shrouded in lush vegetation, its cliffs white with seabirds and their droppings. As the ship drew abreast of the isle, Gershom could see it screened the entrance to a great bay. The sight of it made him catch his breath, and next to him he heard the boy Xander gasp. The bay was large and almost circular. Around it, grey and white cliffs towered high and jagged. At the center of the cliffs, directly ahead of them, 2 tall peaks of bluish rock stood sentinel, shining in the moonlight. At their base, a glittering silver waterfall ran down through a riot of greenery, then appeared as a small river. Gershom could make out a cluster of buildings rising steeply in a jumble of white walls and red roofs, and at the top, a fortress looked out over the sea. The river mouth divided the wide strip of white beach neatly in half. Other ships were already drawn up on the strand, and campfires were burning on the beach. The boy glanced at him, mouth open.
"It's beautiful,"
he said, his eyes alight with wonder. Gershom smiled at him and felt his spirits lift. This child had travelled on the Great Green for only 1 day, had survived a violent storm, had looked certain death in the eye. Yet here he was, undeterred, looking forward to his next adventure, eyes wide with anticipation.
"Where are we? What is this place called?"
asked Xander. Zidantas took his eyes off the water at last and stood up straight, his hands easing the small of his back. "We're clear now," he said to the crewman, who nodded, then returned back down the ship, pole in hand. Zidantas swung to the boy. "The locals call it the Bay of Blue Owls," he said. "Others call it Bad Luck Bay."
"Why do you come here if it's bad luck?" Gershom asked, thinking, "I've seen enough bad luck without seeking it out."
Zidantas smiled without humor. "It's never been bad luck for us, Gupto. Just for other ships." Gershom could see the shore quite clearly now. Most of the ships were beached together to the right side of the river, but 3 black ships lay to the left, far from the others. He saw Zidantas's expression grow darker as he gazed at the black galleys.
"You know them?"
he asked. "Yes, I know them."
"Rival traders?"
Leaning in close so that the boy could not hear, Zidantas whispered,
"They trade in blood, Gupto. They're pirates."
Xander had climbed to the topmost point of the high, curved prow.
"Look at all those people!"
he shouted, pointing to the beach. There was a crowd around a score of stools set up on the sand. Small fires had been lit, and more were sparking to life even as he watched. Gershom almost believed he could smell roasting meats. His shrunken stomach gripped him painfully for a moment. "Yes," said Zidantas. "It's a busy little place. This kingdom grows rich on the tolls the fat king levies, but he keeps the bay safe for all ships, and mostly for sailors from every land, good and bad. You'll meet all sorts here. They come to do a little trading, a little whoring." He dropped a wink at Xander, who blushed. "But mostly they come for safe anchorage for the night. The storm will have washed all sorts of flotsam into Bad Luck Bay tonight." At a call from Helikaon, the bald-headed giant hurried back along the deck to the helm. Seconds later, the ship started to turn sharply until her nose was pointed once more towards the open sea.
"What's happening? Why aren't we beaching?"
Xander asked anxiously, returning to stand beside Gershom. Gershom could not answer him.
"Reverse oars!"
came the booming command from Zidantas. The Xantos, uncertainly at first, began to back towards the beach. Zidantas and 2 crewmen lifted the steering oar clear of the water, sliding it back along a groove fashioned in the rear deck rail. 30 oars dipped into the wine-dark water. The men began to chant lustily, and the stern of the Xantos surged towards a wide stretch of sand. Close by was a single galley, with huge crimson eyes painted on the bow. Men were stretched out on the sand around it, but many of them stood as the Xantos approached. The water was almost still near the shore, and the pointed stern of the ship clove the gentle swell like an axe. Gershom grabbed onto the side. The 30 oars dipped in and out of the water relentlessly, the pace and volume of the men's chanting increasing, the white line of beach hurtling towards them. Gershom held on tight and closed his eyes.
"Hold!"
There was a moment of silence as the chanting stopped, the oars poised in the air. Then the stern of the Xantos slid onto the beach, hurling sand and pebbles up on either side with a gritty roar as its timbers scraped over the stony waterline. It ground to a halt. There was a moment's pause. The ship shifted a little to one side, then settled. A great cheer arose, both from the crew and from the men on the beach. Xander and Gershom had both been thrown to the deck, but Xander jumped straight up again and joined in the cheering. He turned to Gershom, his eyes alight.
"Wasn't that exciting?"
Gershom decided to stay where he was for a bit. Much as he wanted firm ground under his feet, he feared his legs would not carry him there just yet.
Yes,
he said breathlessly.
exciting is the very word.
There was a bustle of movement on board as men hurried to disembark, laughing and joking with one another as the fears of the day drifted away like ocean spray. The oarsmen were shipping their blades, quickly drying them and stowing them before snatching up their belongings from under the rowers' benches. Helikaon was the first over the side, and Gershom could see him inspecting the planking on the hull. The hold doors were raised in the center of the deck, and Zidantas and the grumpy shipwright Calcaeus both quickly disappeared into the bowels of the ship, no doubt checking for damage. The crewmen were streaming off the Xantos, shinning down ropes onto dry land.
"Come on, Gershom!"
Xander had collected his own small leather bag. The boy was dancing impatiently from foot to foot.
"We've got to go ashore!"
Gershom knew he was in agony lest he missed something.
You go. I'll be a moment.
Xander stood in line behind several sailors waiting to disembark. When his turn came, he climbed over the deck rail, took hold of the rope, and, hand over hand, lowered himself to the beach. He ran off without a backward glance to where the men of the Xantos were already building a fire. The great ship was quiet, and Gershom was alone on the deck. He closed his eyes and relished the moment of peace. A shout disturbed him, and he opened his eyes with a jolt.
"Oh, Helikaon! You can always tell a man of Troy because he presents his arse to you first. Never seen it done with a ship, though."
A ruddy-faced man in a saffron-coloured tunic was striding down the beach to the Xantos. He was not tall, but wide and muscular, and his curly beard and long hair were tawny and unkempt. His tunic was dirty, and his leather sandals old and worn, yet he wore an elaborately crafted belt decorated with gold and gems, from which hung a curved dagger. Helikaon's face lit up at the sight of him.
"You ugly old pirate,"
he called out in greeting, and, patting the hull of the Xantos with evident satisfaction, Helikaon waded to the shore and threw his arms round the newcomer.
"You're lucky I'm here," said the man. "You'll need all my crew as well as your own to get this fat cow off the beach come daybreak."
Helikaon laughed, then turned to gaze with pride at the great ship.
"She rode the storm, my friend, fearless and defiant. She is everything I dreamt of. I remember, to sail beyond Scylla and Charybdis, across uncharted oceans all the way to the end of the world. I'm proud of you."
Helikaon fell silent for a moment. "None of it would have come to pass without you, Odysseus." Chapter 7. The Lost Hero. Odysseus looked at the young man and was amazed to find he was at a loss for words. His sudden embarrassment was covered by the arrival of several members of his crew, who rushed forward and gathered around Helikaon. They clapped him on the back or embraced him, then drew him back to where the other men waited to greet him. Odysseus gazed back at the great ship, and remembered the little raven-haired child who had once told him,
"I will build the biggest ship, and I will kill sea monsters and sail to the end of the world where all the gods live."
"They are said to live on Mount Olympus."
"Do any of them live at the end of the world?"
"A terrible woman with eyes of fire. One glance at her face and men burn like candles." The child had looked concerned. Then his expression hardened.
"I won't look at her face," he said.
Time flew faster than the wings of Pegasus, thought Odysseus. He suddenly felt old. At year's end, he would be 45. He drew in a deep breath, his mood becoming melancholy. Then he saw a young lad running from the Xanthos. He was looking around, awestruck at the fires and the stalls and the throngs of people. "Where do you think you're going, little man?" asked Odysseus sternly. The tawny-haired youngster looked at him.
"Is this your beach, sir?"
he asked. "It might be. Do you not know who I am?"
"I do not, sir. I have never sailed before."
Odysseus kept his expression fierce. "That is no excuse, boy. Was I not described to you in tales of wonder? Were the legends of my life not told round your cook-fires?"
"I don't know," answered the boy honestly. "You haven't told me your name."
"I am the King of Ithaca, the warrior king of Ithaca, the greatest sailor in all the world. Does that offer a clue?"
"Is this Ithaca?"
asked the lad. Odysseus shook his head. "No, this is not Ithaca. I can see your education has been sadly lacking. Go on now. Enjoy the delights of Blue Owl Bay." The boy swung away, but then turned back.
"I am Xander," he said. "I am a sailor too."
"And a good one, I can tell. I am Odysseus." Xander stood very still, staring at him.
"Truly?"
"Indeed."
"I have heard of you. Grandfather says you are the greatest liar in all the world, and you tell the best stories. He told me the one about how your ship was lifted by a great storm and left on a mountainside, and how you cut the sail in half and tied it to the oars and flapped them like wings so the ship flew back to the sea."
"For a while, though, we were lost in the clouds," said Odysseus, "and I had to be lowered on a rope to guide us back to the water." The boy laughed.
"I am sailing with the Lord Helikaon," he said. "We went through a great storm, and I nearly fell over the side."
"I sailed with Helikaon once," Odysseus told him. "He was about your age. I used my magic to teach him how to fly."
"He can fly?"
"Like an eagle. Perhaps I'll tell you about it later. But for now I need to piss, and I hate to be watched. So, be away with you." The boy ran off. Odysseus, his good humour returned, strolled along the beach. He sat down on a jutting rock and looked back to where Helikaon was surrounded by crewmen from the Penelope. They were, he guessed, talking about old times. Old times. It was 20 years since Odysseus had first laid eyes on Helikaon. 20 years. Sometimes it seemed merely a few trading seasons had passed. Odysseus had been young and at the height of his strength, and he remembered vividly the first time he had trodden the steep path to the hilltop fortress of Dardanos. The rocky fastness had become the capital of Dardania under Anchises the king, Helikaon's father. He was said to be wealthy with ill-gotten gains, and more importantly to Odysseus the trader, had a beautiful young wife. Thus he climbed the steep rock-strewn hill accompanied by 3 crewmen and 2 donkeys laden with rare perfumes, jewels and gold, rich textiles and trinkets, such as might appeal to a woman of taste. At the fortress gates he had joked with the royal guard while weighing up the defences. The gates were thick, but far too broad, a foolish vanity on the part of the king, no doubt. But the walls were high and well made, blocks of limestone fitted cunningly together without mortar. The guards at the gate looked well fed and alert. They eyed him curiously, which was only to be expected. He had already made a name for himself, even in this distant northern domain. Suddenly, an excited young voice behind him cried,
Sir, is that your ship?"
He swung round and saw a boy of 7 or 8 with night-dark hair and brilliant blue eyes. The boy was pointing down to the beach where the Penelope had been drawn up, looming large over the fishing boats around her.
"What if it is, you ugly little dwarf?" he growled.
The boy was taken aback, but he stood his ground.
"I'm not a dwarf, sir. I'm a boy. I am Aeneas, the son of Anchises, the king."
Odysseus glared at him.
"Expect me to believe that? You don't look like any boy I've ever seen. All the boys I've met have had 4 arms. Don't try to fool me, lad. You'll regret it."
He placed his hand on his dagger and stepped forward menacingly. The boy was uncertain still, until he saw the wide grins on the faces of the palace guards and laughed.
"My father told me Odysseus of Ithaca would be our honoured guest, and that he is a fine teller of tall stories. Will you tell me about the boys with 4 arms, sir? How many heads did they have?"
Odysseus gave him a grudging smile. "We'll see, lad," he said. "We'll see." At that moment, a harassed-looking middle-aged woman appeared behind the lad.
"Aeneas, where have you been? I thought I'd never find you. I've been all the way down to the beach looking for you. Come here. Your mother wants you. You're a bad boy," she added as an afterthought.
She grabbed his arm and pulled him up the path towards the royal apartments. Aeneas grinned over his shoulder at Odysseus, then suffered himself to be dragged up the stone steps to a side balcony where a slender, beautiful, dark-haired woman in blue robes waited. She knelt down to embrace the boy, who, glancing at Odysseus again, rolled his eyes. Odysseus met the king in Anchises' Megaron, the great stone hall where he received guests and ordered his daily business. The man was pale-skinned and grey-haired, his ice-blue eyes resting coolly on the trader as if he were no more than a palace servant. Odysseus was well used to jumped-up brigands like this. He liked to think he was flexible in his dealings, and he had an arsenal of weapons to call on, ranging from outrageous flattery through charm to scarce-concealed threats. This king, though, was cool and remote, and the trader found him hard to read. They discussed the state of trade on the local coasts, sipping well-watered wine, and Odysseus told a couple of stories to make Anchises laugh. But his best stories, even the one about the Virgin and the Scorpion, scarcely creased the king's stern features, and his eyes remained cold. Odysseus was almost relieved when Aeneas, barefoot and dressed in a linen tunic, came running into the Megaron and skidded to a halt in front of the king.
"Have I missed anything, father? Am I too late?"
"Missed what? What are you talking about, Aeneas?" asked Anchises impatiently, his icy eyes turning to the dark-haired woman who followed the boy into the chamber.
"The stories, father, of wild beasts and 2-headed boys and adventures on the high sea,"
he said, his face creased into a frown of anxiety.
"I had to do my lessons,"
he explained to Odysseus, who watched him with amusement. "I'm tired, lad, and I've run out of stories for the day."
"Come, Helikaon, don't trouble your father and his guest,"
said his mother, and she took him gently by the arm. She was a woman of fragile beauty with delicate pale skin, and, Odysseus thought, eyes which seemed to gaze on a different horizon. It was a look he had seen before, and he regarded the young queen with renewed interest.
"I have told you before," said the king harshly, "to call him by the name I gave him, Aeneas. It is a proud name."
The queen looked frightened and began to stammer an apology. Odysseus saw the boy's expression change. Then he pulled away from his mother and said,
"I'm going to build the biggest ship in the world when I'm older. I am to be a great hero. The gods told mother."
A pretty frown creased the woman's brow. She knelt before her son and embraced him again as Odysseus had seen her do on the balcony. She looked into the boy's eyes as if searching for something there. Odysseus was impressed with the lad. He was very young, and yet he had sensed his mother's distress and had spoken to distract his father's anger. "I know the hearts of men and heroes, boy," he said, "and I think your mother is right."
"Go now,"
said the king, and flicked his fingers at mother and child as if dismissing servants. In the 3 days that Penelope spent in Dardania, the child had followed Odysseus around like an exuberant shadow. Odysseus tolerated his company. The boy was sharp, intelligent, curious about the world around him, friendly to all comers, yet reserving an independence of thought the trader found unusual. He was fascinated by ships, and he extracted a promise from Odysseus to return to Dardania one day and take him on a voyage on the Penelope. The trader had no intention of keeping his word, but it satisfied the boy, who stood on the beach on the last day, waving the trading ship goodbye until it disappeared over the horizon. That same summer, Anchises' wife died in a mysterious fall from a cliff. Sailors gossiped about the tragedy. One story had Anchises, known to be a cold-hearted king, hurling his wife to her death. Others said she killed herself after years of suffering at Anchises' hands. A few told more elaborate tales, saying that the queen had been possessed by Aphrodite. Odysseus dismissed that one out of hand. The idea of the goddess of love falling for a dry, dull brigand like Anchises was laughable. No, he had seen the queen's eyes. She had been swallowing opiates. Many high-born women belonged to mysterious sects, taking part in secret revels. When young, around 12, Odysseus had risked execution in order to spy on one such gathering in Ithaca. The women there had behaved with glorious abandon, dancing and singing, and flinging their clothes to the ground. At one point, a small goat had been brought into the clearing. The women had fallen upon it with knives, hacking it to pieces, then smearing themselves with its blood. Odysseus had been shocked and terrified, and had crept away. Anchises' wife was said to be a priestess of Dionysus, and in that role would have experienced no difficulty in acquiring narcotics. They had undoubtedly unhinged her. Odysseus stopped in Dardania several times over the following 7 years, but they were overnight rests only. He saw nothing of the king or the boy, and had no interest in them, until one day on the Isle of Lesbos he got into conversation with a Cretan trader who had recently sailed to the Dardanian coast. He told Odysseus the king had married again. "A dull and unpleasant man," Odysseus said musingly. "Yet I suppose even a cold fish like him must have a wife."
"Yes," said the Cretan, "and the new queen has given birth to a son and heir."
"A son?" Odysseus remembered the small black-haired boy on the beach waving as if his arm would fall off. "He has a son, Aeneas. I had not heard he was dead."
"As good as," replied the Cretan. "Almost a man, and yet frightened of everything, they say. He stays in his room all day. The king has no time for him, as I wouldn't," he concluded. Odysseus had no reason to return to Dardania, but questions about the boy had lodged in his mind from that moment. He could not shake them free, and found himself, a month later, walking the steep path again to seek audience with Anchises. This time his reception at the gates was hostile, and he was left kicking his heels for several hours outside the king's megaron. He was fighting mad by the time Anchises deigned to receive him. Quelling his anger with difficulty, he accepted the wine cup the king offered, and inquired after Aeneas. The king's stern face darkened. His eyes turned away. "You are here to sell me something, no doubt, and I am in need of a supply of tin."
After lengthy dickering, they reached agreement. Odysseus returned to the Penelope with the intention of leaving at dawn, but was surprised to get a late-night request from the king to see him again. The megaron was icy, almost in darkness, lit by the light of a single fire, and Anchises virtually invisible in the shadows of his great carved chair. He gestured Odysseus to a seat and offered him a wine cup. The wine was warmed, but the trader shivered and pulled his woolen robe closer around him.
"His mother killed herself," Anchises said suddenly. "The boy has not been the same since. A stupid woman told him she was the goddess Aphrodite, and that she was going to fly back to Olympos. Then she leapt from the cliff. He saw her and tried to follow, but I grabbed him. He refused to believe she was insane, so I took him to the body, and he saw the ruins of her beauty, broken bones jutting from her flesh. He has been useless to me since. He is frightened of everything. He speaks to nobody and goes nowhere. He will not ride a horse, nor dive or swim in the bay. So I have a proposition for you."
Odysseus raised his eyebrows in question.
"He is 15 now. Take him with you," said the king.
"I am in no need of crew, especially cowards."
Anchises' eyes narrowed, but he swallowed his anger. "I will see you are well recompensed."
"You will pay for his keep and for the extreme inconvenience of having such a milksop aboard my ship."
"Yes, yes," Anchises said impatiently. "I will make it worth your while."
The Great Green is a dangerous place, King. Your son might not survive the experience.
Anchises leaned towards him, and Odysseus saw his eyes glitter in the firelight. That thought is in my mind. I have another son now, Diomedes. He is everything Aeneas will never be. He is fearless and bright and born to be king. Now, should a tragedy occur while you are at sea, I will reward you richly, in order that you might organize a suitable funeral. Do we understand one another?" From a table at his side, he took a cloth bundle and thrust it at Odysseus. The trader opened it, and found a wondrous belt made of fine leather and gold rings, encrusted with amber and carnelian, and a curved dagger inlaid with ivory. He examined them critically.
"This is a good piece," he said grudgingly, drawing the dagger.
"And we have an understanding?"
the king pressed. "You want me to take your son and, make a man of him," said Odysseus, enjoying the spasm of irritation that creased the king's features. "In order to succeed, he must, of course, risk many perils. Danger is the seed from which courage grows."
"Exactly. Many perils," the king agreed.
"I shall speak to the boy tomorrow."
Odysseus had returned to the Penelope with his booty, and had thought long about the king's request. The man wanted his own son murdered, and Odysseus loathed him for it. Towards midnight, he stripped off his tunic and jumped from the deck of the Penelope into the dark sea below. He swam across the moonlit bay, the cool water helping clear his mind. The vile king had dragged a sensitive child down to see the shattered corpse of his mother. Was it any wonder his heart was scarred? Odysseus swam to a point below a high ledge on the cliff path. The water was deep here, and there were few rocks. The swim was enjoyable, but he was no nearer a decision when he returned to the Penelope. Dressed in an old threadbare tunic, he met Aeneas in the early morning, in the flower garden at the side of the palace overlooking the sea. When Odysseus last walked in the garden, it had been a riot of greenery, grown with much care and attention despite the ever-present winds and the salt air. Since then, all effort to keep it flourishing had ceased, and the garden was the same as the rest of Anchises' palace grounds, rock-strewn and barren. Aeneas had grown a lot during those years, but he was now, at 15, still below average height, blue-eyed and slender. He wore a knee-length white tunic, and his long dark hair was bound back with a strip of leather. Odysseus noticed he kept far from the cliff edge, and didn't so much as glance at the Penelope in the bay far below.
"So, lad, we have much to catch up on," the trader began. "Have you fulfilled your ambition yet?"
"What ambition is that, sir?"
The youth turned ice-blue eyes on him, and Odysseus felt his blood run cold. Under the bland, reflective surface of those eyes, he sought for a spark of the bright child Aeneas had been.
"Why, to build the biggest ship in the world. Don't you remember?"
"I was just a boy then. Children have strange ideas."
Aeneas turned away. Odysseus's anger, never far below the surface, rose again at the coldness in the young man's voice.
"They tell me you're frightened," he said conversationally. "Frightened of heights. Well, that's not unreasonable. Your mother threw herself off a cliff. You saw it. So you're frightened of heights. I understand that."
If he'd hoped for a response from the youth, he was disappointed.
"But," he added, "I hear you're picky about your food like a little maiden. Frightened you'll swallow a fishbone and choke. Frightened you'll eat bad shellfish and die. You won't ride your horses any more. Frightened, I suppose, that you'll fall off. You scarcely leave your room, I'm told."
He leaned in to Aeneas.
"What sort of life are you living, boy? What do you do in your room all day? Embroidery, like a girl? Is that it? Are you a girl in disguise? Do you dream of the day some ugly man decides to stick his cock up your arse?"
And then he saw it, for a fraction of a heartbeat, a glint in the eyes, the beginnings of anger. It was instantly snuffed out.
"Why do you insult me?"
asked Aeneas. "To make you angry. Why do you stifle it?"
"It serves no purpose. When we lose control, we—"
He hesitated.
"We make mistakes,"
he concluded lamely.
"We throw ourselves from cliffs, Is that what you mean?
The boy reddened. Yes, he said at last, though I ask you not to mention it again. It is painful to me still.
Odysseus sighed. Sometimes pain is necessary, lad. The gods gave me a great gift, you know, for reading the hearts of men. I only have to take one glance to know whether he is a hero or a coward.
And you think me a coward? Said the youngster, anger once more seeking to take hold. My father tells me daily. I am a milksop, a useless creature. I have no need to hear it from a foreign sailor. Now are we done?
You are none of those things. Listen to me. 5 years ago we hit rocks on the Penelope. Her hull was breached and she was shipping water. She rolled on the Great Green like a hog in a swamp. Her speed was gone and she almost sank. We kept her afloat and made it to port. Then she was repaired. I didn't judge her as a bad ship. She was damaged in a storm. I judge her by how she sails when her hull is sound. You are like that ship. Your heart was breached when your mother died. And from the heart comes courage.
The boy said nothing, but Odysseus saw that he was listening intently. Odysseus moved away from the cliff edge and sat down on a grassy bank.
There is no courage without fear, Aeneas. A man who rushes into battle fearlessly is not a hero. He is merely a strong man with a big sword. An act of courage requires the overcoming of fear.
Raising his hand, palm outwards, he instructed the boy to do likewise. Then he reached out and pressed his palm to the boy's.
Push against my hand, he said.
Aeneas did so. Odysseus resisted the push.
Now this is how courage and fear work, lad. Both will always be pushing. They are never still.
Dropping his hand, he looked out over the sea.
And a man cannot choose to stop pushing. For if he backs away, the fear will come after him and push him back another step and then another. Men who give in to fear are like kings who trust in castles to keep out enemies rather than attacking them on open ground and scattering them. So the enemies camp round the castle, and now the king cannot get out. Slowly his food runs out and he discovers the castle is not a very safe place to be. You built a castle in your mind, but fear seeped through gaps in the walls, and now there is nowhere to hide. Deep down you know this, for the hero I see in you keeps telling you.
Perhaps there is no hero inside me. What if I am as my father tells me?
Oh, there is a hero, boy. You still hear his voice. Every time your father asks you to ride a horse or do some daring thing, the hero in you longs to obey him, yearns for a smile from him or a word of praise. Is that not so?
The boy's head dropped forward. Yes, he admitted.
Good. That is a beginning. Now all you need to do is seek out that hero boy and embrace him. I can help you, for I know his name.
His name?
The hero inside you. You want to know his name so that you can call for him?
Yes, answered Aeneas, and Odysseus saw the desperation in his eyes.
His name is Helikaon.
The boy's face crumpled, and Odysseus saw tears begin to fall. No one calls me that any more, he said. Then he angrily brushed the tears away. Look at me! I cry like a child.
Damn boy, everyone cries at some time. I wept for weeks when my son died, blubbed until I had no strength left. But we are losing the breeze here. You need to find Helikaon.
And how do I do that?
Why, you sally out from the castle and scatter your fears. He will be there waiting for you.
Speak plainly, for there are no castles.
Odysseus felt sympathy for the youngster, but he realized that the damage caused to him by years of abuse from his father could not be undone with a few fanciful notions. In truth, he thought, it will take years, and Odysseus did not have years to spend on a boy with a crippled heart. Equally, he could not take him on the Penelope and kill him, no matter what riches Anchises dangled before him. So he had decided on one last gambit. If I asked you to dive from this cliff to the sea, 100 feet or more below, you wouldn't do it, would you?
No, replied Aeneas, his eyes wide with fear, even at the thought.
Of course not. It is a long way down, and there may be hidden rocks there that would dash a man to pieces. Yet, that is where Helikaon waits for you, lad. So I am going to give you a reason to make that dive.
Nothing will make me do that, said Aeneas.
Perhaps not, but I'm going to jump down from this cliff into the sea. I cannot swim, so if you do not come for me, I will drown."
"You cannot do this,"
said Aeneas, surging to his feet as Odysseus rose. "Of course I can. Helikaon and I will be waiting, boy." Then, without another word, he ran to the cliff edge. Even now, so many years later, Odysseus felt a shiver run through him at the memory. He had looked up at this ledge the night before. It had not appeared so high, but as he had reached it and looked down, it seemed to him that the sea was an awesome distance below him. The Penelope suddenly appeared to be a toy ship, crewed by ant figures. Though he would never admit it to anyone else, Odysseus was suddenly terrified.
"Please don't do it,"
shouted the boy. "Have to, lad," answered Odysseus. "When a man says a thing, he needs to find the nerve to follow it through." Taking a deep breath, he flung himself out into the clear air. Cartwheeling his arms to stay upright, he plunged down, the drop seeming to take forever. Then he hit the sea with all the grace of a pig on a pond. Rising agonizingly to the surface, his body awash with pain, his lungs on fire, Odysseus pretended to flounder, splashing his arms at the water. Glancing up, he saw the youngster standing high above him. He felt foolish now. There was no way a frightened boy could make that leap, and Odysseus felt he had only made matters worse for the lad. However, he had told him he could not swim, and now felt obliged to continue the charade for a little while. Letting out his breath, Odysseus sank below the surface, holding out for as long as he could. Then he came up, took several breaths, still splashing like a drowning man, and sank again. As he surfaced, he looked up one last time, and saw the sleek form of Aeneas high in the air above him, arms stretched out, his body framed against the brilliant blue of the sky. The dive was beautiful to behold, and Odysseus almost forgot his pretense. As Aeneas surfaced and swam towards him, Odysseus went down again. This time a strong young arm grasped his wrist, hauling him up.
"Take a deep breath,"
ordered the youngster, then dragged him back towards the Penelope. Ropes were thrown down, and the two climbed on board. Standing dripping on the deck, puffing and blowing, Odysseus looked round at his amused crew. "This is Helikaon, lads," he cried, gesturing at the youth. "He is a prince of Dardania. He saved my life." The first mate, Bias, a heavily scarred, dark-skinned man with grizzled hair, clapped Helikaon on the back.
"I saw the dive. It was incredible. Well done, lad."
Odysseus walked over to Helikaon, throwing a brawny arm round his shoulder. Then he leaned in. "How did it feel to make that dive?"
"I feel—"
Helikaon struggled for words.
"I don't know how I feel."
"Exultant?" offered Odysseus.
"Yes, that is it. Exactly."
"You scattered your enemies, Helikaon. I cannot tell you how proud I am of you. You found the path to the hero. You will never lose it again." Swinging towards the crew, he called out, "Oarsmen to your places, and ready to sail. The Great Green awaits."
"I don't understand,"
said Helikaon. "Ah, lad, did I not tell you? Your father thought a sea voyage would be good for you. So now you are a member of my crew. I think you will enjoy it." Alone now on the beach, Odysseus smiled at the memory. He saw Helikaon rise to his feet and look around. Odysseus waved, and the Golden One walked over to him. "Planning your next outrageous adventure?" Helikaon asked. Odysseus grinned. "I was remembering the day I watched a young prince fly like an eagle over the sea." Chapter 8. Blue Owl Bay. Xander felt like one of the heroes of legend, the men grandfather spoke of round the night fire before he and his sisters fell asleep. He had crossed the world to a foreign land, a place of enchantment and mystery, where there were different stars shining, and he had met the legendary Odysseus. It was like a wonderful dream. All along the Bay of the Blue Owls, Xander could see handcarts full of dried driftwood being hauled onto the beach. There was the smell of roasting meats, and the music of lyres and pipes could be heard round many of the fires. He saw the black-bearded Gupto, Gershom, move away from the Xanthos men and sit down with his back to a rock. He had an old piece of cloth round his shoulders, and he was shivering. Xander ran to him.
"Can I fetch you something?"
Gershom smiled.
More water would be good. My throat feels as if I have swallowed a desert.
Xander moved off and returned with a water skin. Gershom drank sparingly. Then he lay back on the sand and fell asleep. Xander sat alongside him for a while as the night wore on. He stared up at the bright stars. He couldn't actually tell if they were different or not, but guessed they must be. When Gershom started to snore, Xander rose from the sand and began to explore. Along the shoreline there were scores of stalls and carts full of merchandise, jewelry, clothing, pots, jugs, protective amulets and weapons. Elsewhere there were traders who would set out items on blankets in the sand. There were soothsayers and seers, astrologers and mystics, reading fortunes and making predictions. Everywhere Xander looked was something exciting to see. He moved through the throng, wide-eyed and full of wonder. He gazed for a while at a display of dazzling jewelry, earrings, bracelets, and copper rings inset with coloured stones. On the next stall were pots and cups, but these were of poor quality, not nearly as good as those Mother made. He pointed this out to the stall-holder, an angry little man who swore at him. Xander danced away as the man threatened to cuff him. He was not frightened. Xander was a hero who had braved a storm and felt no fear of a pottery man. He paused at a clothing stall. It was a jumble of sandals, cloaks, and thigh-length chiton tunics of hard-wearing linen. Hanging lanterns illuminated the wares. Xander reached out and lifted a small sandal.
5 copper rings they should go for,
said a round-faced woman with missing front teeth.
Yet I'm feeling generosity tonight for those who passed through the storm, so I thought 4 rings. However, I see how you look at them, little sailor, and it warms my heart. So for you, I shall make 'em virtually a gift. A mere 3 copper rings.
"I don't have any copper rings," he said.
No rings?
She repeated, then leaned towards him.
But you are a pretty boy, and I know a man who would buy you those sandals if you were nice to him. Would you like to meet him?
A giant figure moved alongside Xander. No, he would not, said Zidantus. He took the sandal from Xander's hand and examined it. It would bind to his foot in the first rain. He might as well wear sandals made of clay. The woman swore at Zidantus, who laughed. Come away, Xander. If you need sandals, there is a stall on the far side with items of quality. But first, let us eat. At a food stall, they were each given a bowl of stew and a piece of flat-baked bread. Then Zidantus walked away to a rocky section of the beach, away from the revellers, and sat down. They ate in silence. Xander had not realized how hungry he was. Finishing the stew and the bread, he rushed back to another stall, received 2 honey-baked pies, and took one to Zidantus. The giant grinned. I like them well enough, but they make my teeth ache. You eat them both. Xander needed no further urging, and devoured them, finally licking the honey from his fingers.
"This is a wonderful place," he said.
Zidantus brushed crumbs from his forked beard. Yes, it is a good bay, and the fat king feeds sailors well. Xander glanced around and saw a Helikaon some distance away, chatting and laughing with sailors from another ship.
"The Golden One has many friends,"
said Xander. Odysseus is a good friend to have, replied Zidantus. Xander saw soldiers in strange conical helmets and leather breastplates moving through the throng. They were carrying stout clubs.
"Is there going to be a fight?"
he asked. There are usually 1 or 2 before the night wears out, Zidantus told him. Unavoidable when you have strong drink, loose women, and several hundred sailors. The soldiers will stop 'em soon enough. They'll crack a few skulls.
"Will people be killed?"
Zidantus shrugged. I've known some who died here. Skulls of clay. Mostly they'll just be head pain and misery. Xander looked back at the group around Helikaon.
"Why is Odysseus a good friend to have?"
he asked. Zidantus laughed. Your mind flits like a butterfly, boy. You should get some sleep. It'll be a long day tomorrow.
"I'm not tired, Zidantus. Truly I'm not. And I don't want to miss anything."
Close by he saw a seer examining a sailor's hand and heard him making predictions about the man's future wealth.
"How does he know all that?"
he whispered. He doesn't.
Then why are people giving him copper rings?
Zidantus laughed. Because they are idiots. Because they are gullible. Because they are sailors.
You're a sailor,
Xander pointed out. Yes, but I'm an old sailor, and they could build palaces with the number of rings I've given to those who promised to read my future.
Can I ask another question?
You are like a ship with a cargo of questions. I have a daughter like you, little Thea, always wants to know answers. Where do the clouds come from? How does the rain get up into them? I come to sea to get away from that lad.
Is that why you came to sea? Truly?
Zidantus laughed. No, I was jesting. I miss my girls, especially Thea. Always cries when I put to sea. She'll be waiting on the beach with her mother when we sail back. She'll skip and wave and run into the surf. He chuckled. All the ages of children are wonderful to behold. But 5 is the best, I think. Now, what was your question?
The sea is blue,
said Xander.
So why is it called the Great Green?
Now that is a question every sailor asks when he first puts to sea. I asked it many times myself and was given many answers. When Poseidon became god of the sea, he changed its colour because he preferred blue. Others say that out where the sea is deep and no ships sail, it shines like an emerald. A Gupto merchant once told me that the Great Green referred originally to a massive river in their lands, the Nile. It floods every year, ripping away vegetation. This is what turns it green. He said that when men first sailed upon it, they called it the Great Green, and the name came to mean all the water of the earth. The answer is that I don't know. I like the sound of it, though. There is a majesty to it, don't you think?
Yes,
agreed Xander.
It is a wonderful name.
Zidantus's smile faded, and Xander saw him looking at a group of 6 men some distance away. They were standing together and staring towards where Helikaon sat with Odysseus and his crew. The newcomers were clustered around a tall, broad-shouldered warrior. He looked a little like Argurios, with a jutting chin beard and no moustache. But this man's beard and hair seemed almost white in the moonlight. As Xander watched, he saw the white-haired young warrior shake his head, then move away with his men. Beside the boy, Zidantus relaxed.
Who were they?
asked Xander. Mycenae traders. Well, that's what they call themselves. They are raiders, lad. Pirates. The curly-haired oarsman, Oniacus, moved across to where they sat. He smiled at Xander and ruffled his hair, then squatted down alongside Zidantus.
Kalanos is here, he said.
I know, we saw him.
Should I send some men back on board to fetch weapons?
No. I doubt Kalanos will want trouble in the Fat King's Bay.
The Golden One should sleep on the Xanthos tonight, said Oniacus. Kalanos may not seek an open fight, but rely instead on a dagger in the dark. Have you warned Helikaon?
No need, said Zidantus. He will have seen them, and I will keep watch against assassins. Stay alert, though, Oniacus, and warn a few of the tougher men. Keep it from the others. Zidantus rose and stretched, then he wandered off. Oniacus grinned at the now nervous Xander.
Don't worry, little man. Zidantus knows what he's doing. Are those men our enemies? Asked Xander fearfully. In truth, they are everyone's enemies. They live for plunder. They rob, they steal, they kill. Then they brag about their courage and their bravery and their honour. But then the Mycenae are a strange race. Argurios is a Mycenae, and he saved my life, said Xander. As I said, boy, they're a strange people. But that was a brave deed. You can't say they lack courage. Everything else, charity, compassion, pity, but not courage. Courage is important, though, said Xander. Everyone says so. Of course it is, agreed Oniacus. But there are different kinds. The Mycenae live for combat and the glory of war. I grieve for them. War is the enemy of civilization. We cannot grow through war, Xander. It drags us down, filling our hearts with hatred and thoughts of revenge. He sighed. Trade is the key. Every race has something to offer and something they need to buy. And as we trade, we learn new skills from one another. Wait until you see Troy, then I'll show you what I mean. Stonemasons from Egypt helped craft the great walls and the towers and the statues at the Scaean Gate. Carpenters from Phrygia and Nussia fashioned the temple to Hermes, the god of travellers. Goldsmiths from Troy travelled to Egypt and taught other craftsmen how to create wondrous jewellery. And as the trade increased, so did the exchange of knowledge. Now we can build higher walls, stronger buildings, dig deeper wells, weave brighter cloths. We can irrigate fields and grow more crops to feed the hungry, all from trade. But war, there is nothing to be said for it, boy.
But war makes heroes, argued
Xander.
Heracles and Ormenion were warriors, and they have been made immortal. Father Zeus turned them into stars in the night sky.
Antiochus scowled. In a drunken rage, Heracles clubbed his wife to death, and Ormenion sacrificed his younger daughter in order that Poseidon might grant fair winds for his attack on Kretos.
I'm sorry, Antiochus. I didn't mean to make you angry.
You're just young, Xander, and I'm not angry with you. I hope you never see what war makes men do. I hope that the current peace lasts all your lifetime, because then we will see great things. All around the Great Green will be happy people, content and safe, raising families. Then he sighed again. But not while killers like Kalanos sail the waters, not while kings like Agamemnon rule, and certainly not while youngsters admire butchers like Heracles or Ormenion. He glanced back at the crowd around Helikaon. I'm going to have a word with a few of the lads. Don't you say anything to anyone. With that, Antiochus ruffled the boy's hair again and moved off towards the Xanthos' crew. Xander sighed. He didn't want to be a hero now. There were evil men on this beach, murderers who used daggers in the dark. Rising to his feet, he followed Antiochus and sat down alongside some of the crew. They were chatting and laughing. Xander looked at them. They were big men and strong, and he felt more confident in their company. Xander stretched himself out on the sand, his head resting on his arm. He fell asleep almost instantly. Had it not been for the 2 years she had spent on the Isle of Thera, the flame-haired Andromache might have had no real understanding of just how boring life could be. She pondered this as she stood on the balcony of the pitiful royal palace overlooking the Bay of Blue Owls. She could not recall being bored as a child, playing in the gardens of her father's fine palace in Thebe under Plakos, or running in the pastures in the shadows of the hills. Life then had seemed carefree. Puberty had put paid to such simple pleasures, and she had been confined to the women's quarters of the palace, behind high walls, under the stern gaze of elderly matrons. At first she had railed against the oppressive atmosphere, but she had succumbed at last to the languorous lack of pace and the calm, almost serene surroundings. Her 3 younger sisters eventually joined her there. Prettier than she, they had been dangled before prospective suitors in order to become breeding cows for princes of neighbouring realms, items to be traded for treaties or alliances. Andromache herself, tall and forbidding, her piercing green eyes, intimidating according to her father, extinguishing any possible fire in the heart of a would-be husband, had been presented for service of another kind. 2 years ago, when she was 18, father had sent her to become a priestess on Thera. It was not an act of piety. The temple required virgins of royal blood to perform the necessary rites, and kings received golden gifts for dispatching daughters to serve there. Andromache had been sold for 2 talents of silver. Not as much as her father had received for the 2 daughters married into the Hittite royal line, and considerably less than the sum promised for the youngest sister, golden-haired Palesti, upon her wedding to the Trojan hero Hector. Still, father had been pleased that this plain girl with the cold green eyes had proved of some service to the kingdom. Andromache recalled well the night he had told her of her fate. He had called her into his private chambers, and they had sat together on a gilded couch. Father had been out hunting that day, and he stank of horse sweat, and there was dried blood upon his hands. Never an attractive man, even when bathed and dressed in finery, Ectian looked more like a goatherd than a king on this occasion. His clothes were travel-stained, his weak chin unshaved, his eyes red-rimmed from weariness.
"You will travel to Thera and train as a priestess of the Minotaur," said Ectian. "I know this task will be arduous, but you are a strong girl."
She had sat silently, staring at the ugly man. The silence caused his temper to flare.
"You only have yourself to blame. Many men prefer plain women, but you made no effort to please any of the suitors I found for you. Not a smile, not a word of encouragement."
"You found dull men,"
she said.
"From good families."
"Well, father, no doubt you will grow rich anyway, selling my sisters."
"Now that is what I mean." Actaeon stormed. "Everything sounds ugly when it comes from your mouth. Your sisters will find joy in their children and the wealth of their husbands. Little Peleste is already betrothed to Hector. She will live well in the golden city of Troy, wed to their greatest hero. He will adore her, and she will be happy."
"Which was, of course, your prime concern, father," she said, her voice gentle.
He stared hard at her.
"What will I do on Thera?" she asked.
"Do? I don't know what the women do there. Placate the angry god, make sacrifices, sing for all I know. There are no men there."
She heard the malice in that last sentence.
"Well, that will be a blessing," she said. "I am already looking forward to it."
It was not true, but she enjoyed the look of anger that flashed from father's eyes. Her heart had been heavy the day the trade ship anchored in the circular bay of Thera. A life of dull banishment was about to begin. But Andromache could not have been more wrong. Within days her life had expanded beyond measure. She learned how to shoot a bow, to ride half-wild ponies, to dance in the revels of Artemis, drunk and full of joy. In short, to express herself without fear of complaint or censure. Without the restrictions of a male-dominated society, the women of Thera revelled in their freedom. Each day there was some new entertainment, foot races or archery tournaments. There were treasure hunts and swimming competitions, and in the evenings discussions on poetry or storytelling. Every few weeks there was a feast offering tributes to one of the many gods, where strong wine was drunk, and the women danced and sang and made love. The priestesses of Thera also maintained the Temple of the Horse, conducting ceremonies of sacrifice to the dread Minotaur, seeking to soothe his troubled soul. Their work was vital. 2 centuries ago he had burst his chains, and hot lava had spewed from the earth. The top of the mountain exploded, and Apollo, god of the sun, was so distressed that the world remained dark for 3 days. Poseidon also, in his anger at the Cretans, who were charged with appeasing the Minotaur, sent a tidal wave across the great green, destroying the olive orchards and the wine harvests of Kretos, laying salt upon the earth to prevent any new growth. At the time Kretos was a great power, but the Cretans were humbled by this savage display of godly rage. Now 200 priestesses kept the Minotaur subdued, though he still occasionally wrenched at his chains, causing the earth to tremble. On one occasion the western wall of the long dining room had split, shattering the mural upon it. Despite these occasional crises, Andromache enjoyed her 2 years of freedom. Then, one day in midsummer, came dreadful news. Her sister, Peleste, the sweetest of girls, with a smile to melt the coldest heart, had caught a chill which turned into a fever. She had died within days of falling ill. Andromache could scarcely believe it. Of all the sisters, Peleste had been the strongest and most vibrant. She had been pledged to wed the Trojan prince Hector in the autumn, to secure an alliance between Thebe and Troy. Graciously, father wrote, the Trojan king, Priam, had agreed that Andromache could replace Peleste and marry Hector. Thus, at 20, and set for a life without men, Andromache had been forced to leave Thera and her beloved companions, and journey to Troy to wed a man she had never seen. No more would she ride bareback over the Theran hills, or dance and sing in the Dionysian revels. No more would she draw bow to cheek and watch the shaft fly straight and true, or swim naked in the midnight seas around the bay. No more would she feel Calliope's passionate embrace, or taste the wine upon her lover's lips. Andromache felt anger rise, and welcomed it, for it briefly extinguished the boredom. In Troy she would become a breeding cow, and lie on a wide bed, legs spread to receive the seed of a grunting, sweaty man. She would swell like a pig, then scream as the infant clawed its way out of her. And why? So that her father's greed could be satisfied. No, she thought, not just his greed. In this violent and uncertain world, a nation needed allies. The Egyptian pharaohs constantly waged war on the Hittite peoples, and the Mycenae raided wherever they perceived weakness. Her father was greedy, but without treaties and alliances, his lands would be devoured by one of the great powers. Little Thebe under Placos would be safer under the protection of Troy and its fabled cavalry. She gazed down on the beach, seeing the fires lit, and hearing the faint swell of music on the dusk breeze. Down there was a freedom she would never again experience. Ordinary people living ordinary lives, laughing, joking, loving. A thought came, delicious and tempting. Soon the ship would arrive to take her to Troy. Until then she was, if matters were handled with care, still free. Moving across the small apartment, she took her hooded cloak of dark green wool and swung it round her shoulders. It complemented her gold-embroidered olive-green gown. Tying her red hair back from her face with a strip of leather, she walked from her room and along the silent corridor beyond, then slipped down an outside stairwell to a walled garden. There was a guard at the gate. He bowed when he saw her, pulling the gate open as she passed. There was a breeze blowing over the cliffs as Andromache made her way to the main gate and the steep road leading to the beach. 2 more guards saw her. They did not know her and neglected to bow, merely standing aside as she walked out onto the road. How easy it was, she thought. But then who would have imagined that a king's daughter and a priestess of Thera would have any desire to leave the safety of the palace and walk among the hard and violent men of the sea? It was a sobering thought. There was no bodyguard to protect her, and she carried no weapon. The thought of danger did not make her pause. Instead, it quickened her heart. The music grew louder as she approached, and she saw men and women dancing together drunkenly. Off to one side, people were fornicating. She gazed down at the closest couple. The man's buttocks were pounding up and down, and she could see the thick shaft of his penis spearing into the girl he was riding. Andromache looked at her. Their eyes met. The girl grinned and raised her eyebrows. Then she winked at Andromache, who smiled back at her and walked on. Moving through the packed stalls, she saw that they were mostly covered with cheap and ill-made items. A man approached her, lifting his tunic and waggling his manhood at her.
"How much for a ride, girl?"
he asked. Andromache stared hard at the stiffening penis, then transferred her green gaze to the man.
"The last time I saw something that small, it was crawling out of an apple," she said.
Peals of laughter came from 2 women close by.
"It's getting even smaller now,"
one of them called. Andromache walked on, easing her way through the throng. Some distance away, a crowd was gathering round a man standing on an empty stool. Great cheers went up as he raised his arms.
"Want to hear a true story?"
he bellowed.
"No, we want to hear one of yours,"
yelled someone in the crowd. The man's laughter boomed out.
"Then I'll tell you of a dread monster with only 1 eye, tall as 10 men, and teeth sharp and long as swords."
And the crowd fell silent. Helikaon always enjoyed the performances Odysseus gave. He did not just recount tall tales, but acted them too. As now, with 4 men lifting the wooden stool, heaving it back and forth to represent a tilting deck. Balanced upon it, Odysseus roared out a tale of a mighty storm that carried the Penelope to an enchanted isle. In the background, some of the Penelope's crew banged drums to imitate thunder, while others whistled shrilly at intervals. Helikaon had not heard this story before, and settled back to enjoy the surprises. Odysseus suddenly leapt from the stool.
"And we were upon a strange beach," he said, "and just beyond it, the tallest trees I ever saw, twisted and gnarled. Just when we thought we were safe, there came a terrifying voice."
From the back of the crowd, 6 of the Penelope's crew all cried out in unison,
"I smell blood!"
A flicker of enjoyable panic swept through the throng. The timing had been perfect.
"'Twas a massive creature with a single eye in the center of its head. Its teeth were long and sharp. It ran from the trees and caught one of my men by the waist, hauling him high. Then those terrible teeth ripped him apart."
At that moment, Helikaon saw several of Kalanos' crew working their way through the throng, moving ever closer to him. His eyes scanned the crowd, and he picked out Zidantus, Oniacus, and several of the Xanthos' men, also maneuvering their way towards him, while keeping wary eyes on the Mycenae. Odysseus was in full voice now, recounting the adventure with the Cyclops. Sweat gleamed on his face and dripped from his beard. The audience was entranced, the performance, as always, boisterous, energetic, and captivating. Helikaon looked around. None of the fat king's soldiers were close by. The Mycenae were apparently unarmed, but one of them was wearing a jerkin of leather which could conceal a knife. The chances were the Mycenae would do nothing. The fat king was merciless with any who broke his laws. Much of his wealth came from the ships that beached upon his bays, and the main reason they chose to stay was the reciprocal guarantee of safety for their crews and cargoes. Even so, it made sense to be cautious. Helikaon eased his way back into the audience, then cut to the left, seeking to circle the crowd and link with Zidantas. Then he saw the woman. She was standing just back from the gathering, dressed in a long cloak of green and an embroidered gown. It was difficult by fire and moonlight to see the colour of her hair, but it was long, thickly curled and drawn back from her face. And such a face! She looked like a goddess. Not pretty, but awesomely beautiful. Helikaon's mouth was dry. He could not stop looking at her. She saw him, and he felt the power of her eyes. The look was cool, and yet strangely challenging. He swallowed hard and stepped towards her. In that moment her expression changed, her eyes flickering beyond him. Helikaon spun. The man with the leather jerkin was behind him, a knife in his hand. The assassin darted forward. Swaying aside from the thrusting blade, Helikaon grabbed the attacker's wrist, pulling him away from the crowd, then stepped in and smashed a headbutt to the man's nose. Stunned, blood pouring from his nostrils, the assassin fell back. Helikaon followed in, butting him again. The assassin's knees gave way, and he dropped to the sand, the knife slipping from his fingers. Helikaon swept it up, plunging the sharp blade into the man's throat, then ripping it clear. Blood spurted through the air. With Odysseus's tale still captivating the audience, no one in the crowd had seen the brief exchange. The body lay, blood gushing at first, then pumping more slowly as the man died. Rising to his feet, Helikaon looked around for further attackers, but it was Zidantas who emerged from the crowd. "I'm sorry," he said, looking crestfallen. "I should have been by your side. They played it neatly, though. We were watching the wrong men." Helikaon stood silently, looking down at the dead man. The man was young, his hair curly and dark. Somewhere there would be a wife or a lover and parents who had nurtured him. He had played games with other children and had dreamed of a future bright with promise. Now he lay here on the sand, his life ended. Helikaon's thoughts were bleak. "Are you all right?" asked Zidantas. Helikaon turned back to where the woman had been standing, but she was gone. He shivered. Then the familiar post-battle head pain began, a throbbing ache emanating from the back of his neck and spreading up over the crown of his head. He realized Ox was looking at him, an expression of concern on his face. "I am fine, Ox." Zidantas looked unconvinced. Aniacus pushed through the crowd to join them. "The Mycenae have returned to their galleys," he said. Then he saw the dead man and swore. "I am sorry, Lord. I should have been here. They fooled us by—" "I've already explained," snapped Zidantas. "Still, no harm done. One less Mycenae in the world. All in all, a good night." Thunderous cheering broke out as Odysseus finished his tale. Aniacus swore. "I missed the ending," he complained. "So did he," said Helikaon, pointing to the corpse. "Let us move away." Tossing the dagger alongside the body, he walked back to the Xanthos campfire. Behind them someone shouted, and a crowd gathered round the corpse. Helikaon picked up a water jug and drank deeply. Then he poured water over his hands, washing the blood clear. In the firelight he saw that more blood had spattered over his tunic. Odysseus wandered over to the fire. He was carrying a linen cloth and wiping sweat from his face. He slumped down alongside Helikaon. "I am getting too old for these athletic performances," he said. "I need to have a strong word with those sheep-shaggers who held the stall. Damned if they weren't trying to toss me onto the beach." He did look tired. Helikaon threw his arm round the older man's shoulder. "There will be gloom over the whole world if you ever stop telling your tales." "Aye, it was a good audience tonight. I used to tell that story with 2 Cyclops. Strange how one works better. More terrifying, and yet, somehow, pathetic." He leaned in close to Helikaon. "I take it the dead man was one of Kalanos' crew?" "Yes." "Never liked Kalanos. Was at a feast with him one time. Never heard him fart at all. Can't trust a man who doesn't fart at a feast. Helikaon laughed aloud. Don't treat him lightly, though, lad, Odysseus continued. He is a man of great malice. Back in Mycenae he is known as the breaker of spirits. I will be wary, my friend. Tell me, while you were performing, did you happen to see a tall woman in a green cloak? Looked like a goddess. As a matter of fact, I did, standing off to my right. Why, did she rob you? I think she did. She stole my wits. Odysseus leaned forward, took the water jug and drank deeply. Then he laid it down and belched loudly. Men should always be careful when choosing women. Or we should follow the Guptos and have a score or two. Then one or two bad ones could pass unnoticed. I think Penelope would be interested to hear you voice that opinion. Odysseus chuckled. Aye, she would. She'd cuff me round the head. But then I was lucky, lad. There is no woman on this green earth better than my Penelope. I couldn't imagine sharing my life with anyone else. You might find that with Creusa. Helikaon looked at his friend. Not you, too. Is there no one who hasn't heard about Priam's matchmaking? I heard you refused her, and that Priam is none too happy with you, lad. His unhappiness concerns me not at all. And as for Creusa, I recall you struggling to find something pleasant to say about her. What was it in the end? Ah, yes, she has a nice speaking voice. Well, she does, said Odysseus with a wide smile. She is also wonderful to look upon, dazzling in fact, and she's not weak. However, I take your point. Not a woman I'd risk a storm to sail home to. Ah, well, you should marry her, then build yourself a few more palaces around the Great Green and set convivial wives in each of them. Gupto women are said to be the best. You could build a great palace. Labour is cheap. You could buy slaves by the 100, I'm told. Helikaon shook his head. I want no more palaces, Odysseus. He rubbed at his eyes as the headache worsened. A shame Phaedra wasn't a king's daughter, continued Odysseus. Now there's a woman to gladden any man's heart. She has many virtues. But you are not in love with her. Helikaon shrugged. I am not truly sure what that means, my friend. How does one tell? Odysseus draped the towel over his shoulders and stretched his back. You remember practicing with wooden swords, all the moves, the blocks, the counters, getting your footwork right, learning how to be in balance always. Of course. You were a hard master. And you recall the first time you went into a real fight with blood being shed and the fear of death in the air? I do. The moves are the same, but the difference is wider than the Great Green. Love is like that, Helikaon. You can spend time with a whore and laugh and know great pleasure, but when love strikes, the difference is awesome. You will find more joy in the touch of a hand or the sight of a smile than you could ever experience in 100 nights of passion with anyone else. The sky will be more blue, the sun more bright. I am missing my Penelope tonight. The season is almost over, and you'll be home for the winter. Aye, I'm looking forward to that. Lifting a water jug, Odysseus drank deeply. Diomedes asked to be remembered to you, said Helikaon. He is hoping you will let him sail with you when he is older. Odysseus chuckled. He's a fine, brave little lad. How old is he now? 12 soon, and not so little. He will be a fine king one day, if the gods will it. I feared he might be like my father, cold and unfeeling. Thankfully, he has his mother's spirit. You surprised me that day, Helikaon, said Odysseus. But it was a good surprise, and one that did you credit. Before Helikaon could respond, several soldiers in conical helmets and bronze breastplates approached the fire. The first bowed low. My lord Helikaon, the king requests you to join him. Helikaon rose. Tell him it is an honor to be invited. I will be there as soon as I have returned to my ship and donned garments suitable for a king's palace. The soldiers bowed again and departed. Odysseus pushed himself to his feet. Take Argurios and his companion with you, he said. I am sure they would wish to meet the king. I do not feel like the company of Mycenae, Odysseus. Then do it for your old mentor. Helikaon sighed. For you, I would walk into Hades. Very well, I shall spend the evening being bored by them. But do something for me, would you? Of course, lad. See if you can find that goddess. I would like to meet her.
She's probably a Lucaean whore who'll give you the pox.
Find her anyway. I should be back before dawn.
Good. I shall enjoy standing in line to speak to her as she ruts with my sailors.
Chapter 9. Andromache's Prophecy. Odysseus watched Helikaon walk back to the Xanthos. The giant Zidantas went with him, keeping a wary eye out for more Mycenae assassins. Helikaon grasped a trailing rope and drew himself up onto the ship. There will be more violence tonight, Odysseus thought. The idea that Helikaon might be killed caused him to shiver. He had come to love the boy during his 2 years on the Penelope. The first few weeks had been difficult. Odysseus had no moral qualms about killing for profit. He had in his time been a raider and a plunderer, but the thought of murdering the young prince was abhorrent to him. Instead, he had watched the boy with an increasingly paternal eye, reveling in the lad's newfound freedom and feeling pride as the youngster steadily overcame his fears. Day by day he had stared them down. Climbing the mast in high winds to help draw up the sail, his face grey, his terror palpable. Standing defiantly, sword in hand, as the pirate ship closed and the raiders leapt over the side, screaming their battle cries. Then hurling himself into the fray when every instinct screamed at him to run below and hide. Most of all, though, it was the rowing that won the hearts of the crew. The skin of Helikaon's hands was soft, and whenever he took his turn at the oars, his palms would bleed. He never complained, merely bound the torn flesh and rowed on. Odysseus had convinced himself that the boy's father would put aside all thoughts of murder once he saw the fine young man he was becoming. Until the day the assassin Carporphorus took passage on the Penelope. Now there were more assassins waiting. Odysseus gazed high again at the high cliff road. Should he have been more direct with his warning? Should he have mentioned the blood price Agamemnon had placed on Helikaon's head? The answer was no. Odysseus was a man without enemies, and that was rare in these harsh and bloody times. He never openly took sides, remaining neutral and therefore welcome in any port. It was not always easy. When Electron had told him he was hunting down the Golden One, Odysseus had been sorely tempted to send a warning. Yet he had not. Happily, it had all turned out well. Electron was dead, which was no loss to the world, and Odysseus had won a splendid blue cloak at his funeral games, outshooting Meriones with the bow. But now Helikaon dead was worth twice a man's weight in gold. There were kings who would sell him out for less than that. After a while he saw Helikaon climbing down from the great ship. He was wearing a dark blue knee-length tunic, and a short sword was scabbarded at his waist. Zidantas was carrying an enormous club. Odysseus smiled. Ah, he understood then, he thought, with relief. Helikaon and Zidantas moved off towards where Argurios and Glaucos were sitting by the Xanthos fire. Odysseus watched as the two Mycenae rose and accompanied Helikaon. Both were wearing their armor, swords sheathed at their sides. A young man with long golden hair moved across Odysseus's line of vision. A pretty woman was holding his hand and smiling up at him. Suddenly he swept his arm round the girl's waist and drew her to him. She laughed and tilted her head back, accepting his kiss. Odysseus smiled. As a child he had dreamed of becoming handsome and graceful like that boy, with the kind of looks men envied and women grew giddy to gaze upon. Instead he was stout and stocky, with too much body hair. It now grew in reddish tufts even on his shoulders. No, the gods, in their infinite wisdom, had decided Odysseus would be ugly. There must have been great planning involved in the scheme, he decided, for they had accomplished their task with genius. His arms were too long, his hands too gnarled, his legs as bandy as a Thessalian pony rider's. Even his teeth were crooked. And Penelope had laughingly pointed out once that one of his ears was bigger than the other. Having created such a mismatch, at least one of the gods had taken pity on him, for he had been blessed with a gift for storytelling. He could spin a tale of dazzling complexity, and read an audience as well as, if not better than, he could perceive the subtle shifting of the trade winds. Whenever he beached his ship, crowds would gather and sit around waiting for the moment when he deigned to perform. Sometimes he would tell them he was tired, or claim that they knew all his tales now anyway. Then they would clamour and beg. At last he would sigh, and the performance would begin. There was a magic to the stories. Odysseus was aware of it, though why the enchantment worked was beyond his understanding. They were fictions, and yet they led to truths. His second-in-command, Bias, had strutted like a peacock after Odysseus told the crowd that he had hurled the javelin that broke the wing of a demon pursuing their ship. After that, Bias spent much of his spare time on land practicing with the javelin. He became so proficient that he won a slave woman in the funeral games held for Electron. Last summer, when the Penelope had been attacked by pirates, the crew had fought like heroes in an effort to live up to the stories Odysseus told of them. After the victory, they had gathered round him, bragging of their courage, and anxious that he should include this latest adventure in his next performance. But the magic of what Odysseus called the golden lie had worked best with Helikaon. He had joined the Penelope's crew as a frightened youth. The men, however, reacted to him as the young hero who had dived from a cliff to rescue their leader. They loved him and expected great deeds from him. He in turn supplied those deeds, living up to their expectations. The great fiction became the great truth. The lie of courage became the reality of heroism. Helikaon, the ship's mascot, became Helikaon the adventurer. The frightened boy became the fearless man. Odysseus lay back on the sand, staring up at the stars. The gifts he received for storytelling had begun to exceed the amount he earned from trading on the Great Green. Last year, at the court of Agamemnon, in the Lion's Hall, he had spun a great epic tale of a mysterious island ruled by a witch queen who turned his men into pigs. He had made that story last throughout a full evening, and not one listener had left the hall. Afterwards, Agamemnon gave him 2 golden cups, inset with emeralds and rubies. The same night, Agamemnon had stabbed to death a drunken Mycenae nobleman who doubted him. How curious, he thought, that a man who told huge lies would be paid in gold and gems, while another who offered the truth would receive a dagger through his eye. After a performance he was always unable to sleep, despite the heavy weariness that sat upon him like a bear. He rolled to his side, then sat up. Eventually he walked down to the water's edge and squatted down to sculpt a face in the wet sand. As always, he tried to capture the beauty of his wife, Penelope. As always, he failed. He used the flat of his dagger to mold the features, the long straight nose and the full lips, then the point of the blade to create the impression of hair. Suddenly, a long black worm pushed up through the sculpture. Odysseus leapt back. The lugworm slithered across the face in the sand, then burrowed deep once more. Odysseus laughed at himself for being so startled by a harmless sea worm. Then a story began to form in his mind. A woman with snakes for hair, living on a secret isle shrouded in mist. The Penelope would have stopped at the isle, seeking fresh water. One of the crew would go missing. The others would hunt for him. They would find only his bones. No, I've done that too often, he thought. They would discover he had been turned into a statue. He had gazed upon the face of the snake-haired woman, and his flesh had become stone. Odysseus smiled. He glanced up the steep mountain trail. "Be lucky, boy," he whispered. When the fight began, Andromache had turned swiftly from the violence and walked away through the deserted stalls. Once hidden, she had glanced back to see one man dead, the other standing over him, a bloody knife in his hand. She was shocked, though not as shocked as she might have been had she not seen men die before. Father had a habit of killing criminals personally, having them dragged into the royal courtyard and forced to kneel before him. Then he would try out the various weapons in his armory. The axe was a favourite. Father bragged he could hew the head from a man in a single stroke. He never had while Andromache was forced to watch. Usually 2 blows were necessary. As a child, she had wondered why the victims never struggled when they were brought forward. Some begged, others wept, but she recalled no one who sought to run. At least what she had just witnessed here tonight had been a fight. An assassin had tried to commit murder and had died. Andromache shivered. At first, the man with the long dark hair had seemed more of a poet or a bard than a warrior. She could still picture his eyes. They were bright blue and beautiful. Yet he had proved to be as savage as any Mycenae reaver, making no attempt to subdue his attacker, merely ripping his life away. But those eyes. Think of something else, you stupid girl, she chided herself. She wandered among the stalls. A mangy dog growled at her. Andromache snapped her fingers at it, and it ran away for a few steps, then stared back malevolently. She cut to the right, heading down through rocks to sit by the sea's edge. Removing her sandals, she dipped her feet into the water, then stared out over the dark sea. Loneliness closed in on her, and she longed to be able to climb aboard a ship and say to the master, "Take me to Thera. Take me home." Had she been marrying anyone but Hector, she would have been welcomed back to the temple with open arms. They would have applauded her courage and made jokes about the stupidity of men. However, Hector was the son of Hecabe, Queen of Troy, the single largest benefactor of the Temple of the Horse. Under no circumstances would the sisterhood do anything to cause offense to such a great power. No, they would greet Andromache warmly, then place her on the next ship for the eastern mainland, probably under guard. She thought then of Calliope, picturing her not at their tearful farewell, but at the feast of Demeter the previous autumn. She had danced under the stars, her naked body glistening in the firelight, tall and strong and fearless. She would not suffer them to send Andromache to a loveless marriage. Which was another reason Andromache could not go back. Of all the women on Thera, Calliope was the most content there. Her loathing of men meant the island was the one place in all the world where she could be at peace, where her laughter could ring out and her soul soar free. Andromache's return and the consequent turmoil could lead to Calliope's expulsion from Thera. A cool wind blew over the sea, and Andromache gathered her cloak about her. Time drifted by. She knew she should return to Couganes's, the fat king's, palace, but she was loath to forsake the freedom the beach offered.
"You do not belong here,"
said a man's voice. She glanced round, an angry retort on her lips. Then she saw it was the storyteller. In the moonlight, his ugliness seemed almost otherworldly. She could imagine Dionysian horns sprouting from his head. "Where do I belong?" she countered.
"Why, in one of my tales, of course. My friend was right. You do look like a goddess. You're not, are you?"
He sat down on a nearby rock. The moon was full now, and she saw that his face, while ugly, had a boyish charm.
"I am Odysseus," he said, "and you haven't answered my question."
"Yes, I am a goddess," she told him. "I'll leave you to guess which one."
"Artemis the huntress."
"Not Aphrodite, then? How disappointing."
"I don't know much about how the gods really look," he admitted, "but I think the goddess of love would have bigger tits, and her eyes would be warm and beguiling. No, I think Artemis suits you. Tell me you can shoot a bow."
Andromache laughed.
"I can shoot a bow."
"I knew it. One of those flimsy Egyptian pieces, or a real Phrygian bow of horn and wood and leather?"
Andromache smiled.
"On Thera we had both, and yes, I preferred the Phrygian."
"I have a bow no one else can string," he told her. "It makes me laugh to see strong men grow red in the face trying. It is a powerful weapon. I once shot an arrow into the moon. It had a rope attached, and I used it to draw my ship from the beach."
"That was a long rope,"
she observed. Odysseus laughed.
"I like you, lass. Where are you really from, and what are you doing here, walking among whores and sailors?"
"How do you know I am not a whore?"
"If you were a whore, you wouldn't still be here, but there's not a man who could afford you. Well, save Helikaon, perhaps. So what are you?"
"How would you define a whore?" she countered.
"Ah, a game. I love to play games. Very well. What is a whore? A woman gifted with the talent to make a hard man soft. A priestess of Aphrodite, the delight of sailors who miss their wives and their homes."
"It is not a game," said Andromache sharply. "A whore is a woman who offers her body to a man she doesn't love for copper, trinkets, or gifts. Not so?"
"I prefer my version, but then I am romantically inclined. However, yes, both definitions are sound," he agreed.
"Then I am a whore, for my body is being offered to a man I do not love for riches and security," she said.
"Ah," cried Odysseus, "you should have asked what is the difference between a king's daughter and a whore. I would have answered,
The price. So, who is the lucky fella?
Andromache stared into his ugly face and considered telling him to be on his way. Yet there was something comfortable about his company, and she felt at ease with him. "Hector of Troy," she said at last, and saw his eyes widen.
You could do worse. A good man is Hector.
"By which you mean he drinks wine until he falls over, belches at table, and rushes off to fight wars and gain glory. May the gods save us all from good men. Are you married, Odysseus?"
I am indeed. I am also the most fortunate man on the great green, for my wife is Penelope, and she loves me."
He chuckled.
"Whenever I say that, I am filled with wonder. I find it incomprehensible that she should."
"Then you are, as you say, fortunate. But then I expect sailors only marry for love. It makes them far richer than kings."
"Well, yes, I suppose it does. I should point out, though, that I am a king."
"Who shoots arrows into the moon?" she said, smiling.
"I know I don't look like a king, but I truly am. My kingdom is the Isle of Ithaca, and Penelope is my queen. And before you ask, no, we did not marry for love. My father arranged the match. We only met on our wedding day."
"And you fell in love the moment your eyes met, I suppose?"
"No, I think she loathed me on sight. Not hard to see why. The first few months were, shall we say, scratchy. Then I fell ill with a fever. Almost died. She nursed me. Said I talked in my delirium. She never told me what I said, but somehow after that things were different. We started to laugh together, then take long walks along the cliffs. One day," he shrugged, "one day we just realized we loved one another."
Andromache gazed at the ugly man, seeing him anew. There was a touching honesty behind the tall tales, and a charm that slipped almost unnoticed past her defences.
"You saw the attack on Helikaon?" he said suddenly.
For a moment she did not know what he meant, then remembered the knifeman rushing forward. "The fight, yes. Helikaon is the man with the long black hair."
"He is a close friend of Hector. He could tell you far more about him than I could."
"Why did the assassin want him dead?"
Odysseus shrugged. "Too pleasant a night to spend telling boring stories about traders and pirates and old grudges. Ask me something else."
"Was Helikaon the friend who said I looked like a goddess?"
"Yes. Never seen him so smitten. Having met you, of course, I can understand it."
She leaned towards him. "Let us not play this game any longer, Odysseus. I know what I am. Tall and plain, and a breeding cow for a Trojan prince. I need no false flattery."
"And I offer none. You are not pretty, it is true, but, for what my opinion is worth, I agree with Helikaon. You are beautiful."
"He said that?"
"He said you were a goddess. I am just adding a little colour to the mural."
She noticed he kept glancing back up towards the cliff path. "Am I boring you, King of Ithaca?"
He chuckled and looked embarrassed. "No, not at all. It is just, I am waiting for Helikaon to return."
"You think there will be another attempt on his life?"
"Oh, almost certainly."
She saw him take a deep breath and then relax. Following his gaze, she looked up to see a group of men carrying a body down the path.
"They didn't succeed, though," he said happily.
"Is he your son, or your lover?" she asked.
"My son died," he said. "And no, Helikaon is not my lover. My tastes have never strayed in that direction, which, when I was young, annoyed me. I felt I was missing something vital that all my friends enjoyed. No, I think of Helikaon almost as a son, or perhaps as a younger version of the man I would have liked to have been, if that makes any sense."
"You would have liked to have been handsome?"
"Indeed, like a young god."
"And would Penelope have loved you any more?"
He sighed. "You are a shrewd woman. Will you tell me your name?"
"Andromache of Thebe."
"Ah, I know your father, Actaeon. Can't say that I like him much."
Andromache's laughter pealed out. "No one likes father. There is nothing in his life of worth, except that which can be traded for silver."
"You'll meet a lot of men like him. Your new father, King Priam, is such a man. Don't you find it odd that such men can sire wonderful children? Hector is generous and brave. Young Paris is gentle and studious. Even strange little Cassandra has no meanness of spirit. And your father sired you, Andromache, and I see in you a great soul."
Perhaps you mistake intelligence for spirituality, Odysseus.
No, lass, I don't make mistakes about people. I have two gifts that have served me well. I can spin a yarn, and I can read the hearts of men and women. You are like my Penelope. You are, as you say, intelligent. You are also warm and open and honest. And you have courage and a sense of duty. My father once said that if a man was lucky, he'd find a woman to ride the storm with. You are such a woman. Hector is very lucky.
His luck is not my concern, she said. What of mine?
Let us find out, he said, rising to his feet.
And how will we do this?
We'll seek out Euclides, best soothsayer in Lucia. Well, when he's not drunk or drugged. He's from the desert country beyond Palestine. A lot of soothsayers come from the desert. He'll read your future.
Yes, and tell me I'll have 9 children and be rich and happy and live long.
Are you frightened of a soothsayer, Andromache of Thebe? He chided.
I am frightened of nothing, Odysseus of Ithaca.
Then come with me. He held out his hand, and she allowed him to draw her to her feet. Together they walked through the stalls and along the beach, past fornicating couples and drunken sailors, past campfires around which men were singing lusty songs. At last they reached a small tent below the cliffs. There was a long queue. Odysseus suggested they wait a little while longer, and perhaps find something to eat. Andromache had no wish to return to the palace just yet, and so agreed. They moved to a series of food stalls, Odysseus piling a prodigious amount of meat and bread onto a wooden plate. Andromache chose a small pie filled with honey-soaked fruit, and together they returned to sit on a small wall near the water's edge. They chatted then. Andromache talked of Thera and the Temple of the Horse, though she did not mention Calliope or any of her friends there. Instead, she explained to him the rituals that were said to keep the sleeping god calm. Odysseus was as good a listener as he was a storyteller, prompting her with questions that showed his interest. I was on Thera once, he said, long before it was decided that only women could placate the Minotaur. Strange place. All that rumbling below the ground and the hissing of acrid steam from vents in the rock. I was glad to be back on the Penelope. Tell me, do you believe in the Minotaur?
An odd question from a man who has seen so many monsters and demons.
That would be my point, lass. I have never seen a single one. But in my travels I have seen hot springs and lava pools. Not one of them boasted a Minotaur. Have you ever glimpsed it?
No one sees it, said Andromache, but you can hear it rumbling and growling below the ground, pushing up, trying to escape. The older priestesses swear the island was smaller years ago, and that the straining beast is lifting it out of the sea.
So you do believe in it?
Truly, I do not know. But something makes that noise and causes the ground to tremble.
And you placate it with what?
Songs to calm its troubled heart, offerings of wine, prayers to the great gods to keep it calm. It is said the Cretans used to sacrifice virgins to it in the old days, forcing them to enter the deeper cracks in the rock and walk down to its lair. They did not appease him, for the Minotaur almost broke free many years ago.
My grandfather told me of it, said Odysseus, how the sun fled for many days, and how rocks and ash fell from the sky, covering many of the eastern islands. There is an old sailor's legend about the sea rising up to the sky and the sound of an army of thunders. Like to have seen it. Great story in that. Did you know that your new mother spent 3 years on Thera, and that part of her bridal dowry was a massive donation to build the Temple of the Horse?
Yes, they speak of Hecate with great reverence there.
Strong woman, intelligent like you, beautiful as a winter morning and terrifying as a tempest. I think you'll like her.
You sound a little in awe of her, King of Ithaca, said Andromache with a smile.
He leaned forward and gave a conspiratorial grin. She has always frightened me. Don't know why. I think she even frightens Priam.
The sky began to pale. The night was almost over, and Andromache could hardly believe she had spent hours in the company of a stranger. She yawned and rubbed at her tired eyes.
I think you are getting a little weary of waiting, said the ugly king, pushing himself to his feet and walking back to the now shrinking queue. Approaching the men in the line, he said, Now, lads, I have a beautiful woman with me who needs her fortune told. Would any object if we stole in next?
Andromache saw the men turn to stare at her. Then Odysseus dipped his hand into the pouch by his side and produced copper rings which he dropped into their outstretched palms.
After a short while, a man came out of the tent. He did not look happy. Odysseus beckoned Andromache and stepped forward, lifting the tent flap and ducking inside. Andromache followed him. Inside the tent, a middle-aged man was sitting on a threadbare blanket. 2 lamps were burning, and the air was stiflingly hot and acrid. Andromache sat down and looked at the seer. His right eye was like an opal, pale and milky, his left so dark it seemed to have no pupil. The man's face was strangely elongated and thin, as if his head had been somehow crushed.
"And what have you brought me this time, Odysseus?"
he asked, his voice low and deep. "A young woman who wishes to know her future." Euclides sighed deeply.
"I am tired. Dawn is approaching, and I have no time to count babies and offer platitudes to maidens."
"Then do it for your old friend," said Odysseus, opening his pouch once more, and this time producing a ring of bright silver.
"I have no friends,"
muttered Euclides, his one good eye fixed on Andromache.
"Well, give me your hand and let us see what there is to see," he said.
Andromache leaned forward, placing her slender fingers in his greasy palm. His hand was hot, and she flinched as his fingers closed around her own. He closed his eyes and sat silently, his breathing shallow. Then he jumped, and a low groan rattled from his throat. His face spasmed, and he jerked his hand back, his eyes flaring open. "Well?" asked Odysseus, as the silence lengthened.
"Sometimes it is best not to know the future," whispered Euclides.
Come, Euclides, this is not like you," said Odysseus, an edge of anger in his voice.
"Very well. You will have one child, a boy."
Euclides sighed.
"I will volunteer nothing, but ask me what you will."
"Will I know love?" asked Andromache, her voice betraying her boredom.
"There will be 3 loves. One like the great green, powerful and tempestuous. One like the oak, strong and true. And one like the moon, eternal and bright."
"I like the sound of tempestuous," she said, her tone sarcastic. "Who should I look for?"
"The man with one sandal."
"And the oak?"
He gave a thin smile.
"He will rise from the mud, his body caked with the filth of pigs."
"I shall look forward to that with great anticipation. And the moon?"
"He will come to you with blood and pain."
"What nonsense!" snapped Andromache. "Take back your silver, Odysseus."
"I speak only the truth, priestess of Thera," said Euclides. "I was content tonight, but now your visit means I shall never be content again. Through you, I have seen the fall of worlds, the death of heroes, and I have watched the ocean touch the fire-red sky. Now leave me be."
Andromache stepped out into the night. The stocky figure of Odysseus joined her. "He is usually more entertaining than that," he said. Ahead on the sand, she saw one of the fat king's sentries making his rounds, his wooden club on his shoulder, his conical, bronze-edged helmet and cheek guards gleaming in the moonlight. Suddenly he stumbled, as the strap on one of his sandals broke. Angrily he kicked it off, then strode on.
"Such a pity," said Andromache dryly. "There he is, the tempestuous love of my life, and we never met."
She gave a theatrical sigh.
"Should I call out to him, do you think?"
She swung towards Odysseus.
"I thank you for your company, King of Ithaca. You are a fine friend on a starry night. But now I must return to the palace."
"I would be happy to walk you there," he said.
"No, you wouldn't. Save the lies for an audience, Odysseus. Let us have a pact, you and I. The truth, always."
"That will be hard. The truth is often so boring." He grinned then, and spread his hands. "But I cannot refuse a goddess, so I will agree."
"You want to walk me back to the palace?"
"No, lass, I am dog-tired now, and I just want to wrap myself in a blanket by a fire."
"That is better, and how it should be between friends. So good night to you, tale spinner."
With that she looked up at the distant fortress, and, heavy of heart, set off for the cliff path. Chapter 10. The Fat King's Feast. As he walked slowly up the hill road towards the fortress town, Helikaon could not stop thinking about the tall woman he had seen while Odysseus performed. The way she stood, elegance and confidence sublimely in harmony. The way her eyes met his, defiant and challenging. Even her expression as she saw the man attack him had not shown fear. Her eyes had narrowed, her face becoming stern. Helikaon's heart beat faster as he conjured her face in his mind. Beside him, Zidantus trudged on in silence, his huge, nail-studded club resting on his shoulder. Argurios and Glaucos were a little way back. The walk was perilous at night, despite the many lamps lit and left in crevices in the rock wall. The drop was sheer to the left, the path rocky and pitted. Helikaon gazed out over the bay below, his heart swelling as he looked down upon the sleek lines of the Xanthos. From here he could also see the distant, now tiny form of Odysseus. His mentor had walked to the water's edge and was digging away at the sand with his dagger. Helikaon knew what he was doing. He had seen it often during the 2 years he had spent on the Penelope. Odysseus was shaping the face of his wife in the sand. Behind him, Helikaon heard Glaucos mutter an oath as he tripped over a rock. The Mycenae warriors had seemed surprised when he had invited them to meet the king. The courtesy had evidently been unexpected, and Argurios had almost thanked him. Helikaon smiled as he recalled the moment. The Mycenae's tongue would have turned black, he thought, if forced to utter a pleasantry. Argurios moved alongside him, moonlight gleaming on the elaborately embossed bronze discs of his cuirass. "This king a friend of yours?" he asked. "All reasonable men are my friends, Argurios." Argurios' expression hardened. "Do not bait me. It would not be wise." "Why would I bait you?" answered Helikaon coldly. "All reasonable men are my friends, for I seek no enemies. I am a trader, not a plunderer." Argurios looked at him closely. "You are a man who has earned the hatred of all Mycenae. You should understand there will be great joy when your death is announced." "I don't doubt that," replied Helikaon, pausing in his stride and turning towards the warrior. "There is great joy in Mycenae when anyone suffers or is dispossessed. You are a people who thrive on murder and the sorrow of others." Argurios' hand grasped the hilt of his sword. For a moment Helikaon believed he was about to challenge him. Then Argurios spoke, his voice shaking with suppressed anger. "The law of the road forbids me to rise to that insult. Repeat it on the beach, and I will kill you." With that he strode off, Glaucos running to catch up with him. Zidantus moved alongside Helikaon and sighed. "What merry company you have chosen for us," he said. "I didn't choose them, Ox. Odysseus suggested we bring them." "Why?" "Perhaps because somewhere ahead on the road will be Mycenae killers seeking my blood." "Oh, that makes wonderful sense," muttered Zidantus. "We are facing murderers, so Odysseus gets us to bring them reinforcements. Let's just go back to the beach. We can return with more men." "You know, Ox, in some ways you are just like the Mycenae. You take no interest in other cultures. No, we are not going back to the beach. We will walk on and see what transpires." "This is not a good place for a fight," Zidantus pointed out. "One wrong step and a man will be pitched over the side. It is a long way down." Helikaon did not answer. Increasing his pace, he kept close to the Mycenae. Up ahead, the path twisted to the left. Steps had been cut into the stone. At the top, Helikaon knew, the road widened. There were several caves there where armed men could hide. "Soon?" whispered Zidantus. "At the top of these steps, I would think. Do not attack them, Ox. Wait and see what happens first." Keeping close behind the 2 warriors, they climbed the steps. Up ahead, Argurios reached the top and suddenly paused. Helikaon came alongside him. Standing before them were 6 warriors, all clad in leather breastplates and carrying short swords. They did not rush in and seemed confused and uncertain. One of them looked at Argurios. "Step aside, brother, for our business is not with you." "I would do that gladly, idiot," snapped Argurios. "But you know the law of the road.
If a man walks in company with other travellers, then he is obliged to face dangers alongside them.
That is a Mycenae law for Mycenae travellers, argued the man.
I am in the company of Helikaon, said Argurios. Now I loathe him as much as you do, but attack him, and I will, by the law, be obliged to fight alongside him. You know me, and you know my skills. All of you will die.
We have no choice, said the man. It is a matter of honour.
Argurios' sword rasped from its scabbard.
Then die as a man of honour, he said.
Wait, said Helikaon, stepping forward. I wish for no blood to be shed here, but if a fight is necessary, then let us settle it with single combat. He pointed at the warrior standing before Argurios. You and I, Mycenae, or any of your comrades you care to choose.
I will fight you, vile one,
said the man. Helikaon drew his sword. Raising his blade, the warrior attacked. Helikaon stepped in, blocking a thrust, and hammered his shoulder into the warrior's chest, hurling him back. The Mycenae charged again, his sword hacking and slashing. Helikaon blocked and countered with ease. The man was not skilled with a blade, and tried to compensate by sheer ferocity. Helikaon waited for the right moment, then blocked a wild cut and grabbed the man's sword wrist. Curling his leg behind the knee of his opponent, he threw him from his feet. The man landed heavily on his back. Helikaon's sword touched the fallen man's throat. "Is it over?" he asked.
"Yes,"
answered the man, hatred in his eyes. Helikaon stepped back and turned towards the others. "You heard him," he said, sheathing his sword. "It is over." A movement from his left caused him to turn sharply. The man he had spared had risen silently to his feet and was rushing at him, sword raised. There was no time to draw his own blade. Then Argurios leapt between them, his sword slashing through the attacker's neck. The man fell back with a gargling cry, blood spraying from his open jugular. As the dying warrior's body spasmed, Helikaon turned to the 5 remaining men. "Return to your ship," he ordered them. "There is only death here for you, with no hope of victory." They stood very still, and Helikaon saw they were preparing themselves to attack. Then Argurios spoke. "Sheathe your swords. It would weigh heavily on my heart if I were forced to kill another Mycenae. And carry this treacherous creature with you," he said, pointing to the corpse. Helikaon saw the men relax. They scabbarded their blades and shuffled forward, lifted the dead man, and made their way back to the steps. Argurios, coldly furious now, marched to confront Helikaon. "Did you know they would be here? Is that why you invited me, Trojan?" "Firstly, Argurios, I am a Dardanian. As an ambassador to this side of the Great Green, it might be worthwhile for you to understand that not all who dwell in these lands are Trojans. There are Maeonians, Lucaeans, Carians, and Thracians, and many more. Secondly, is it likely that I would have walked this path with 2 Mycenae warriors had I known there were 6 more waiting to kill me?" Argurios let out a long sigh. "No, you would not," he admitted. He looked into Helikaon's eyes. "You have been blessed with luck twice tonight. Such good fortune cannot last." The contradiction that was Couganes, the fat king, sat on a high-backed chair, his skeletal frame clad in a simple, unadorned tunic. He was picking at his meal, his wary eyes scanning his guests. The 2 Gupto ambassadors had hardly touched the food and were locked in conversation, their voices low. The merchant from Maeonia was eating enough for 3, shoveling the food into his cavernous mouth as if he hadn't eaten for weeks, gravy from the meat staining his several chins. The Dardanian prince Helikaon was sitting silently beside the fork-bearded Zidantus, and the 2 Mycenae warriors with them had helped themselves to cuts of beef, ignoring the finer delicacies on display, the honey-dipped sweetmeats, the peppered sheep's eyes, the seared kidneys, marinated first in wine. Helikaon also ate sparingly, and seemed lost in thought. The king cast his weary gaze over the other guests, most of them merchants from outlying lands, bringing gifts of silk or glass, or, more important, objects of gold and silver. Couganes scratched at his pock-marked face and eased himself back against the chair, wishing the time to pass. A servant moved alongside him, filling his goblet with clear water. The king glanced at the man and nodded his thanks. There was a time when Couganes would have sold his soul for the chance to be a palace servant, to be sure of at least one meal a day, and to sleep under a roof, away from wind and rain. The interminable banquet finally came to a close. Servants carried away the dishes and replenished the wine cups, and Couganes clapped his hands for the entertainment to begin. Female dancers from Kretos moved across the mosaic floor of the Megaron, swaying rhythmically to the music from several lyres, their bodies slim and lithe, their naked breasts firm. Oil glistened on their skin. The dance grew wilder, the women twirling and leaping. The guests banged the table in time to the music. Couganes closed his eyes, his mind drifting back through the years. His father had assured him that hard work and dedicated service would lead to happiness for any peasant. Like most youngsters, he had believed his father, and had toiled on the small farm from dawn till dusk every day. He had seen his mother age before his eyes, watched 2 brothers die, seen his 3 older sisters sold into servitude, and finally witnessed his father being murdered by Guptos during the 3rd invasion. That was when Couganes discovered the real secret of success. It lay not in scratching at the land with sharpened sticks, but in grasping a sword in a strong hand. The music faded, the women moving gracefully away. Acrobats replaced them, and jugglers, and finally a bard from Ugarit, who told a magical tale of beasts and heroes. It was a dull tale, and Couganes found himself wishing he had invited Odysseus to the feast. The 2 Guptos rose as the bard was still speaking, bowed low to Couganes, and left the Megaron. The bard's voice faded away as the men walked past him, and Couganes saw that the display of bad manners had unnerved the man. Lifting his hand, he urged the storyteller to continue, his own thoughts meanwhile straying to his departing guests. The Guptos were an odd pair. They had arrived with gifts, a gold-inlaid ivory wristband and a jewel-encrusted dagger. And though they spoke of trade and shipments of spices, they were not merchants. Couganes had waited to hear the real reason for their visit, and had suppressed a smile when the older one finally said, "There is one small matter, King Couganes, that my master instructed me to make known to you." He had spoken then of a criminal who had escaped justice in Egypt, following the slaying of 2 royal guardsmen. There followed a description of the man, tall, wide-shouldered, dark-bearded. "He has no skills, save that he is a fighting man, and so may seek to join your army. My master, realizing that to apprehend him would put you at some inconvenience, has instructed me to say that there is a reward offered for his capture. 5 gold ingots." "A big man, you say?" "Indeed." "I shall instruct my captains to look out for him. He has a name?" "He would not use it. We located a ship's captain who sailed to Kupros with someone of his description. This man called himself Gershom." "Then perhaps you should be seeking him in Kupros." "Indeed we are, and in every other land." The bard concluded his tale, which was greeted by polite, if unenthusiastic, cheers. He bowed to the assembly, and, red-faced, left the Megaron. Couganes rose from his chair, thanked his guests for honoring him with their company, signaled to Helikaon and the Mycenae to follow him, and walked back through the palace to his private apartments. There he wandered onto a high balcony and stared out over the dark sea. The night breeze was cool and refreshing. "You seem a little weary, my friend," said Helikaon. Couganes swung to greet him. "Battles are less tiring than feasts," he said. He looked at the 2 Mycenae behind the golden one. The first was lean, fierce-eyed, and battle-hardened. The second was younger, and there was weakness in his eyes. He listened as Helikaon introduced them, then bade them sit. The room was large, with several couches, and 2 open balconies allowing the night breeze to dissipate the fumes from the lamps on the walls. "I have heard of you, Argurios," he said, as his guests settled themselves. "You held a bridge during the war with the Myrmidons. 17 men you killed that day." He noted with satisfaction the surprise on the man's face. "I had not thought the story would have travelled so far," said Argurios, "and it was only 9. The others were merely wounded and removed from the fighting." "Tales of heroes are often exaggerated," said Couganes. "You are a close companion, I understand, of King Agamemnon." "I have the honour to be a follower."
You are the second follower to grace my beach. The Lord Kalanos is here also. You are friends?"
"Most friendships are forged in battle. I have never fought alongside him," replied Argurios.
"I am told he is now considered the first of Agamemnon's followers, and that the king places great trust in him."
"All the followers are trusted," said Argurios. "They gain their positions through their loyalty to the king and their services to the land."
Couganes nodded. "I understand," he said.
"You do not like him, warrior," he thought. "Is it jealousy or something else?"
The king sat down on a couch, beckoning his guests to seat themselves. Argurios and Helikaon moved to couches set against the walls, while Glaucus sat with his back to the door. "Two of Kalanos' crew died tonight, one on the beach and one on the path to my palace," said the king.
Argurios remained silent.
Couganes turned his attention to Helikaon. "I have reprimanded the captain of the guard. He did not allocate enough men to patrol the beach. And now I have a small favour to ask of you, Helikaon, my friend. The intended bride of Hector has been waiting here for almost 10 days. I would dearly like to see her on a ship to Troy."
Helikaon looked surprised. "I thought she was already there."
"Well, she is here," said Couganes, "and I pity Hector. The time she has spent with me has felt like a season. By the gods, she has a tongue on her that could cut through stone. I am amazed that Priam should have sought such a harridan for his eldest son. You'd have to be drunk or drugged before you climbed aboard that mare. Can you take her off my hands?"
"Of course, my friend, though I had heard the girl was charming and shy."
"Palesti might have been, but she died. Now Hector has been offered the sister, Andromache. The words charming and shy do not apply."
Couganes chuckled.
"She was a priestess on Thera. I have heard stories about those women. They are not lovers of men, that's for sure."
"We have all heard stories about those women," said young Glaucus harshly. "If true, they should be sealed alive in weighted boxes and hurled into the sea."
Couganes masked his surprise at the man's vehemence.
"An interesting thought," he said after a while. "Tell me, should the same punishment be meted out to men who seek their pleasures among other men?"
"I was not talking about men," said Glaucus. "It is a good woman's duty to receive sexual pleasure from her husband and no other."
Couganes shrugged and said nothing. The man was an idiot. He returned his attention to Helikaon.
"That is a fine sword you are wearing."
Helikaon drew the blade, reversed it, and offered it to Couganes. There were no embellishments on the reinforced hilt, but the blade was beautifully fashioned, the balance perfection. Hefting it, Couganes stepped back, then slashed it through the air twice.
"Magnificent. One of the best I have held," he said.
He tested the edge, then examined the bronze blade under lamplight. His warrior's eye noted the sheen. Bronze swords were notoriously treacherous. Too soft and they would bend out of shape in a fight. Too hard and they would shatter on impact. But this blade seemed different.
"Crafted by a master," he said. "I have never seen the like before."
As Couganes had anticipated, Helikaon was too sharp not to know what was expected of him. "I am glad that you like it, my friend, for I brought it with me as a gift for you," he said smoothly. Lifting the scabbard from the loop at his belt, he passed it to the king.
Couganes chuckled. "You know the way to an old soldier's heart. Here," he called to Argurios. "A warrior such as yourself will appreciate this weapon."
Flicking his wrist, he tossed the blade through the air. Argurios caught it expertly, and Couganes noted the gleam of pleasure in the man's eyes as he felt the balance of the blade. "It is superb." The Mycenae's voice was awestruck.
"Who knows?" said Couganes, retrieving the blade. "I might be using it before long. But for now I will rest."
The men bowed and walked to the door.
"Ah," the king called out. "A moment of your time, Helikaon."
Argurios and Glaucus left the room. Helikaon waited in the doorway. Couganes indicated he should shut the door and come back inside.
"Sit down and let us talk a while."
"I thought you were tired, my old friend."
"The company of Mycenae always tires me."
Lifting a pitcher of water, he filled his goblet.
"They are an unpleasant people altogether. Hearts like lions, minds like snakes. Which is why I wanted to speak to you privately.
although Argurios strikes me as a better man than most of his race.
Couganes looked closely at his guest. Helikaon's face was pale, and there were lines of tension around his eyes.
"Are you ill, my friend?"
"No, a little head pain. It is already passing." Couganes poured a fresh goblet of water and passed it to Helikaon.
"Usually I have twice as many soldiers on hand when there are ships beached. However, the Hittites requested 500 fighting men 4 days ago, and my troops are spread thin."
500? There are fears of an Egyptian invasion.
It has already happened. A Gupto army is moving up through Palestine. They have pushed north. Hector and 1,000 Trojan cavalry have joined the Hittites to confront them. The fat Myonian merchants saw them pass 3 days ago. Interesting times lie ahead. The world is about to change, I think. Too many kings. Too many armed men with no employment. The Hittite Empire is in its death throes. Something will replace it.
"Not Egypt," said Helikaon. "They are wondrously equipped for desert warfare, but their troops are too lightly armed for battle in northern climes, and Hector will not be defeated. The Trojan horse are invincible in battle."
"What of the Mycenae?"
Helikaon looked surprised. "The Mycenae Empire is in the west. They do not have the ships or the men to invade the east."
"Agamemnon is a man of new ambitions. However, that is not my most pressing problem at the moment. My immediate concern is the sea. The trading season is almost done, but I am wondering whether the Guptos will try to land a force on my coast. It would be a fine diversion. To offset this threat, I could use, say, 10 galleys until the spring."
Couganes smiled inwardly as he saw the Golden One's expression change, his eyes narrowing, his mind weighing the cost. He wouldn't want to lose the friendship of a powerful king, but equally he would have no wish to find himself at odds with the power of Egypt. As a trader, he needed access to Egyptian ports to sell cargoes of olive oil, decorated copper vessels, and Mycenae jars. From those ports he would load Egyptian wares like gold, salt, alabaster, and papyrus. Couganes leaned back. He knew what Helikaon was thinking. Such a raid, with its attendant disadvantages, was extremely unlikely, while leasing galleys and crews to Couganes would provide income during the lean winter months, when trading on the Great Green was minimal.
10 would not be enough to prevent an invasion, Helikaon said suddenly. I have hired others. That is why Kalanos is here. His 3 galleys are now part of my fleet. I have other captains sailing here for the winter.
I will sell you 10 ships, said Helikaon. They will then be yours to command as you see fit. I will buy them back in the spring for the same price, as long as they are undamaged. You must supply your own sails. The Black Horse of Dardanos will not be seen to take part in any war.
And the crews?
They will be like the Mycenae, mercenaries. Your treasury will pay them fighting wages, 100 copper rings for each man.
Pah! What if there is no fighting? 50 rings a man.
10 ships, 10 crews, 100 rings a man. Come, my friend, you know this is fair. You just cannot resist haggling.
Fair? Why don't you just rip the shirt from my back and steal my boots, too?
I gave you those boots last spring.
Couganes laughed. So you did. Damn good boots they are, too. Very well, Helikaon, I will agree to 70 rings a man, but only because I like you.
What are you paying the Mycenae?
60.
For a while, Helikaon said nothing, his face becoming mask-like, showing no emotion at all. Couganes cursed inwardly. He had spoken without thinking. The amount was correct, but it was too low, and had aroused the Golden One's suspicions. Then Helikaon appeared to relax. He shrugged. Friends must not fall out over such matters, he said. 70 rings it is. I will send the galleys from Troy.
Excellent. And now I really will take to my bed, said the king. May your travels be blessed with fine winds and fair skies.
As Couganes spoke, he realized he actually meant it. He had always liked Helikaon. Such a shame, then, that he had to die tonight. Chapter 11. Swords in the Moonlight. Leaving the apartments of Couganes, Helikaon walked back through the Megaron, where the remains of the food were being cleared away. He looked around for Zidantus, then summoned a servant.
Did you see my companion, the big man with the forked beard?
No, lord.
Moving on, he asked several others. Finally, a stoop-shouldered servant with watery eyes supplied an answer.
I saw him talking to Captain Gallios, then he left.
Where will I find Captain Gallios? Following the man's directions, Helikaon left the Megaron and emerged onto an outside terrace. The night air was crisp with the promise of rain, and a cool wind was blowing from the sea. Helikaon paused to stand by the walkway rail and gaze down at the beach. Fires were still burning, but most of the sailors, who would be working hard from dawn's first light, were now asleep. Many of the stalls were covered by canvas sheets, their owners, wrapped in blankets, sitting by them, watching for thieves. As he stood, breathing in the sweet air, Helikaon thought through the events of the night. It had been surprising that the Mycenae had tried to kill him on the Fat King's beach. Couganes was not a forgiving man. Transgressors had their throats cut. The second attack, so close to the palace, bordered on the stupid. Or at least that was what he had thought. Now he knew otherwise. Couganes had hired the Mycenae to patrol his waters, and he had done so cheaply. In the moment that Couganes let slip the price, Helikaon knew he was betrayed. Mycenae fighting men like Kalanos did not sell their services without receiving a good blood price. They would earn more by piracy and raiding. They had accepted 60 rings because there was something larger and more valuable offered to balance the fee: his own life. Everything fell into place then. The loss of 500 men to the Hittite army would not have depleted Couganes' force so greatly as to reduce the number of men patrolling the beach, and even if it had, there would still have been soldiers around the crowd when Odysseus told his tale. In fact, there had been none. Also, there had been too few torches on the cliff path, and no soldiers there either. Couganes needed no extra galleys. He had merely delayed Helikaon so that Argurios and Glaucos would return without him. There was now no need to find the captain of the guard. Helikaon knew what had happened. Zidantas had been told Helikaon was staying the night at the palace. Ox had therefore returned to the beach. The crowning moment of the betrayal had been when Couganes deprived Helikaon of his only weapon. He felt his anger rise, not at Couganes, but at himself. How could he have been so foolish? All the clues had been there, and he had not seen them. He stood for a while until the anger passed, and he began to think more clearly. Kalanos would have sent more men to wait on the cliff path, so either he remained where he was until the dawn, or he found another way down. At first, the thought of staying at the palace seemed the more obvious solution. Surely Couganes would not risk angering Troy by actively participating in the death of one of its allies. Yet, as he thought it through, he realized he could be killed in the palace, and his body dumped on the cliff path. Couganes might already have issued orders to trusted men. Once on the beach, surrounded by his own men, Helikaon would be safe. But how to get there? The Mycenae warrior Kalanos had never been a patient man. The night was almost gone, and his men had not returned. So donning sword and helmet, he walked swiftly along the beach, following the line of the cliffs towards the path. The moon emerged from behind a thin screen of clouds. He saw then that his tunic was spattered with blood, spray patterns dotting the pale fabric. There was blood also on his hands. Pausing, he scooped up some sand to rub them clean. Most of the sailors on the beach were asleep, save for a few sitting around fading campfires playing knucklebone dice. To his right was the Xanthos campfire. He saw Argurios sitting there, staring out at the sea. Anger flared. He had never liked the man. His notions of honor were ludicrous. Enemies were to be killed by whatever means. How he could have defended Helikaon was a mystery Kalanos would never understand. When Agamemnon heard of it, he would be furious, and Kalanos would ensure the king did hear of it. Argurios might revel in his role as a follower now, but he would be stripped of that honor, with luck. Depending on Agamemnon's mood, he might also be declared outside the law, his estates forfeit, a blood price on his head. Irritation touched him then. That would be too much to hope for. Argurios, for all his stupid clinging to the rituals of the past, was still a Mycenae hero. Kalanos strode up the cliff path. Near the top, Almost within sight of the palace gates, he found the 5 men he had assigned to kill Helikaon. They were half hidden in the shadows of a deep cleft in the rock. Kalanos approached them. The bulky form of Habusas the Assyrian stepped into the moonlight.
"No sign of him, Lord," he said. "Has anyone passed?" "A few sentries, some whores."
Kalanos moved back into the shadows. Habusas followed him, keeping his voice low.
"Maybe he stayed the night. If he does, Couganis would have him killed and his body thrown to the beach. Let us hope he comes. I want to see the bastard's face when my knife rips out his eyes."
"Someone's coming,"
whispered one of the men. Kalanos peered through the gloom. A soldier wearing a conical helmet and carrying a club on his shoulder was strolling down from the palace.
"Go and ask him about Helikaon,"
ordered Kalanos. Habusas called out to the man, then walked across. They spoke for a little while, then Habusas returned.
"He said the Trojan went back to the king's apartments. That's all he knew."
Kalanos glanced at the sky. There was no more than an hour of darkness left.
"We'll wait a while longer," he said.
Time drifted by. Kalanos' irritation grew. Had Couganis changed his mind? Had he decided not to kill Helikaon? Then Habusas lightly tapped his arm and pointed up the trail. A man wearing a dark chiton had emerged from the palace gates and was beginning to walk down to the beach.
"Grab him and pin his arms,"
said Kalanos, drawing his knife. As the figure came closer, Habusas stepped out, blocking the way. Other men moved around the startled newcomer, hustling him to stand before Kalanos. His dark hair was close-cropped, his face heavy and fleshy. Kalanos swiftly sheathed his blade.
"Where did you get that tunic?"
he asked roughly, recognizing the gold embroidery round the neck and sleeves. Instead of answering, the man turned to run. Habusas and 2 of the Mycenae grabbed him and hauled him back to face Kalanos.
"I asked you a question. Answer it."
"From the Trojan prince, lord."
"Why did he give you his garment?"
"We exchanged clothes. I am a soldier of the king. He said he wanted to play a joke on his friends and borrowed my uniform and my club. He said I could come down to the beach tomorrow and he would return everything."
Bile rose in Kalanos' throat. Stepping back, he looked at Habusas.
"Send this man to the beach, by the fast route."
The Mycenae dragged the struggling soldier to the cliff edge. In desperation, he clawed at them. Habusas punched him twice, half stunning him. Kalanos ran in, knife in hand, and plunged the blade through the man's chest, then dragged it clear. Mortally wounded, the soldier fell to his knees. The Mycenae rushed in and kicked him from the cliff edge. His body plummeted down to the rocks below. The sky was growing lighter now.
"No more knives in the dark," said Kalanos. "We will take him at sea."
Helikaon stepped off the cliff path and strode across the rocky sand. He was tired now, but lifted by the fact that he had fooled the Mycenae. Kalanos himself had been waiting there in the dark with 5 of his men. It was a great compliment that they believed such force would be necessary. The conical helmet slid sideways on his head, for he had not tightened the chin straps, and the bronze-reinforced leather breastplate was too large, chafing the skin of his shoulders. He felt clumsy as he walked across the beach towards the Xanthos fire. Then he stumbled, the strap of his right sandal snapping. Kicking it clear, he walked on. Most of the men were asleep when he approached. Pulling off the helm, he tossed it to the sand, then unbuckled the breastplate. Aniacus saw him. "You were better dressed when you set out," he volunteered. "Long day tomorrow. You should be sleeping," Helikaon told him, then strolled off to the Xanthos. He climbed onto the rear deck. 2 men were sleeping there, a third keeping watch. Helikaon opened a deck hatch and stepped down into the Stygian gloom below. He found his chest more by feel than sight and lifted the lid. Reaching in, he felt around for a spare tunic, then returned to the upper deck and removed the soldier's calf-length linen garb. Donning his own clothes once more, he looked back at the palace. It was a surprise that Couganis should have betrayed him. Not that they were friends, but the business they conducted together was profitable, and for the fat king to collude in his murder, he must have been offered a huge sum. No pirate could have afforded to bribe the king, not even Kalanos. No, the riches would have been promised on behalf of Agamemnon. Helikaon could make no sense of it. More than a year had passed since he had killed Electron, and he had done nothing since to offend the Mycenae king. However, the reason for Agamemnon's new enmity was secondary now. The real question was, how many other kings on the trade routes had been offered a fortune to conspire in his death? How many pirate chiefs or assassins? His own father, Anchises, had been slain by such a man, and mutilated. The killer had slashed a sharp blade across the king's throat, and then cut off his ear. How he had entered the palace remained a mystery. No guards reported seeing a stranger, though one man said he saw a shadow move on the high eastern wall. He assumed it was a trick of the light. Even now, 9 years later, Helikaon still had agents scouring the towns and cities of the Great Green, seeking clues to the assassin and the man who hired him. Movement caught Helikaon's eyes. The Mycenae galleys were being pushed back into the water, and he saw the blonde Kalanos standing on the beach. The Mycenae looked up, and their eyes met.
"Enjoy your day, Golden One," shouted Kalanos. "It'll be one to remember."
Helikaon ignored him, and continued to watch as the Mycenae crewmen swarmed aboard their vessels. The 3 black galleys were long and sleek, each with 50 rowers positioned on the upper decks. Bronze-headed rams had been fitted to the prows. Kalanos was the last to wade out into the surf and haul himself aboard his ship. Huge red eyes had been painted on the timbers of the upcurved prow, giving the galley a demonic appearance. As the ships moved out into the bay, the rowers leaned into their oars and the crews began to dismantle the masts. Helikaon knew then that they would be waiting for the Xanthos outside the bay. Galleys were more maneuverable in battle with their masts down, and they wanted him to know, otherwise they would have left their masts up until they were out of sight. It was a challenge, and one that could not be ignored. Kalanos had every reason to believe the day would be his. The Mycenae galleys were smaller and faster than the Xanthos, and he had 3 times as many fighting men. But he did not know of the genius of Calcaeus, the madman from Miletos. The sun cleared the eastern cliffs, turning the sky to coral and gold. Striding back along the central deck, Helikaon climbed to the stern and gazed down on the beach, scanning the faces of his men. "Where in Hades is Ox?" he thought. Chapter 12. The Gathering Storm. An hour earlier, Andromache had climbed the long cliff path, thinking of the seer who had predicted her destiny. Odysseus was right. The man had not been entertaining. Yet how had he known she was a priestess of Thera? Perhaps, she thought, I should have called out to the man with one sandal. She smiled. To discover what? That he was a farmer's son from the Low Country, or married with 7 noisy children. She walked on, her spirits lighter. The conversation with Odysseus had been more than pleasant. It was like water on a parched tongue to meet someone of wit and intelligence, who was also warm and amusing. The fat king had a mind like a dagger, but there was no humanity in him, or none that she could perceive. As she climbed the path, she found herself thinking of the blue-eyed man who had been attacked. He was about to speak to her when the knifeman charged in. Andromache wondered what he was going to say. Would it have been a gentle greeting, or merely a coarse request for sex on the sand? She would never know. At the top of the stone steps, she saw blood on the rocks. There was a smeared patch on the edge of the path, above the drop to the rocks below. Andromache ignored it and continued on to the fortress gates. Once through, she climbed the stairs to the apartments she had been allocated. Her slim, dark-haired servant girl, Policia, was waiting inside. In the torchlight she looked strained and nervous, and her relief at seeing Andromache was palpable. She ran forward.
"Oh, where have you been? I was worried sick. I thought you'd been abducted."
"I went for a walk on the beach," said Andromache.
"You shouldn't have. There has been murder tonight."
Andromache nodded. "I know. When men are gathered together, is there not always a murder, or a fight, or a rape?" Policia's brows creased.
I don't understand. Knowing that, why did you go?"
Andromache moved to the table and filled a clay goblet with wine and water. "Why not? I cannot change the world of men, and I have no wish to hide in a cave.
I would have been in such trouble had you gone missing. The king would have had me whipped or killed."
Andromache put down her wine, walked over to the girl. A wisp of dark hair had fallen over her brow. Andromache brushed it back from her face, then leaned in and kissed her on the lips.
"But I haven't gone missing," she said. "I am here, and all is well."
Felicia blushed.
"And now you can go to your bed,"
Andromache told her.
"I shall sleep for a while. Would you like me to stay with you?"
"Not tonight. Go now." When Felicia had left, Andromache walked to the balcony and gazed down on the beach below. Already the sky was lightening. She saw the 3 Mycenae galleys being pushed out, men clambering aboard. Removing her clothes, she laid them over the back of a chair, then climbed into the bed. Sleep came swiftly, and she dreamt of Calliope. They were swimming in the bay at night. It was a good dream. Then Calliope began to call her princess, which was strange, for they were all princesses on Thera.
"Princess!"
Andromache's eyes opened, and she saw Felicia by the bedside. Through the open balcony she could see the sky was clear and blue, the sun bright. Andromache struggled to sit, her mind disoriented.
"Fetch me some water,"
she said. Felicia did so, and she drank deeply.
"There is terrible trouble,"
said Felicia.
"The king is furious, and there are soldiers on the beach."
"Slow down," Andromache urged her.
"What trouble?" "More killings. One of the palace guards was stabbed and thrown from the cliff, and a sailor has been horribly mutilated. They cut off his head, someone told me."
"This is truly a savage place," whispered Andromache. Rising from the bed, she walked naked to the balcony and breathed deeply. The air was fresh and cool.
"You should come in. Someone might see you."
Andromache turned. The dreams of Calliope still burned in her, and her body felt warm and uneasy.
"And what would they see?"
she asked the servant girl. Once again Felicia blushed.
"You are very beautiful,"
she whispered. Andromache laughed. "Yesterday I was plain, and now everyone is telling me I am beautiful." Drawing Felicia to her feet, she kissed her again. This time the girl's lips parted, and the kiss was deep. Then someone began pounding at the door.
"Are you dressed?"
came a man's voice. She recognized it as Couganis's.
"Wait a moment,"
she called. Felicia helped her into her long green gown. Then the servant ran to the door, opened it, and stepped back, head bowed. Couganis entered. His face was pale, and tension clung to him like a cloak.
"You will be leaving for Troy today," he said. "Gather your belongings, and I will take you to the beach."
"It should be an exciting walk," she said. "I understand someone is killed every few moments on your beaches."
His face hardened.
"Last night was exceptional," he said. "We are not savages here."
"But someone was beheaded, I understand."
"Be ready as soon as you can,"
he said, then stalked from the room. Andromache turned back to Felicia.
"I think you would enjoy life on Thera,"
she told her.
"I wish you were not leaving,"
answered the girl sadly. "Perhaps we will meet again. I hope so. Now help me gather my belongings, Felicia. The king is impatient." Couganis was in no mood for conversation as he walked down the hill path alongside Andromache. 20 soldiers followed them, 2 of them carrying the chests containing Andromache's clothes. As he walked, Couganis kept his hand on the hilt of the bronze sword Helikaon had given him. He was hoping it would not be necessary to use it. How, in the name of Zeus, had the Golden One known the assassins would be waiting? The fat king wished he had never listened to Kalanos, nor allowed thoughts of Agamemnon's gold to tempt him. The gold was worth more than 2 years of trading with Helikaon's ships, and the Golden One's death would not severely affect his profits. Someone else would have inherited the ships, and they would still use Blue Owl Bay. It had seemed so simple. Keep his soldiers back, and allow Kalanos to kill Helikaon on the beach. When that failed, he had invited the Golden One to the palace. Surely the assassins on the cliff path could kill him. But no. That left only the trip back to the beach. Couganis had even managed to divest Helikaon of his sword, and still he had evaded assassination. The king shivered, and wondered if the gods themselves were protecting the Golden One. The biggest question, however, and the one that filled his mind as he walked to the shore was, does he know? And then there were the other deaths. The palace guard's murder was senseless. It took no great wit to realize that Kalanos, or one of his men, angry at missing the chance to kill Helikaon, had vented his fury on the poor unfortunate who had changed clothes with him. But the headless corpse, that was another matter entirely. The body had been covered in cuts and burns, and had been disemboweled before the beheading. The wrists were bound, the skin around the binding ripped and torn, showing how the tortured man had writhed and struggled in his agony. It was an act of barbarity that even Couganes found hard to take. Kill a man, yes, but torture and mutilation. No civilized man should involve himself in such vileness. What would be the effect on Helikaon, he wondered. He glanced back at his soldiers. They had been warned to watch for any sign of hostility. The beach was still crowded, but there was little movement, and the mood there was somber. Word had obviously spread. Couganes struggled to stay calm as he approached the Xanthos. Helikaon was standing talking with the Ithacan king, Odysseus. In the background, Couganes could hear the sound of hammers and saws coming from the great ship. He looked up, but the decks were too high to see where the noise originated. Helikaon and Odysseus ceased their conversation as Couganes came closer. The king looked into Helikaon's eyes and shuddered inwardly. His gaze was cold, and it seemed to the king that the temperature dropped as those eyes met his. "I regret the death of your man," said the king. Helikaon did not reply for a moment, and the silence grew. Couganes saw that he was staring intently at Hector's bride-to-be. "Allow me to introduce Andromache, daughter of the king of Thebe under Placos." "You are to marry Hector," he said. "That is my father's command," she replied. He fell silent again, and Couganes pressed on. "You agreed last night to offer her passage to Troy." Helikaon did not look at the king. His gaze remained locked on the face of Andromache. "You must travel with Odysseus," said Helikaon. 3 warships are waiting outside the bay. They will seek to finish what they began last night. Couganes spoke again. "Kalanos is a savage. He is no longer part of my fleet." And still the Golden One failed to respond. Instead, he turned away to stare out to sea. Then followed a moment so bizarre that Couganes' stomach turned. The prince knelt down by a blood-drenched sack in the sand. Opening it, he lifted forth a severed head. It had been mutilated, the eyes gouged out. Congealing blood covered the stump of the neck and stained Helikaon's hands. "You remember my friend Zidantus?" he said, his voice conversational and calm, his expression unchanged. Shifting his hold, he held the head against his chest. The movement caused a severed vein to open. Blood dripped sluggishly onto his blue tunic, but he did not seem to notice. In the silence that followed, Couganes could hear his own heart beating. Then Helikaon spoke again. "Zidantus came to this place in good faith, seeking rest for the night. He came to this bay because it is well known that King Couganes keeps it safe. His soldiers patrol it. They are everywhere, preventing fights. Not last night, though. Last night this good man was lured away from your palace. Then he was tortured. Then he was killed." Couganes' throat was dry. He licked his lips. "I explained about the lack of soldiers," he said, "and I share your pain at the loss of a crewman. However, think of Andromache, my friend. This grisly display must surely be upsetting for her." Helikaon seemed puzzled. "Are you upset, goddess?" he asked. "Does the sight of my friend Zidantus cause you distress?" "No," she answered calmly. "I did not know him. He must have been a good man, though, for his loss to hurt you so." Couganes saw the softness of her words breach Helikaon's defences. A muscle in the prince's cheek twitched as he fought for control. Lifting the head to his face, he kissed the brow, then returned it to the bloody sack. "Yes, he was a good man," he said. "Father to 6 daughters. He was loyal and he was brave, and he deserved better than to die like this, murdered by Mycenae's savages." "Yes, he was murdered by savages," said a voice.
Do not seek to brand all Mycenae with this monstrous act.
Couganis swung to see the warrior Argurios moving through the crowd. You are not welcome here, said Helikaon. I see your friend Glaucos has left with Kalanos and his murderers. Perhaps you should have joined them. Then we could have met at sea, and you could have tried for your revenge.
It is true that I wish to avenge Electruon, said Argurios, but I would do it facing you sword to sword. I am no backstabber, Helikaon, and no torturer either.
Ah, said Helikaon. A good man, then, and a hero. Perhaps you would like to accompany us as we hunt down Kalanos and bring him to justice. He will not have far to go. Couganis saw Argurios' expression harden.
Kalanos deserves to die, he said, but I cannot raise my sword against another follower. I will, however, report this atrocity to my king. You should remember, though, Helikaon, that Kalanos is not the first to sever a head and put out the eyes.
Helikaon nodded. There is truth in that, though it is a Mycenae truth, and that means it is twisted beyond recognition. Electruon was a barbaric murderer, killed cleanly in single combat, following an unprovoked attack on a neutral vessel. Zidantas was a sailor, overpowered and tortured. His hands were bound. The blood upon his face shows his eyes were gouged out while he still lived. Helikaon paused, then spoke again. Last night you proved your honor and saved my life. For that I am in your debt. Therefore you are safe, Argurios. However, as I said before, you are not welcome here. Couganis looked at the Mycenae warrior, who was standing stiffly, his hand upon his sword. Then he spun on his heel and stalked away. Helikaon swung back to Couganis. This is no longer a safe haven for honest sailors, he said. My ship's captains will be instructed to avoid your bays. With that, he took up the blood-drenched sack and strode to the Xanthos. Couganis felt sick. The loss of income from Helikaon's 50 ships would be a huge blow to his treasury. Within a year he would be unable to pay his mercenaries, and that would mean the bandits in the high country would begin once more to raid caravans passing through his territory. More loss of income. Men from the Xanthos and the Penelope moved forward to push the great ship from the beach. As it floated clear, the last of the crew swarmed up the ropes, and the rowers took up their positions. The mysterious hammering continued. As the Xanthos inched back, then swung, Couganis saw that several wooden structures were being added to the decks. But by now the king didn't care what they were building. He felt as if he had been stabbed, and his lifeblood was flowing to the beach. Odysseus spoke then, his words cold. Ithacan ships will beach here no more either, Couganis. When word gets out, others will come to the same conclusion. Couganis did not reply, and Odysseus strode away. All along the beach there was an unusual lack of activity. No other ships were being launched. They all knew what was about to take place beyond the bay, and they would wait until the battle was over. Andromache remained silent as she walked alongside Odysseus. The interplay between the men had been fascinating to observe, and there were undercurrents she could not identify. Couganis had been nervous when he approached Helikaon. Why should that be? Although she disliked the fat king, he was not a timid man, nor one easily frightened. On the walk to the beach he was tense, and had warned his men to watch for signs of hostility. Why would he expect hostility? It was not his soldiers who had attacked Helikaon. Odysseus, too, seemed different today, sadder and older. She glanced at him as they walked to the remains of the Penelope's campfire. He looked fearful, his face pale, his manner subdued. There was a group of men round the fire as they approached, and a tawny-haired young boy, his face ashen, his eyes wide. Odysseus knelt down by him. The Penelope is a good ship, Xander, a ship of legend. You will be able to tell your grandchildren you sailed on her. The boy looked up. Why did they do that to Zidantas? Listen to me, lad. You could spend a lifetime trying to understand the works of evil men. Their joys are not ours. They love to inflict pain, create suffering, cause harm and death. It empowers them, for beneath the skin they are empty and worthless.
Zidantus will walk the Elysian fields in eternal sunshine, for the gods love a good man."
"I just want to go home," said the boy miserably.
"Me too," Odysseus told him. "But for now, go and get yourself some breakfast and bring me a slab of sweet pie from the stall yonder." 2 soldiers arrived and laid Andromache's chests down on the sand. She thanked them, and they moved away. Then Odysseus turned and watched the Xanthos sailing across the bay. He wandered down to the shoreline. Andromache joined him there, and they stood in silence for a while, watching the new sun reflected in fragmented gold on the blue of the sea.
"What is wrong, Odysseus?" she asked him. "Is it the coming battle? Do you fear for your friend?"
Odysseus shivered suddenly. "I am filled with fear, but not for his safety. Helikaon is a fighter, but there are depths to the man which should never be plumbed."
"I do not understand you."
He sighed. "Sometimes when a fear is voiced, the gods are listening, and they make it real. So let us wait and see whether my fears are groundless." Andromache stood with him as the Xanthos was eased back from the bay into deeper water. After a while, Xander returned with a slab of pie. Odysseus thanked him. When the boy had gone, the Ithacan king stood silently.
"Why did they do that to his friend?" asked Andromache.
"To make Helikaon angry, to rob him of reason, to draw him out in a rage." He swore softly. "Mostly, though, Kalanos did it because he likes to inflict pain. He is a wretch."
"It seems to have succeeded. Helikaon does seem broken by the loss."
"It won't succeed. I know Helikaon. When he sails out, his mind will be calm." He forced a smile. "He called you goddess again."
"I know. It surprises me that I have not heard his name before."
"Ah, you probably have. Helikaon is what his friends call him. His name is actually Aeneas, and he is a prince of Dardania."
"You are right, Odysseus. I have heard that name. The man who didn't want to be a king."
"Far more to it than that," said Odysseus. "Less about what he might have wanted, and more about honoring his father. Not that the bastard deserved such a son. Anchises was a vile man. Should have been born with scaled skin like a lizard. He had dispossessed Helikaon, and had named his other son, Diomedes, as his heir."
"Why?"
A long story. I'll tell you about it on the voyage to Troy. However, Anchises was murdered on the night we sailed into his bay. Helikaon had been a crew member on the Penelope for 2 years, and we had just beached below his father's fortress. The assassin struck that night. With the king dead and the named heir still an infant, the situation was rife for civil war. A nation can only have one king. And you know what would happen in most kingdoms?
"The child and his mother would be killed," said Andromache. "Or men loyal to the queen would try to assassinate Helikaon."
"Exactly. Some of the queen's followers arrived on the beach, intent on killing him. Other loyal men gathered round to stop them. The men of the Penelope had weapons in their hands. They would have fought for Helikaon, for they loved him. Still do. There should have been a battle." Odysseus chuckled. "By the balls of Ares. You know what he did? At 17, he ordered everyone to sheathe their weapons, approached the men who had come to kill him, and told them to take to the queen. She was in her apartments, surrounded by loyal guards. She was terrified, for Helicia, though a sweet girl, is not a strong woman. Helikaon told her the child would be safe, and that she would not be harmed. Then he pledged to follow his father's wishes and swore allegiance to Helicia and Diomedes. He was standing there unarmed, completely in her power, and yet he had won. His authority had overwhelmed them all. That and the sincerity he radiated. Over the next few months he reorganized the kingdom, appointing new counselors to serve the queen. No battles, no civil war, no killings. Unusual, you agree?"
"Yes, it is," she said. "Why did he do it?"
"You must ask him that. He might even tell you." Odysseus moved to the shoreline and sat down on a rock. "There'll be no ships sailing for a while," he said, "so we will breakfast here." He began to eat the pie Xander had brought.
"Tell me of Helikaon," said Andromache, seating herself close by. "Does he have children?"
Odysseus chuckled. "You mean, is he wed? No. He is waiting for love.
I hope he finds it.
Why would he not? He is young and rich and brave.
Yes, he is brave, but love requires a different kind of courage, Andromache.
She smiled. That makes no sense to me.
Odysseus shrugged. There is one act a warrior prays he will never be forced to submit to, and yet must if he is to know love.
This is another riddle, and I am not good with riddles, she said.
Few are. Warriors fear surrender. They are proud and defiant. They will fight to the death for what they believe in. They will struggle to conquer. Love is not about conquest. The truth is, a man can only find true love when he surrenders to it, when he opens his heart to the partner of his soul and says, "Here it is, the very essence of me. It is yours to nurture or destroy."
Andromache looked into the face of the ugly king and felt a great warmth for him. "Ah, Odysseus," she said, "now I see why Penelope loves you."
He reddened. "I talk too much," he grumbled.
"You think Helikaon is frightened to love?"
"He is a fine man, but he was once a child of tragedy and sorrow. It left its mark on him."
They stood in silence for a while. Then Andromache said, "He is a friend of Hector, you said?"
"More than that. They are closer than brothers. For a year Helikaon lived in Troy, building his fleet. He stayed with Hector, even rode with the Trojan horse once, so I'm told. They are a sight to see. Best horsemen anywhere. You like horses?"
"I love to ride."
"Then you will adore living with Hector. No one knows more about horses or breeds finer mounts. Horses are his passion."
"Now that is a disquieting thought," she said dryly.
Odysseus laughed. "And following on from your comment last night, Hector doesn't get drunk and only belches to be polite. As to rushing off to wars, I never met a man who likes war less or does it better. Left to himself, Hector would stay on his horse farm and never ride to battle."
"You like him?"
"Aye, I do, Andromache. In a violent world he is the bright morning after a storm. He will do his best to make you happy."
"My happiness is not in the gift of others. I will be happy, or I will not be happy. No man will supply it or deprive me of it."
"You live by a hard philosophy, Andromache. You are right, though, in that not one of us is responsible for the happiness of others. Ironically, we can be responsible for another's unhappiness."
He glanced out to the bay to see the Xanthos moving out onto open sea.
"I think they will rue what they did to Zidantus," he said.
Then he sighed.
"We may all come to rue it."
Chapter 13. The Ship of Flames. On the deck of the Xanthos, the crew were working feverishly. 4 more of Calcaeus's new weapons had been carried from the hold in sections and were now, under the watchful eye of Aniacus, being bolted to the deck. Men not working on construction were donning leather breastplates and helmets and gathering up bow, quiver, and sword. Helikaon buckled on his bronze armor. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a powerful black-bearded figure approach. His heart lifted, and for a moment he thought it was Zidantus. Then, as the harsh realization of Ox's death struck him anew, his stomach twisted. The Egyptian, Gershom, moved alongside him.
"You should have stayed ashore," said Helikaon, more harshly than he intended. "Only fighting men are needed here."
The man's dark eyes flashed with anger.
"I am no sailor, Helikaon, but you will find I know how to fight."
"Show me your hands."
Gershom held them out. Both were bandaged, and there was blood seeping through the linen.
"You couldn't grip a sword."
"No," admitted Gershom, "but by your leave I will carry the club of Zidantus. I knew him only a day, but he came into the sea for me, and I owe him. And Oniacus tells me that Zidantus always stood by you in a fight."
Helikaon nodded. Yes, he did. He took a deep breath.
"It will be as you say, Gershom. Remain close to me."
Then he called out to Aniacus. The black-haired oarsman ran to the rear deck.
"You know what to expect outside the bay?" asked Helikaon.
"Poseidon's trident, I would think," answered Aniacus.
"That would be my guess also," Helikaon agreed. "Kalanos will have the command ship, so he will be the first prong and furthest from us. As soon as we are in sight of him, I want oars at 6. We will close in on him at maximum speed. Aniacus looked worried.
That will leave both the other galleys with sight of our beams, he observed. If they come at us fast, we could be breached.
Helikaon ignored the comment. I want men with ropes and hooks at prow and stern, along with 10 of our best fighters ready to grapple. Aniacus nodded.
You think the crippled swan will work against 3 enemies?
No. We'll need to take out at least one with the fire hurlers. Concentrate on the command ship. It must be forced back, otherwise we could be rammed on 2 sides. I think the Xantos could withstand it, but each of those galleys carries more than 50 fighting men. If they all close with us, we'll be outnumbered more than 2 to 1.
I'll be on the prow weapon myself. I won't miss, Golden One.
Aniacus had been the most proficient of the men trained secretly in Kupros on the new weapons. The men chosen had been the steadiest and least excitable. It was vital, Helikaon knew, that no careless sailor was put in charge of Nephtar. The acrid, foul-smelling liquid was highly flammable and almost impossible to douse once lit. It burned even more brightly when water was added to it. The Xantos carried 80 clay balls, wax-sealed, filled with the precious liquid. Each ball, the size of a man's head, cost the equivalent of 5 good horses, 8 oxen, or 20 untrained slaves, and an accident could turn the Xantos into a ship of flame. Make sure the men know exactly what we plan, Helikaon warned. We won't know until the last moment which galley will swan. I don't want to see our oars splintered as we turn, or a Nephtar ball dropped.
Yes, Lord,
answered Aniacus. Helikaon walked back to where the nail-studded club of Zidantus had been laid by the steering oar. Hefting it, he passed it to Gershom. Find yourself a breastplate and helmet, he said, and then return here. Gershom moved away, and Helikaon turned to the steersman, the straggly-bearded Epeius. Where is your shield? I forgot it, Lord. Fetch it now, ordered Helikaon, stepping in and laying his arm over the oar. You'll be the man every Mycenae bowman will try to bring down. They'll not hit me, replied Epeius with a wide smile. A seer told me last night that I'll live to be 80 years old with 10 sons and 30 grandchildren. May he be proved right, said Helikaon. Now get your shield. As the steersman ran down to the main deck, Helikaon stared out over the bay and the open sea beyond. The sky was blue and clear, the sea calm, the winds light. The Mycenae galleys were not in sight yet. He guessed that one would be just beyond the headland to the south, the other 2 behind the outer island, one to the west, the other north. They would come at the Xantos in a trident formation, knowing that no matter how maneuverable the ship might be, she could not protect her beams from a 3-pronged attack. The object would be for 1, perhaps 2 of the galleys to ram the Xantos amidships, breaching the hull. Once she was caught and taking on water, the other galleys could close in and their warriors swarm aboard. Kalanos knew his ships would be faster than the heavier Xantos, but he would not know of the fire hurlers, nor of the supply of Nephtar they could deliver. Epeius returned, a tall, curved shield strapped to his left arm. It was of black and white cowhide, edged with bronze, and would stop most shafts. Behind him came Gershom. The man was heavily muscled, and though not as large as Zidantus, he looked as if he would have little difficulty wielding the heavy club. Thoughts of Zidantus weighed heavily on Helikaon's heart as the ship moved across the bay. Argurios was right. Had it not been for the mutilation of Electron's corpse, Zidantus would probably have been alive now. Guilt tore at him. In all his life he had known 3 true friends, Odysseus, Hector, and Zidantus. Now one of them was gone. Gershom's voice cut through the darkness of his thoughts. "What is the crippled swan?" he asked. "A maneuver to swing the ship. Imagine a swan with a broken wing trying to take off from a lake. It spins round and round. With a well-trained crew, a galley can do the same. If it works, follow me, for I will be boarding one of their vessels, and the fighting will be fierce. I will be alongside you, Golden One." Helikaon glanced back towards the beach. He could now see the tiny figure of Odysseus standing at the water's edge, the beautiful Andromache beside him. Andromache's face appeared in his mind. Odysseus often told stories of men who fell in love in an instant. Helikaon had not believed in such miracles. Love surely had to grow through understanding and fellowship, mutual trust, and the arrival of children. Now he was not so sure. Last night, the sight of her alone had struck him like a thunderbolt. Today, even while suffering the loss of his friend, he had gazed upon her and felt a longing he had never before experienced. A sudden and embarrassing thought came to him. He looked at Gershom. "Were you close enough on the beach to hear my conversation with the fat king?" "Yes." "Do you recall what I called the woman with him?" "You called her a goddess." Helikaon swore. "She had a hard face," said Gershom. "Not hard. Strong. She is a woman of passion, and also compassion. Intelligent, courageous, and fiercely loyal." "You know her, then? I thought she was a stranger to you." "My soul knows her." Slowly, the Xantos slid past the island at the mouth of the bay. Ahead, about half a mile to the west, Helikaon saw the Mycenae command ship of Kalanos, the painted red eyes on the prow seeming to stare malevolently at the Xantos. "You see him, Antiochus?" Helikaon called out. "I do, Lord," Antiochus shouted back. Helikaon scanned the Xantos. 4 men stood by each of the 5 fire-hurlers. Archers knelt close by. Small copper braziers full of burning coals had been set near the deck rails, and the bowmen were busy tying oil-soaked rags around their shafts. "Ready the Nephtar," ordered Helikaon. Each crew sprang to action, 2 men drawing back the weapons and hooking trigger ropes over jutting release bars. Then they carefully eased the large wax-sealed clay pots into the firing baskets. The Xantos moved out onto open sea. From the south, another galley emerged from behind the headland, oars cutting into the water as it surged towards them. Helikaon glanced to his right. The 3rd galley came into sight from the north, sunlight gleaming on the bronze ram beneath its prow. "Ready oars!" bellowed Helikaon, transferring his gaze west to the Mycenae command ship. It was beating towards them at speed some quarter-mile ahead. "Oars 6!" The Xantos leapt forward as the 60 oars cut into the still blue water. Picking up speed, the ship headed directly for Kalanos and his blood-eyed command galley. The enemy vessel from the south was closing, but the Xantos moved beyond it. Fire arrows sailed overhead. Several burning shafts struck the deck. Crewmen covered them with wet cloths, beating out the flames. The galley from the north was being rowed hard, hurtling towards the starboard beam. It would strike like a spear through the heart, the bronze ram splintering the hull. Helikaon stood grimly, watching the advancing ship. All depended now on the skill of the Nephtar crews. In that moment, a great calm descended on the Dardanian prince. It seemed that time slowed. Beside him, armed with the nail-studded club of Zidantus, stood the powerful form of Gershom. There was no fear apparent in the man. Antiochus shouted out a command, and a hurler on the starboard side was released, the wooden throwing arm snapping upright. The Nephtar bull sailed through the air, shattering on the deck of the advancing Mycenae vessel. Another bull followed it. It struck true, breaking into shards and spraying acrid liquid over the port-side oarsmen. Archers on the Xantos dipped their shafts into the fire braziers, then loosed flaming arrows which arched across the sky to the galley's deck. A fire began, spreading along the planks with impossible speed. Flames erupted everywhere. One of the rowers, who had been doused with Nephtar, was beating at his blazing tunic, but then his hands began to burn. 2 enemy crewmen hurled buckets of water on the flames. The result was devastating. With a great whoosh, the fire billowed higher. Men ran back in panic from the oars, and the galley slewed to port. As the Xantos glided by, archers sent bronze-tipped shafts into the panicked crew of the enemy ship. The Mycenae, many of them with their clothes aflame, leapt into the sea. Even here the fires continued to burn. 2 more clay balls struck the center of the galley's deck. Nephtar had flowed down to the hold, and the deserted ship wallowed on the sea, fire burning through its timbers. The other 4 hurlers let fly, this time at the command ship of Kalanos. 3 of the balls flopped into the sea, but one hit the port side, spraying its contents over the rowers. More fire arrows flew through the sky. One shaft landed on the deck, and Helikaon could see crewmen beating at the flames with blankets and cloaks. These too began to blaze. Then the command ship veered away and fled the fight. Helikaon was about to order his rowers to give chase when an arrow flew past him, thudding into the deck rail. Glancing back, he saw the last of the galleys closing from behind. Anger ripped through him. There was no time to pursue the fleeing Kalanos. "Crippled swan starboard!" he yelled. The rowers on the port side plunged their oars deep into the water, then lifted them clear, while to starboard the crew rowed with all their might. The Xanthos lurched, then swung swiftly. The pursuing galley powered on, seeking to use its ram as the Xanthos showed her beam. But the galley's captain misjudged the speed of the turn, and as the two ships came together, they were almost head-on. The starboard Xanthos rowers dragged in their oars. The Mycenae were not quick enough, and many of their oars were snapped and shattered as the ships ground together. Several men at the prow of the Xanthos hurled grappling lines down, hooks biting into the deck rails of the galley below. Other men towards the stern did the same. Hauling on the ropes, they drew the ships together. Helikaon donned his bronze helm and ran down the centre deck to where the toughest of his crew waited, swords in hand. Clambering over the rail, Helikaon shouted, "For Zidantus!" Then he leapt down to the Mycenae deck below. Enemy crewmen, armed with swords, axes and clubs, rushed to meet the invaders. Helikaon hammered his blade across the face of the first, shoulder-charged another man to the deck, then leapt forward to drive his sword through the chest of a third. A fourth attacker aimed a blow at his head, but a huge club swept him from his feet. Gershom surged into the melee, the club of Zidantus thundering against bronze armour and hurling men to the deck. More Xanthos warriors clambered down to the galley, and the fighting was brutal and bloody. Helikaon killed another crewman. The battle was fierce now. 3 warriors rushed at him. He parried a sword thrust from the first, then his foot slipped on the blood-smeared deck. As he fell, he threw himself forward, rolling into the legs of another attacker, knocking the man from his feet. Twisting onto his back, he blocked a plunging sword and hacked a blow at the man's legs. A slim crewman from the Xanthos, carrying 2 curved daggers, charged in, slicing a blade through the attacker's throat. Helikaon surged to his feet. Gershom was to his right, the crewman to his left. Mycenae warriors rushed at the 3. Helikaon charged to meet the new threat. Gershom and the crewman leapt forward with him, and together they clove into the Mycenae ranks, cutting and killing. Helikaon saw the Mycenae Glaucos, sword in hand. Fury swept through him, and he cut down the opponent facing him, and ran at the Mycenae warrior. Arrows began to rain down from the decks above. As Helikaon reached Glaucos, he heard someone shout, "We surrender! Throw down your weapons, lads! For pity's sake, we surrender!" From all around came the clatter of weapons hitting the deck. Glaucos stared hard at Helikaon for a moment. Then, seeing the men all around him had ceased to fight, he dropped his sword to the deck. Helikaon looked at the young man and saw the hatred in his eyes. "You sailed with Zidantus," said Helikaon. "You knew what they had done to him, yet you joined them. I should gut you like a pig. But I will not. I will take you to where Argurios waits." Glaucos did not reply. Helikaon swung away from him. The slim crewman who had come to his rescue was cleaning his dagger blades. Helikaon approached him. The man was not young, in his 40s at least. "My thanks to you. What is your name?" The man's eyes were dark, his expression calm. "I am Attalus." "You fought bravely, and I am in your debt, Attalus." Turning away from the man, Helikaon shouted instructions to the crew. "Fetch rope! I want all prisoners tied to the deck rails, and throw out lines for any of the other crew who are still in the water." Crewmen swarmed down from the Xanthos, and the Mycenae were herded along the deck, their wrists roped to the rails. Then Helikaon ordered the body of Zidantus to be lowered to the galley. Wrapped in a blood-stained blanket, it was laid at the centre of the deck. Helikaon removed the mutilated head from the sack and placed it at the severed neck. Then he took a golden ring from the pouch at his side and placed it in Zidantus's mouth, a gift for the ferryman of Hades to carry him across the dark river. There was silence as he knelt by the body. After a moment, he rose and ran his eyes over the prisoners. "This was Zidantus," he said. "Some of you knew him for a brief time. Some of you may even have been the men who overpowered him and dragged him to your camp. He was a good man, father to 6 daughters. He sailed the Great Green for longer than most of you have lived. He was a Hittite, and we shall send him to his gods in the Hittite manner. All of you will attend the ceremony, and during it, You will have time to consider your part in his murder." Argurios sat alone on the beach for a while, lost in thought. The actions of Kalanos were yet another stain upon the honor of the Mycenae. The torture and murder of Zidantas had been sadistic and unnecessary, and yet it would not be Kalanos alone who suffered for the events at the Fat King's Bay. When Agamemnon learned that Argurios had saved the Golden One, he would be furious. Argurios found himself wishing he had never agreed to walk with Helikaon. Had he remained on the beach, then the assassination might have succeeded, and a good man like Zidantas would even now be preparing to sail home to his wife and daughters. And how could young Glaucus have made such a decision, aligning himself with savage murderers? It was a mystery to Argurios, and it saddened him. Just then he saw the boy Xander nervously approaching him. He was carrying a wooden bowl in one hand and a cheese-topped loaf in the other.
"I thought you might be hungry, sir,"
he said. Argurios stared hard at the freckle-faced boy, then nodded. "I am hungry." Taking the bowl, he began to eat. It was a thin stew, but the spices were pleasantly hot on the tongue. The bread, too, was fresh. He looked up and saw the boy still hovering. "There was something else?" he asked him.
"I wanted to thank you for saving me."
Argurios had always been uncomfortable around the young, even when young himself. Now he did not know what to say. He looked at the boy. He was pale and obviously frightened. "Do not fear me," said Argurios. "I do not harm children."
"I wish I had never come here," said Xander suddenly. "I wish I'd stayed at home."
"I have had such wishes," Argurios told him. "Childhood is secure, but when the child becomes a man, he sees the world for what it is. I grieve for Zidantas too. Not all Mycenae are like the men who killed him."
"I know that,"
said Xander, sitting himself on the sand at Argurios' feet.
"You saved me, and you nearly died doing that. I was terrified. Were you?"
"Death holds no terror for me, boy. It comes to all men. The lucky ones die heroically, and their names are remembered. The unlucky ones die slowly, their hair turning white, their limbs becoming frail." Argurios finished the stew and the bread. Leaving the empty bowl on the rock beside him, he stood, took up his helmet, and walked over to where the men of the Penelope were gathered, watching the bay, wondering which ship or ships would return victorious. Odysseus was sitting apart from his men, talking to the green-garbed Andromache. She was a striking woman. Argurios was even more uncomfortable around women than he was around children, but he needed to speak to Odysseus. As he walked forward, he realized young Xander was beside him. The boy looked up and smiled cheerfully. Argurios was tempted to scowl at him and order him gone, but the openness of the smile disarmed him. He approached Odysseus, who glanced up and gestured for him to sit. Then he introduced Andromache. Argurios struggled for something to say. "I am sorry you had to witness such a grisly scene," he said, recalling the moment Helikaon had drawn the head from the sack.
"I have seen severed heads before,"
she replied coolly. Argurios could think of no way to prolong the conversation, nor did he wish to. He turned his attention to Odysseus. "My mission is to Troy," he said. "May I sail upon the Penelope?" "Don't know if I have room this trip," said Odysseus coldly.
"He saved my life,"
said Xander suddenly.
"Did he now? There's a tale I'd like to hear."
Argurios had turned on his heel and was walking away.
Wait, said Odysseus. "Let me hear what the lad has to say. Go on, boy. Tell us this tale of daring."
Argurios paused. He had no wish to remain with the hostile Ithacan, but equally he needed passage to Troy. Ill at ease, he stood as Xander blurted out the story of the storm and the broken rail, and how he had swung over the raging sea. Odysseus listened intently, then looked Argurios in the eye. His expression was more friendly now.
"You are a surprising man, Argurios. There will always be room on the Penelope for surprising men. It will be cramped, though."
"That does not concern me." Someone called out, and men on the beach came to their feet. Out in the bay, they saw the Xanthos easing her way through the shallows. She was towing a war galley. Mystified by this turn of events, Argurios wandered down to the sea's edge and stared out at the oncoming ships. The crew of the galley were lining the rails. As they came closer, Argurios realized there were around 50 men roped and tied. He saw Glaucos bound at the prow. The Xanthos began to turn, heading out into the deeper water of the bay.
"What is he doing?"
asked Argurios. Odysseus did not reply, but the Mycenae warrior saw that his expression was sorrowful and his eyes had a haunted look. Concerned now, Argurios swung back to watch the ships. Once into the deeper water, the Xanthos let slip the towing ropes and the galley slowly settled. The Xanthos pulled away. Then Argurios saw something dark fly up from the Xanthos to crash upon the deck of the galley. Several more arced through the sky. The bound men began to shout and cry out and struggle at the ropes. A score of fire arrows flashed from the Xanthos. A great whoosh of flame billowed up from the galley. Screams followed, and Argurios saw Glaucos begin to burn. Fire swept over his tunic and armor, then his hair was ablaze. Now the screams were awful to hear, as men burnt like candles all along the deck. Black smoke billowed over the sea. Argurios could not believe what he was watching. At least 50 helpless men were dying in agony. One man managed to free himself and leap into the sea. Amazingly, when he surfaced, the flames were still consuming him. All along the beach there was silence as the stunned crowd watched the magical fires burning the galley and its crew. "You asked me what I feared," said Odysseus. Argurios saw that he was talking to Andromache. "Now you have seen it."
"This is monstrous,"
said Argurios, as agonized screams continued to echo from the stricken ship. "Aye, it is," agreed Odysseus sadly. Black smoke was swirling now over the doomed galley, as the Xanthos slowly made her way back out to sea. Chapter 14. The Song of Farewell. As the long afternoon wore on, the Xanthos continued to prowl the coastline towards the south, seeking the galley of Kalanos. Gershom stood at the prow, his bandaged hand still burning from the vinegar and olive oil salve Oniacus had applied. Alongside him, Oniacus was staring at the southern horizon, seeking sign of the ship they were chasing. The quiet crewman, Attalus, was beside him. Twice they had caught glimpses of the galley in the far distance, but a mist had now fallen over the sea, and visibility was growing poorer by the moment. "We've lost him," said Oniacus, and Gershom believed he heard relief in his voice. He glanced back towards the helm, where Helikaon stood at the steering oar. No one was with him, and the rowers were working silently. There had been no songs that day, no laughter or idle chatter as the Xanthos powered on in search of its prey. At first Gershom had thought the somber mood had been caused by the death of Zidantus, but as the day wore on, he realized there was more to it. The crew were tense and uneasy. Gershom struggled to find reasons for their disquiet. Did they fear another battle? It seemed unlikely, for he had seen them fight, and they were not fearful men. Also, they had taken very few losses in the sea battle. The steersman, Epius, had been shot through the back, but had held the Xanthos on course until they boarded the enemy galley. Then he had collapsed and died. 3 other men had been killed, but 2 of them were new crewmen apparently, and had not been aboard long enough to forge deep friendships. The lack of victory joy made no sense to the powerful Egyptian. Finally he swung towards Oniacus. "You sea people celebrate victory in a most strange fashion," he said. "Whenever we win a battle, there is song and laughter. Men brag of their heroic deeds. They feel good to be alive. Yet I feel I am on a ship of the dead." Oniacus looked at him quizzically. "Did the sight of those burning sailors not touch you at all, Gupta?" Gershom was baffled. How could anyone mourn the deaths of enemies? "They attacked us," he said. "We triumphed. We murdered them, cruelly. They were men of the sea. They had families and loved ones." Gershom felt anger touch him. What nonsense was this? "Then they should have stayed home with their loving families," he said,
and not set out to torture an honest man to death. When a lion attacks, you don't stop to consider whether he has cubs to feed. You just kill him."
"Can't argue with that,"
agreed Attalus. Antiochus cast them both an angry look.
"The man who killed Ox is Kolanos. He is the one who should have suffered burning. We should have sunk the galley and freed the crew."
Gershom laughed.
"Free them, so they could attack again? Had they captured the Xanthos, would they have let you go?"
"No, they would not," said the curly-haired oarsman. "They would have killed us. But that is what separates the evil from the righteous. When we behave like them, we become like them. And then what is our justification for being? By accepting their moral standards, we discard our right to condemn them."
"Ah, we are talking philosophy then," said Gershom. "Very well. Once, a long time ago, there was a rebellion in Egypt. The pharaoh captured the ringleaders. His advisers urged him to kill them all. Instead, he listened to the grievances of the men who rose against him and sought to address them. They were all released. The pharaoh even lowered the taxes in the rebellious areas. He too was a man of philosophy. A few years later, the rebels rose again, and this time defeated and slew the pharaoh in battle. They also slaughtered his wives and his children. He had reigned for less than 5 years. One of the ringleaders then became pharaoh in his place. He too suffered insurrections, but he crushed them, killing all who went against him. Not only did he kill them, but all their families too. He reigned for 46 years.
What point are you making, Gupto? That savagery is the way forward? That the most ruthless men will always succeed and those with compassion are doomed?
Of course, it is a sound historical argument. However, my point would be that the danger lies in the extremes. A man who is always cruel is evil. A man who is always compassionate will be taken advantage of. It is more a question of balance or harmony, if you will. Strength and compassion. Ruthlessness allied sometimes to mercy.
Today was more than ruthless, said Antiochus. I never thought Helikaon to be so vengeful.
"It was more than revenge," said Attalus.
How so?
"We could have burned them at sea, then set out more swiftly in search of Kolanos. Instead, we towed the galley back into the bay so that all could witness the horror. Every sailor on that beach will carry the story. Within a few weeks, there will not be a port on the Great Green that has not heard the tale. That, I think, was the point of it."
So that the whole world can know that Helikaon and his men are savages?
Attalus shrugged.
"If you were a Mycenae sailor, would you want to go against Helikaon now?"
No, admitted Antiochus. I wouldn't. Equally, I don't believe many men will want to serve with him either. When we put back into Troy, I think a number of the crew will choose to leave his service.
"Will you?"
asked Gershom.
Antiochus sighed. No, I am Dardanian, and Helikaon is my lord. I will remain loyal.
It was warm, a light breeze blowing from the south. Dolphins were once more swimming alongside the ship, and Gershom watched them for a while. The mist grew thicker, and they heard Helikaon call out for the oarsmen to slow their pace. Leaving Attalus at the prow, Antiochus strode back along the deck. Gershom followed him, moving past crewmen still manning the fire-throwers. The two men climbed the steps to the stern deck. Helikaon's face was an expressionless mask.
We need to find a beach, Golden One, said Antiochus. It'll be dusk soon.
For the next hour, the Xanthos crept along the cliff line, finally angling into a deep crescent-shaped bay. The beach beyond was deserted, and Helikaon told the fire-hurler crews to step down and stow the Nephtar bulls. Once this had been done, the Xanthos was beached, stern on. Helikaon ordered some 20 of the crew to remain on board, just in case the Mycenae galley found the same bay, though Gershom sensed he did not expect such an eventuality. Ashore, several fires were lit, and groups of sailors moved off inland in search of extra firewood and fresh water. Gershom stayed aboard. His hands were still too sore to grip the trailing ropes and climb down to the sand. Even so, he felt his strength beginning to return. Helikaon too remained on the Xanthos. As the evening wore on and the cook fires were lit, The atmosphere remained muted. By the time the mist had cleared and the stars were bright in the night sky, 1 or 2 of the sailors had fallen asleep. Most remained wakeful, however, and Gershom, who had dozed for a while on the rear deck, saw that they were gathered in a large group and were talking in low voices. Helikaon brought Gershom some food, a round of cheese and some salt-dried meat. He was also carrying a water skin. "How are your hands?" he asked. "I heal fast," said Gershom, taking the food gratefully. The cheese was full-flavoured, the meat spiced and hot upon the tongue. Helikaon stood at the stern, gazing down on the beach and the gathered men. Gershom watched him for a while, remembering the sight of him leaping down onto the enemy deck. For the crew, it would be the memory of the burning men that remained from that battle. For Gershom, it was the sight of the young prince, in battle armour, cleaving his way through the Mykenæ ranks. His sword style had been ruthlessly efficient, his attack unstoppable. He had radiated a sense of invincibility. This, more than anything else, had cowed the Mykenæ into surrender. "I fear your crew are unhappy," said Gershom, breaking the silence. "They are good men, brave and honest. Zidantas was a fine judge. He only hired men with heart. Tonight they will be thinking of him, as I am." "They will be thinking of more than that, I think." Helikaon nodded. "Yes, more than that," he agreed. "You fought well today, Gershom. Zidantas would have been proud of the way you wielded his club. If you wish to stay in my service, you can." "I was thinking of leaving the ship in Troy." "Many will," said Helikaon. "You, however, ought to think about the wisdom of such a decision." "Why would it not be wise?" Helikaon turned away from the beach, and Gershom felt the power of his gaze. "What crime did you commit in Egypt?" "What would prompt such a question?" Gershom was evasive. "You were a careful man, Gupto, and that is a virtue I admire. Now, however, is not the time to be secretive. The Fat King told me that in every port Egyptian ambassadors have sought news of a powerful black-bearded runaway who might be calling himself Gershom. There is a great sum in gold for the man, or men, who deliver him to justice. So I ask again, what was your crime?" Gershom's heart sank. He had not realized, though he should have, that his grandfather would go to such lengths to capture him. "I killed 2 royal guardsmen," he said. "Were they seeking to arrest you?" "No. I saw them attacking a woman and moved in to stop them. They drew swords, so I killed 2 of them. I was drunk and not in control of myself. I regret it now, of course." "If they were attacking a woman, you were right to oppose them." "No, I was not. She was a slave, and if guardsmen choose to rut with slaves, that is no crime. The woman was in the wrong for resisting them." "So you fled?" "The sentence for the crime would have been the loss of my eyes, and then to be buried alive. No embalming, no walking with Osiris in the fabled land. No future among the stars. Yes, I fled, but it seems there is no safe refuge on the Great Green." "You will be safer among my crew in Dardania. We will winter there." "I will think on your offer, Helikaon, and I thank you for making it." Helikaon sighed. "No need for thanks, Gershom. Many crew will leave when we reach Troy. I can't afford to lose another good fighting man like you." "I am sure you could convince them to stay on." Helikaon gave a rueful smile. "Only by telling them the truth, and I cannot afford that." "You'll need to explain that riddle," said Gershom. "Perhaps I will, when I come to know you better." "So, what happens now?" "We have lost Kalanos, and the season is almost over. I will resume the hunt in the spring. Though it takes all my life, I will find him one day, or he will be delivered to me." "No force under the stars is more powerful than hatred," said Gershom. "Hatred has no virtue, and yet men can never be free of it," replied Helikaon bitterly. "But even knowing that, I shall not rest until Kalanos is dead. Such evil cannot be allowed to pass unpunished." "You will send out assassins?" "No, I will find him myself." Helikaon fell silent. "What are you thinking?" asked Gershom. Helikaon took a deep breath then let it out slowly. "I was thinking of my father the last time I saw him. He was killed by an assassin. The killer had cut off his ear. Why, I do not know."
"You never found out who ordered it?"
"No. I still have men searching. There is a reward for information. Yet nothing has surfaced. It will, though, one day. Then, like Kalanos, the man who ordered my father's death will die. This I have sworn." Just then a man on the beach began to speak in a loud voice. Gershom moved to the stern rail and looked down. It was Antiochus. "Hear our words, O Hades, lord of the deepest dark!" he shouted. "For some of our friends now walk your lands in search of the Elysian fields." The crew began to chant. Helikaon climbed the rail and lowered himself to the beach. The men remaining on the ship gathered around Gershom, and they too began to chant. The sound was mournful, a song of death and farewell. When it was over, Gershom saw Helikaon move to the center of the circle of men on the sand. He began to speak of Zidantus, of his courage, of his love of family and crew, of his loyalty and the greatness of his spirit. After him came Antiochus once more. He spoke also of Zidantus and of Epeius and the other dead men, but his stories were smaller and more personal. Of the ox's generosity and sense of humor, of Epeius's love of gambling. More men told stories, and at the conclusion of each, the crew chanted, "Hear our words, O Hades." It occurred to Gershom then that somewhere along this coastline there was another crew, probably chanting the same words and speaking of the deaths of friends who had died attacking the Xanthos. Easing his way through the crowded men at the rail, he moved to a place amidships and settled down on the deck. Lying back, he stared up at the stars. Do the gods listen, he wondered. Do they care at all about the small lives of those who worship them? Does golden Osiris weep for our losses? Does Isis mourn with us? Or this Greek deity, Hades? Or Jehovah, the grim god of the desert slaves? Or fire-breathing Molech of the Assyrians? Gershom doubted it. Part 2. The Golden City. Chapter 15. The City of Dreams. Helikaon's grief did not lessen as they turned about and sailed north along the coast. Rather, he could feel it swelling inside him, clawing at his heart. There were times when he felt he could not breathe for the weight of it. As the Xanthos clove through the waves alongside Blue Owl Bay once more, the memories came back with increased sharpness, and the loss of Zidantus threatened to overwhelm him. The power of his grief was a shock to him. Zidantus had been a good friend and a loyal follower, but Helikaon had not realized how much he had come to rely on the man's steadfastness and devotion. All his life, Helikaon had been wary of intimacy, of allowing people close, of sharing inner thoughts and dreams and fears. Ox had never been intrusive, never pushed to know what he was feeling. Ox was safe. Odysseus had once told him that a man could not hide from his fears, but had to ride out and face them. He could not be like a king trapped within his fortress. Helikaon had understood. It had freed him to become the Golden One, the Prince of the Sea. And yet, he knew, only a part of him had sallied out. The fortress was still there in his mind, and his soul remained within it. What was it the old rower, Spiros, had said about children who suffer tragedy? They get heart-scarred. Helikaon understood that too. When he was small, his heart had been open. Then his mother, in a dress of gold and blue, a jewelled diadem upon her brow, had flung herself from the cliff-top. The little boy had believed she was going to fly to Olympos, and had watched in silent horror as her body plummeted to the rocks below. Then his father had dragged him down to the beach to gaze upon her broken beauty, her face shattered, one eye hanging clear. His father's words remained carved in fire on his heart. There she lies, the stupid bitch. Not a goddess, just a corpse for the gulls to pick at. For a little while, the child's wounded heart had remained open as he sought to gain comfort from Anchises. But when he spoke of his feelings, he was silenced and shouted at for his weakness. He was at first derided and then ignored. Maids and servants who treated him with kindness or love were said to be feeding his weakness, and replaced by cold, hard harridans who had no patience with a grieving child. Eventually, he learned to keep his feelings to himself. Years later, under the guidance of Odysseus, he had learned to be a man, to laugh and joke with the crew, to work among them and share their lives, but always as an outsider looking in. He would listen as men spoke with feeling of their loved ones, their dreams and their fears. In truth, he admired men who could do this, but had never found a way to open the fortress gate and take part himself. After a while it did not seem to matter. He had mastered the art of listening and the skills of conversation. Odysseus, like Zidantas, never pressed him to express his feelings. Phaedra had, and he had seen the hurt in her eyes when he evaded her questions, when he closed the gates upon her. What he had not realized until now was that Ox had not been kept outside the fortress of his heart. Unnoticed, he had slipped inside, to the deepest chambers. His murder had sundered the walls, leaving Helikaon exposed just as he had been all those years ago when his mother, in drugged despair, had ended her life on that cliff. Adding to the pain was the fact that his mind kept playing tricks on him, refusing to accept that Ox was dead. Every so often during the day he would look around, seeking him. At night he would dream of seeing him, and believe the dream was reality, and reality the dream. Then he would awaken with a glad heart, only for the horror to wash over him like a black wave. The sun was setting, and they needed to find somewhere to beach the Xanthos. Helikaon ordered the crew to keep rowing, seeking to put distance between himself and the awful memories of Blue Owl Bay. The ship moved on, more slowly now, for there were hidden rocks, and Antiochus placed men at the prow with sounding poles calling out instructions to the rowers. Helikaon summoned a crewman to take the steering oar and walked to the port side, where he stood staring out over the darkening sea. "I will kill you, Kalanos," he whispered. The words did nothing to lift his spirits. He had butchered 50 Mycenae sailors, and that act of revenge had offered no relief to his pain. Would the death of Kalanos balance the loss of Ox? 1,000 men like Kalanos, he knew, could not replace a single Zidantas. Even if he slaughtered the entire Mycenae nation, nothing would bring back his friend. Once again the pressure grew in his chest, a physical pain beginning to swell in his stomach. He drew in slow, deep breaths, trying to push away the despair. He thought of young Diomedes and his mother Helicia. For a moment sunshine touched his anguished soul. Yes, he thought, I will find peace in Dardania. I will teach Diomedes to ride the golden horses. Helikaon had acquired a stallion and 6 mares from Thessaly 4 years ago, and they were breeding well. Strong-limbed and sleek, they were the most beautiful horses Helikaon had ever seen, their bodies pale gold, their manes and tails cloud white. Their temperaments were also sound, gentle and steady and unafraid. Yet when urged to the run, they moved like the wind. Diomedes adored them, and had spent many happy days with the foals. Helikaon smiled at the memory. In that first season, 4 years ago, 8-year-old Diomedes had been sitting on a paddock fence. One of the golden horses had approached him. Before anyone could stop him, the boy had scrambled to the beast's back. The mare, panicked, had started to run and buck. Diomedes had been thrown through the air. He might have been hurt, had not Ox been close by. The big man had rushed in and caught the boy. Both had tumbled to the ground laughing. The smile faded, and a stab of pain clove through Helikaon, so sharp that he groaned. The crewman Attalus was close by. He glanced over, but said nothing. Then Antiochus called out from the prow. Helikaon strolled to where the man was standing. Off to starboard there was a narrow bay. There were no ships beached there. "Bring us in," Helikaon ordered. Later, on the beach, he wandered away from the fires and climbed up through a shallow wood to the top of the cliffs. There he sat, his thoughts whirling. He heard movement behind him and surged to his feet. He saw Attalus moving through the trees, 2 bulging water-skins hanging from his shoulders. The crewman paused. "Found a stream," he said. "You want water?" Yes, thank you. Helikaon took one of the skins and drank deeply. Attalus stood silently waiting. You don't say much, Helikaon observed. The man shrugged. Not much to say. A rare trait for a sailor. Hot food is ready, said Attalus. You should come and eat. I will, in a while. In that moment, in the quiet of the woods, Helikaon felt the urge to talk to this taciturn man, to share his thoughts and feelings. As always, he did not. He merely stood quietly as Attalus strolled away with the waterskins. Helikaon remained on the cliff-top for a while, then returned to the campfire. Taking a blanket, he lay down, resting his head on his arm. Muted conversations flowed around and over him. As he lay there, he pictured again the face of Andromache as he had seen her in the firelight. She, too, was heading for Troy. The thought that he might see her there lifted his spirits, and he slept. Xander was embarrassed. For the third time that morning he had been sick, vomiting over the side. His head throbbed, and his legs felt unsteady. The Penelope was much smaller than the Xantos, just half her length and very cramped, so there was nowhere to go to hide his shame. The rowers' benches were on the main deck, and once the ship was under oars, there was only a narrow passage between the ranks of oarsmen to walk from one end of the ship to the other. Unlike on the gleaming new Xantos, the oak planks of the deck looked worn and chipped, and some of the oars appeared warped by the sun and the salt sea. The mood was gloomy on the tiny foredeck, where he had been told to wait with the other passengers until they reached Troy. On the first day, Xander had been excited at the prospect of sailing with the legendary Odysseus, but that excitement had passed swiftly, for there was little for him to do. He watched the land glide by and listened to the conversation of those around him. Andromache had been kind to him, and had talked with him of his home and his family. Argurios had said nothing to him. In fact, he said little to anyone. He stood at the prow like a statue, staring out at the waves. The old shipwright, Calcaeus, was also gloomy and quiet. Even the nights were sombre. Odysseus told no tales, and the crew of the Penelope kept to themselves, gambling with dice bones or chatting quietly to friends. The passengers were left largely to their own devices. Andromache would often walk along the beaches with Odysseus, while Argurios sat alone. Calcaeus, too, seemed glum and low of spirit. One night, as they sheltered from heavy rain under overhanging trees back from the beach, Xander found himself sitting with the shipwright. As always, the man seemed downcast. "Are you all right?" Xander asked. "I am wet," snapped Calcaeus. The silence grew. Then the older man let out a sigh. "I did not mean to sound so angry," he said. "I am still suffering from the results of my actions. I have never had deaths on my conscience before." "You killed someone?" "Yes, all those men on the galley." "You didn't kill them, Calcaeus. You were on the beach with me." "How pleasant it would be if that simple statement were true. You will find, young Xander, that life is not so simple. I designed the fire hurlers, and suggested to Helikaon that he should acquire Nephtar. You see? I thought they would be a protection against pirates and reavers. It never occurred to me, stupid man that I am, that they could be instruments of murder. It should have. The truth is that every invention leads men to say, can I use it to kill, to maim, to terrify? Did you know that bronze was first used to create ploughs so that men could dig the earth more efficiently? It did not take long, I suspect, before it was used for swords and spears and arrowheads. It angered me when the Cypriots called the Xantos the Death Ship, but what an apt name it proved to be. He fell silent. Xander didn't want to talk about burning men and death, so he too sat quietly as the rain fell. By the 20th day of the journey, Xander thought he might die of boredom. Then the sickness had begun. He had woken that morning with a bad headache. His mouth was dry, his skin hot. He had tried to eat a little dried meat, but had rushed away from the group to throw up on the sand. The day was windless, and a thick bank of mist around the ship muffled the sounds of the oars and the creak of wood and leather. Time crawled by, and the Penelope seemed suspended in time and place. Seated beside him, the old shipwright Calcaeus stared at his hands, turning and turning his old straw hat, mashing the battered brim, and occasionally muttering to himself in a language Xander did not understand. The Lady Andromache was facing away from him, looking towards their destination. An image flashed unwanted into the boy's mind of the blazing ship, the sound of the screams and the roar of the flames. He dismissed the image and determinedly thought of his home and his mother and grandfather. Though the sun was obscured by mist, he guessed it was well after noon, and he imagined his grandfather sitting in the porch of his small white house, shaded by purple flowering plants, eating his midday meal. The thought of food made his stomach twist. Delving into his pack, he brought out 2 round pebbles. One was blue speckled with brown like a bird's egg. The other was white and so translucent he could almost see through it. "Are you going to eat them, boy?" Xander swung round to see Calcaeus gazing at him. "Eat them? No, sir." "I saw you looking in your bag and thought you were hungry. When I saw the pebbles I thought you might eat them, like a chicken." "Chicken?" the boy repeated helplessly. "Do chickens eat pebbles?" "They do indeed. It helps to grind the grain they eat, like millstones in the granary of their bellies." The old man bared his few remaining teeth, and Xander realized he was trying to be friendly. The boy smiled back. "Thank you, I didn't know that. I picked the pebbles up on the beach before I left home. My grandfather told me they are round and shiny because they've been in the sea for hundreds of years, rolling around." "Your grandfather is right. He is obviously a man of intelligence. Why did you choose those 2? Were they different from the rest of the stones around them?" "Yes, the rest were just grey and brown." "Ah, then these pebbles are travellers like you and me. They long ago left the seas where they were first made and have travelled the world. Now they mix with pebbles of a different sort, and home is but a dim memory." Xander had no answer to this baffling comment, so he changed the subject. "Are you going to live in Troy?" he asked. "Yes, I shall purchase a forge and return to my true calling." "I thought you were a builder of ships." "Indeed, I am a man of many talents," said Calcaeus, "but my heart yearns to work metal. Do you know how we make bronze?" "No," said Xander, nor did he want to. Bronze was bronze. It didn't matter to Xander whether it was found in the ground or grew from trees. Calcaeus chuckled. "The young are too honest," he said good-naturedly. "Everything shows in their faces." Reaching into his pocket, he produced a small blue stone. Then he drew a knife of bronze from the sheath at his side. The blade gleamed in the sunlight. He held up the small stone. "From this," he said, "comes this." And he held up the knife. "Bronze is a stone?" "No, the stone contains copper. First we remove the copper, then we add another metal, tin, in exactly the right amount. Eventually we have a workable bronze. Sometimes, depending on the quality of the copper, we get poor bronze, brittle and useless. Sometimes it is too soft." Calcaeus leaned in. "But I have a secret that helps to make the best bronze in all the world. You want to know the secret?" Xander's interest was piqued. "Yes?" "Bird shit." "No, really I would." Calcaeus laughed. "No, boy, that is the secret. For some reason, if you add bird droppings to the process, the resulting bronze is hard but still supple enough to prevent it shattering. That is how I made my first fortune, through bird shit." The curious conversation came to an end when the lookout, high on the crossbeam of the mast, suddenly cried out and pointed to the south. The boy jumped up eagerly and peered in the direction the man indicated. He could see nothing except for the endless bank of blue-grey mist. Then he heard another shout and saw Odysseus gesturing to him from the aft deck. His heart lifted, and with wings on his feet he ran down the deck to where the trader waited. "We'll be on the beach at Troy shortly, lad," Odysseus said. He was swigging mightily from a waterskin, and liquid gushed down his chest. "I want you to stick with Bias. Once the rowers have stowed their oars, the mast will be dismantled, for we will remain in the city for a few days. Bias will show you how to take down the mast and stow it safely. Then I want you to ensure the passengers have left none of their belongings on the Penelope." Xander was daunted by the trader's stern manner. "Yes, sir." For the first time in days, he suddenly felt anxious. He had never been to a city. He had never been anywhere larger than his own village until Bad Luck Bay. Where would he go once they reached Troy? Where would he stay? He wondered if he could remain on the Penelope. Surely someone would have to keep watch, he thought. "What do I do when we reach the city? It is said to be very big, and I do not know where to go." Odysseus frowned down at him. "Where do you go, lad? You're a free man now. You'll do what sailors do. Troy is rich in flesh pots and taverns, as in everything else. Now get about your duties." Crestfallen, Xander reluctantly turned away. "Wait, boy," said Odysseus. Xander swung back to see the ugly king smiling at him. "I am jesting. You'll stay with us until we leave. If Helikaon hasn't come by then, I'll see you safely back in Kupros. As for seeing the city, well, you can come with me, if you have a mind. I have much business to attend to and many people to visit. Perhaps you will even meet the king." "I should very much like to go with you, sir," said Xander eagerly. "Very well. Walk with Odysseus, and you will breakfast with peasants and dine with kings." He smiled. "Look, there she is," he said. "The city of dreams." The boy peered ahead through the bank of mist, but could still see nothing. "Look up," said Odysseus. Xander looked up, and fear lanced through him. Far to port and high in the sky above the mist, he could see what appeared to be flames of red and gold. He saw high towers and roofs gleaming with molten bronze. "Is it on fire?" he asked fearfully, an image of the flaming ship again invading his head. Odysseus laughed. "Have you not heard of the city of gold, boy? What do you think they mean? Troy's towers are roofed with bronze, and the palace roof is tiled with gold. It sparkles in the sunlight like a painted trollop, luring fools and wise men alike." As the ship drew closer and the mist started to clear, Xander got his first glimpse of the great golden walls, higher than he had ever dreamed, and stretching far into the distance. They sat atop a high plateau, and he found himself craning his neck to see the gleaming towers. He could count 3 along the wall that faced the sea, all dwarfed by a single one to the south. The battlemented walls shone like copper, and Xander could believe the entire city made of metal, shining like freshly burnished armor. "There must be many great warriors living there," he said. "Aye," said Odysseus. "This is horse country, and the home of horse tamers. The Trojan horse, the city's cavalry, is legendary, and its leader is the king's eldest son, Hector. He is a great warrior." "Do you know him?" Xander wondered if he could meet the king's warrior son. "I know everybody, boy. Hector—" He hesitated, and Xander saw that Andromache had moved up the deck to stand quietly beside him. "Hector is a fine rider and charioteer, the best you will ever see." "It is so beautiful," said the boy suddenly. Odysseus took another deep drink from his water-skin and wiped his mouth, absently brushing drops from his tunic. "Do you know what an illusion is, boy?" "No, I don't think so," said Xander uncertainly. "Well, an illusion is a story, a tall tale, if you like. It's a bright, shining story that masks a hidden darkness. Troy is a city of illusion. Nothing is what it seems." Xander could now see the land stretching out around the high plateau. It was green and lush, and he could make out the moving dots of horses and sheep on the low hills. Between the plateau and the sea, in front of the city walls, lay a massive town. Xander could make out individual buildings of many colors and even people walking in the streets. A wide road wound down from the great south tower of Troy, eventually reaching the beach where many hundreds of ships were pulled up, and there was a riot of activity as they were loaded and unloaded. Seeing the crowd of boats, Odysseus growled to Bias, "This cursed mist has made us too late to get a good berth. By Apollo's golden balls, I've never seen the bay so full. We'll be halfway up the Scamander before we can get some sand under her keel." But at that moment, a large ship started to pull away from the beach, and Bias gave a quick command to the helmsman. The Penelope turned and headed for the strand, passing close to the departing ship, a wide, low cargo vessel with purple eye markings and a patchwork sail.
"Ho, Penelope!"
A powerful dark-haired man dressed in black waved from the other ship. "Oh, Festos! You're setting sail late in the day," called Odysseus. "Cretan ships sail the seas when men of Ithaca are tucked up safe in their beds," shouted the man in black. "Sleep well, Odysseus. Good sailing, Meriones."
The sun was passing down through the sky by the time Xander had his feet safely on the sand of Troy. He was struggling with several heavy bags. There was his own small sack of belongings, an embroidered linen bag Andromache had entrusted to him, and 2 large leather satchels crammed to the brim, their drawstrings straining, which Odysseus had told him to carry. He looked up at the city looming above him, and wondered how he would ever carry everything up to its heights. His legs felt unsteady, his head was aching, and dizziness ebbed and flowed over him. Dropping the bags to the sand, he sat down heavily. The beach was bustling with activity and noise. Cargoes were being unloaded and piled onto carts and donkeys. Xander saw bales of bright cloth, piles of pottery packed with straw, amphorae great and small, livestock in wooden crates. Odysseus he could see further up the beach, arguing with a thin man in a grey loincloth. Both men were shouting and gesticulating, and Xander wondered nervously if there would be more deaths. But Andromache stood quietly by the two and seemed unconcerned. She was now garbed in a long white robe, a white shawl round her shoulders, and a thin veil covering her head and face. Finally, Odysseus slapped the man on the back and turned to Xander, gesturing to him to join them. He struggled over, the leather satchels banging awkwardly against his legs. Odysseus pointed to a battered 2-donkey carriage standing nearby.
"Is that a chariot?" asked Xander.
"Of a sort, lad."
The wooden carriage was 2-wheeled, and there were 4 seats, 2 on either side of its U-shaped structure. The thin man stepped onto the driving platform and took up the reins.
"In there, lad, quickly," ordered Odysseus.
Xander climbed in, dragging the bags and satchels after him and piling them at his feet. Odysseus handed Andromache into the cart, and she sat beside the boy. He had never been so close to her before, and he could smell the fragrance of her hair. He awkwardly shifted away, trying not to touch her. She turned, and he could see her smile at him under the veil. The small silver seahorses waiting the ends tinkled together as her head moved, and he could feel the gauzy softness of the cloth against his shoulder.
"Whose chariot is this?" he asked. "Does it belong to Odysseus? Has he bought it?" "No," she said. "The cart is for travellers. It will carry us up to the city."
Xander's head was spinning with the strangeness of it all. The sickness seemed to be passing, but he felt terribly hot and wished he could feel a sea breeze on his face. Sweat dripped into his eyes, and he brushed it away with the sleeve of his tunic. The donkeys plodded up the winding street through the lower town, moving ever upwards towards the city walls. The boy craned his neck to see the brightly painted houses, some awash with flowers, others decorated with carved wood. There were potters' homes with their goods piled high on wooden racks outside, metal workers plying their trade out in the open, protected from the heat of their furnaces by leather aprons, textile workshops with dyed cloth drying on racks outside. He could smell hot metal, baking bread and flowers, the rich scents of animal dung and perfumes, and 100 smells he couldn't name. The noise all around was of laughter and complaint, the braying of donkeys, the creak of the cart's wheels and the leather traces, women's shrill voices and the calls of peddlers. Xander could see the walls close up now. They rose from the rocky ground at an angle so gradual it seemed possible to climb them, but then straightened up suddenly and soared towards the sky. The huge gate they were slowly approaching lay in the shadow of the tallest tower, almost twice as high as the walls, and as Xander craned his neck to see the top, he felt as if the weight of it was falling towards him, and he quickly looked away. In front of the tower was a line of stone pedestals on which stood 6 fearsome statues of ferocious warriors wearing crested helms and holding spears. Xander noticed the thin cartman cease to shout at his donkeys and bow his head in brief silence as the cart passed by the statues.
"This is the Scaean Gate, the first great gate of Troy," said Odysseus. "It is the main entrance to the city from the sea."
"It is very big," said Xander. "I can see why it is called a great gate."
"Troy has many gates and towers now. The city is growing continually. But the 4 great gates guard the upper city, where the rich and the mighty dwell." As the donkey cart reached the gate, it was swallowed in sudden darkness. There was silence around them, and the gateway felt cold out of the late day's sunshine. Now the boy could hear only the steady clop-clop of hooves and his own breathing. Then they burst out into the sunshine again, and he shaded his eyes, dazzled by the light and the glitter of gold and bronze. The road continued to stretch away from them, but inside the city gates it became a roadway of stone, made of the same great golden blocks that formed the walls. It was so wide, Xander doubted he could throw a stone across it. The road wound ever upwards between huge buildings, the smallest of which was bigger even than Couganis' citadel at Blue Owl Bay. Xander felt the size of an ant beneath their walls, some of which were carved with mighty creatures of legend. The wide windows and the edges of roofs were decorated with shining metals and polished woods. High gates stood open, and the boy saw glimpses of green courtyards and marble fountains. He looked around him, open-mouthed. He glanced at Andromache, who had pulled up her veil and was wide-eyed too.
"Is this what all cities are like?" he asked at last.
"No, lad," said Odysseus with amusement. "Only Troy." The street was thronged with men and women, walking or riding chariots or horses. Their clothing was rich and colourful, and the glitter of jewellery shone at every neck and arm.
"They are dressed all like kings and queens," the boy whispered to Andromache.
She didn't answer him, but asked Odysseus,
"Do all these buildings belong to the king?"
"Everything in Troy belongs to Priam," he told her. "This poxy cart belongs to him. The road it travels on, that pile of apples over there, they are all Priam's. These buildings are the palaces of Troy's nobles."
"Which one is the home of Hector?" Andromache asked, looking around her.
Odysseus pointed up the roadway. "Up there. It is beyond the crest of the hill and overlooks the plain to the north. But we are going to Priam's palace. After that, Hector's home will seem but a peasant's hovel." The cart trundled on, and soon the palace came in sight. To Xander's eyes its walls were as high as those of the city itself, and he could see the golden roof gleam as the westering sun caught its edge. In front of the palace, once they had passed through the bronze-reinforced double gates, was a red-pillared portico where the cart stopped and they descended. The portico was flanked by lines of tall soldiers garbed in bronze breastplates and high helms with cheek guards inlaid with silver and white plumes which waved in the wind. Each had one hand on his sword hilt, the other grasping a spear, and each stared sternly over the boy's head, as still and silent as the statues at the Scaean gate. "Those are Priam's eagles, boy," said Odysseus, pointing at the soldiers. "Finest fighting men you'll ever see. Look, Xander," he went on, "is that not a sight to lift the spirits?" Xander turned to look back the way they had come, across the shining roofs of the palaces, the golden walls, and down over the lower town to the sea. The sky had turned rose-pink and copper in the light of the dying sun, and the sea below it was a lake of molten gold. In the far distance, Xander saw a glowing island of coral and gold on the horizon.
"What isle is that?"
he asked, thinking it must be a magical place. "Not one, but 2 islands," said Odysseus. "The first you can see is Imbros, but the great peak beyond is Samothrake." Xander stood entranced. The sky darkened, blood-red streaks and clouds of gold and black forming before his eyes.
"And there?"
he asked, pointing towards the north and the dark hills overlooking a crimson sea. "That is the Hellespont, lad, and the land beyond is Thrake." Andromache laid her hand on the boy's shoulder, gently turning him towards the south. Far away, across a shimmering river and a wide plain, Xander saw a mighty mountain.
"That is the holy mount of Ida," whispered Andromache, "where Zeus has his watchtower. And beyond it is little Thebe, where I was born."
It was now so hot that Xander could hardly catch his breath. He looked up at Andromache, but her face seemed to shimmer before his eyes. Then the ground shifted beneath his feet, and he fell. Embarrassed, he tried to rise, but his arms had no strength, and he slumped down again, his face resting on the cold stone. Gentle hands turned him onto his back.
"He has a fever," he heard Andromache say. "We must get him inside."
Then blissful darkness took away the heat, and he tumbled down and down into it. Chapter 16. The Gates of Horn and Ivory. The mist was growing thicker, and Xander could see no buildings or trees, merely floating tendrils of white that wafted before his eyes, obscuring his vision. He couldn't recall why he was walking through the mist, but he could hear voices close by. He tried to move towards the sound, but could not make out the direction. "He is fading," he heard a man say. Then the voice of Odysseus cut in. "Xander, can you hear me?"
"Yes,"
shouted the boy.
"Yes, where are you?"
And then there was silence. Xander was frightened now, and in his panic he began to run, his arms held out before him in case he crashed into a wall or a tree. "Do you have rings for his eyes?" he heard someone ask. Xander looked round, but the mist was thick and he could see no one.
"Do not speak of death just yet," he heard Odysseus say. "The boy has heart. He is still fighting."
Xander struggled to his feet.
"Odysseus,"
he called out.
"where are you? I am frightened."
Then he heard voices, and the mist cleared. It was night, and he was standing on a wide beach, the Xanthos drawn up on the sand. He could see Helikaon and the crew standing around a large fire. The men were chanting, "Hear our words, O Hades, Lord of the deepest dark." Xander had heard this chant before. It was a funeral oration. He moved towards the men, desperately needing to be no longer alone. He saw Antiochus at the outer edge of the circle and could hear Helikaon speaking about the greatness of Zidantus. Then he remembered the awful sight of the head being drawn from the sack. Reaching the circle, he called out to Antiochus.
"I don't know how I got here,"
he said. The man ignored him. Xander crouched down in front of the seated man, but Antiochus's eyes did not register his presence.
"Antiochus, please talk to me."
Stretching out his hand, he tried to touch Antiochus on the arm. Strangely, he could not feel anything under his fingers, and Antiochus did not notice his questing hand. So Xander sat quietly as Helikaon spoke on. Then Antiochus rose and began to tell stories about Zidantus and Epeius. Xander looked around. 4 men were standing outside the circle, quietly watching the orations. One of them was Zidantus. Xander ran over to him.
"Please talk to me," he said.
"Be calm, boy," said Zidantus. "Of course I will talk to you."
He dropped to one knee and put his arms round Xander.
"Antiochus wouldn't speak to me. Have I done something wrong?"
"You have done nothing wrong, son of Acamas. He cannot see you."
"Why? You can see me."
"Aye, I can."
"I thought you were dead, Zidantus. We all thought you were dead."
"What are you doing here, boy? Were you hurt in the fight?"
"No, I went to Troy with Odysseus. That's all I remember. I was sick. I am better now."
"His heart is failing," said a voice.
"Did you hear that?"
Xander asked Zidantus. "Yes. You must go back to Troy, and swiftly."
"Can't I stay with you? I don't want to be alone."
"We are walking a dark road. It is not for you. Not yet. Listen to me. I want you to close your eyes and think of Troy and where you were. You understand? You were in a bed somewhere, or lying on a beach. There are people with you."
"I keep hearing the voice of Odysseus,"
said Xander. "Then close your eyes and think of him. Think of Odysseus, Xander. Do it now. Think of life. Think of a blue sky and a fresh wind off the sea." Xander closed his eyes. He could still feel Zidantus's arms round him, and a great warmth settled over him. Then Zidantus spoke again. "If you see my little Thea, tell her she brought great joy to my heart. Tell her that, boy."
"I will, Zidantus. I promise."
"Can you hear my voice, lad?"
he heard Odysseus ask.
"Listen to my voice, and come back to us."
Xander groaned and felt a weight upon his chest. His limbs were leaden and his mouth dry. He opened his eyes and saw the ugly face of Odysseus leaning over him.
"Ha!" shouted the Ithacan king. "Did I not tell you? The boy has heart."
He looked down at Xander and ruffled his hair. You had us all fearful for a while.
Odysseus helped him to sit, then lifted a cup of water to his lips. Xander drank gratefully. He looked around and saw sunlight streaming through a window, down onto the bed in which he lay. Beyond Odysseus was a tall, thin man in an ankle-length chiton of white. His hair was dark and thinning at the temples, and he looked very tired. He approached Xander and laid a cool hand on the boy's brow.
"The fever is breaking," he said. "He needs to eat and rest. I shall have one of the helpers bring him a little food."
How soon can he travel?
Odysseus asked the man.
"Not for a week, at least. The fever could return, and he is very weak."
After the man had gone, Xander looked around the small room.
"Where is this place?"
he asked.
It is a house of serpents, a healing house, Odysseus explained. You have been here 5 days. You remember any of it?
"No. All I remember is seeing Zidantas. He told me to come back to Troy. It seemed so real, but it was just a dream."
Did you see any gates? Asked Odysseus.
"Gates?"
My Penelope tells me there are 2 kinds of dreams. Some come through a gate of ivory, and their meanings are deceitful. Others come through a gate of horn, and these are heavy with fate.
"I saw no gates,"
said Xander. Then perhaps it was just a dream, said Odysseus. I'm going to have to leave you here, Xander. The season is almost gone, and I need to get back to my Penelope before winter.
"No," said Xander fearfully. "I don't want to be alone again. Please don't go."
You won't be alone, lad. The Xanthos is in the bay, and Helikaon is here. I shall get word to him about you. For now, though, you must rest, and do everything the healer tells you. Your strength needs to return.
As he spoke, Xander realized how weak he felt.
"What was wrong with me?"
Odysseus shrugged.
You had a fever. The healer said you might have eaten something bad or breathed foul air. You are better now, though, lad. And you will be strong again. I can read the hearts of men, you know. I know the difference between heroes and cowards. You are a hero. You believe me?
"I don't feel like a hero," Xander admitted.
Odysseus tapped the cheekbone under his right eye.
This eye is magical, Xander. It is never wrong. Now, I ask again. Do you believe me?
Yes, of course."
Then tell me what you are.
"I am a hero."
Good. When doubt comes, as it always does, remember those words. Say them to yourself. And I will see you again in the spring, if the gods will it.
Argurios of Mycenae was not a man given to introspection. His life had been one of service to his king and his people. He did not question the decisions of the ruler, or wonder about the rights and wrongs of war and conquest. For Argurios, life was stark and uncomplicated. Powerful men ruled, weaker men became servants or slaves. It was the same with nations. Yet within this simple philosophy, he had also absorbed the code of Atreus, king, Agamemnon's father. Power with conscience, strength without cruelty, love of homeland without hatred for one's enemies. Hence Argurios had never tortured a foe, raped a woman, nor killed a child. He had burned no homes, nor sought to terrorize those he had defeated. The events leading to the horror of Bad Luck Bay continued to haunt him. The murder of Zidantas was brutal and sadistic. He wanted to believe that Kalanos was merely a savage, a monster who stood apart from the fine men of the Mycenae race. But was he? He had pondered this on the voyage with Odysseus, but had still not found an answer. Now, as he walked up the long hill towards the Scaean gate, he did not marvel at the beauty of the city, or notice the glittering gold of the palace roofs. He was thinking of other generals who had gained favor with Agamemnon king, cruel and ruthless men whose atrocities were a stain upon the honor of the Mycenae. He had heard stories during the past months that had chilled his blood. A village had been massacred, the men tied to trees, their ribs cut open, their entrails held in place by sticks. The women had been raped and murdered. The Mycenae general in charge of the attack had been Kalanos. Argurios had gone to Agamemnon with the tale. The king had listened intently.
"If all is as you said, Argurios, then the guilty men will be harshly dealt with."
But they had not been.
After that, Argurios had rarely been invited into the king's presence. Indeed, when Agamemnon last visited the Cave of Wings, Argurios was not one of the 12, though Kalanos was. Pushing aside such thoughts, Argurios entered the lower town of Troy, seeking the Street of Ambassadors. He soon became lost, and was loath to ask directions. He paused by a well, and sat down in the shade of a wall on which the figure of Artemis the huntress had been incised. It was a fine work. Her image had been captured in full run, her bow bent, as if chasing a quarry. "I want you to go to Troy," Agamemnon king had said on their final meeting.
"I am at your command, my king. What would you have me do there?"
"Study their defenses. You may explain your findings to Erikos, the ambassador. He will send me your reports."
"With respect, my king, he can already describe the fortifications. What purpose is served by my travelling there?"
"My purpose," said Agamemnon. "And you know as well as I that fortifications alone are not the key to strength. Men win or lose wars. Study the soldiers. Look to their disciplines and their weaknesses. Troy is the richest city on the Great Green. It has enormous wealth and even greater influence. No venture across the sea can succeed if Troy is against it. Therefore, Troy must fall to the Mycenae."
"We are to attack Troy?"
"Not immediately. It may not even be necessary. We now have friends within the royal family. One of those friends may soon be king. Then there will be no need to storm the city. However, as my father taught me, it is always wise to have more than one plan. You will travel with Glaucus. He is related to Erikos, the ambassador. He can also read and write, a skill I believe you have not mastered."
"No, lord."
"He may be useful to you."
"The boy lacks heart. I would not trust him in a hard fight."
"You will not be in hard fights, Argurios."
"Might I ask the result of your investigations into the massacre?"
Agamemnon had waved his hand. "Exaggerated stories. A few people were killed to emphasize the futility of opposing Mycenae rule. There is a ship leaving later today. The captain will be expecting you." The memory of that last conversation hung on him like a shroud. Agamemnon had been more than cool towards him. There was an underlying feeling of hostility emanating from the king. Rising from his seat, Argurios continued to walk through the city, becoming ever more lost in the maze of streets. Finally, he was forced to seek help from a street seller. Following the man's directions, he found himself in front of a large but anonymous house in the lower town, tucked under the west wall of the city. There was an armed man outside the gate. He wore no armor. Argurios was later to discover that the wearing of a breastplate and helmet was a privilege given in the city only to soldiers of Troy. But his demeanor told Argurios that he was a Mycenae warrior. Tall, grim, with grey eyes, the soldier looked at the visitor but said nothing.
"I am Argurios, follower to Agamemnon. I seek audience with Erikos."
"He is in Miletos, sir," the guard told him. "He is due back in the next few days. He has gone to meet the king."
"Agamemnon is in Miletos."
The news surprised Argurios. Miletos was a large port city between Lycia and Troy. The Penelope had sailed that coastline. It was infuriating to have been so close to his king without knowing it. He could have informed him of the events at Bad Luck Bay. The guard gave him directions to a house where visitors could find a bed and food. Argurios took his few belongings with him and was offered a small room with a tiny window overlooking distant hills. The bed was rickety, the room musty. Argurios did not care. It would be used only for sleep. Every morning for the next 6 days, he walked to the ambassador's house to seek news of his arrival. On discovering that Erikos had still not returned, he would patrol the city, examining its defences as Agamemnon had ordered. He soon discovered that Troy was not a single city. Its burgeoning wealth meant that it was growing fast, spreading out over the hills and plain. At the highest point was the walled palace of the king. This had been the original citadel and contained many ancient buildings, now used as treasuries or offices for the king's councillors. There were 2 gates, one leading through to the women's quarters, the second opening onto the courtyard before the huge double doors of the king's megaron. Extending out in a wide circle round the palace was the upper city, containing the homes of the rich, merchants, princes, and noblemen. Here there were great palaces and houses boasting statues and flowering trees, and gardens of extraordinary beauty. There were several large areas where craftsmen and artisans produced goods for the wealthy: jewelers, clothes makers, armorers, potters, and bronzesmiths. There were dining halls and meeting places, a gymnasium and a theatre. The upper city was defended by huge walls and cunningly placed towers. Outside these walls was the continuously growing lower town. This was largely indefensible. There were no walls, merely a series of wide ditches, some still under construction. Any large force could march unopposed through the streets, but there would be little plunder. Here there were few palaces. Mostly the area contained the homes of the poorer inhabitants, servants and lesser craftspeople, workers in the dye trade or the fishing industry. The air was, in places, noxious with the stench of lime ash and cattle urine used by cloth dyers, and fermented fish guts, processed for soups and broths. But here was not where any battle for the city would be won or lost. The sack of Troy, Argurios knew, would come only when an enemy breached the great gates or scaled the mighty walls. The east gate would be a nightmare to storm. The walls doubled back on themselves in a dogleg, ensuring that invaders would be crammed together and assaulted by archers, peltasts, and spear throwers. Even heavy rocks thrown from such a height would crush an armored man, and the gates themselves were thick and reinforced with bronze. They would not burn easily. However, the physical defences were not Argurios' main concern. His skills, as Agamemnon knew, lay in the study of soldiers and their qualities and weaknesses. Wars were won and lost on 4 vital elements: morale, discipline, organization, and courage. Flaws in any one, and defeat was assured. So he had studied the soldiers on the walls, their alertness and their demeanor. Were they careless or slack? Were their officers decisive and disciplined? Were they confident of their strength or merely arrogant? These were the questions Agamemnon sought answers to. So Argurios sat in taverns and eating houses, listening to the conversations of soldiers, and watched them as they marched or patrolled the walls. He chatted to traders at their stalls and to old men sitting round wells talking of their days in the army. The Trojan troops, he discovered, were highly disciplined and well trained. In conversations he found out that Priam regularly sent troops in support of the Hittites in their wars, and even hired out horsemen, foot soldiers, and charioteers to neighboring kingdoms in order that the men would gain combat experience. While Troy itself had suffered no wars in more than 2 generations, its soldiers were battle-hardened men. It had been difficult to gauge the exact number of fighting men Troy could call upon. Argurios believed it to be no fewer than 10,000, including the 1,000 warriors of the Trojan horse riding with Hector against the Egyptians. On first analysis, it seemed Troy was unassailable, but Argurios knew that no fortress was ever unconquerable. How then to breach its defences? How many men would be needed? For overwhelming force to destroy a besieged enemy, the normal calculation was a factor of 5. The Trojans had 10,000 men, therefore the minimum force to gather would be 50,000 warriors. That in itself precluded any Mycenaean invasion, for Agamemnon could not muster more than 15,000 fighting men if he conscripted every warrior in Mycenae. And even if 50,000 could be gathered, a second logistical problem would arise: how to feed such an army. They would need to raid surrounding territories, and this would inflame the populations, causing uprisings and disaffection. The problem was a thorny one, but Argurios was determined to return to his king with a positive plan. Then, on the 7th day, he learned that Erechos the ambassador had returned from Miletos. The screams echoed through his head, and Argurios felt his skull starting to pound. He looked up at the high roof of the circular tomb, trying to ignore the thick smell of blood and fear, and the sounds of the thrashing, dying horses. The sacrifice of noble horses to Zeus was an appropriate ritual at the funeral of a great king, and his heart lifted at the thought that Atreus king would ride such fine steeds on his journey to the Elysian fields. The 2 horses, dead at last, were being hauled into place at the sides of the king's bier in the centre of the tomb. Atreus lay in his gold and silver armour, his favourite sword at his right side, 3 jewelled daggers and a bow to his left. At his head was a great golden cup embossed with the Lion of Mycenae, and flagons of wine and oil for his journey. 3 of the king's beloved hounds lay slaughtered at his feet. The dark, musty tomb was filled with the king's followers, his grieving family, counselors and mourners. Agamemnon stood dressed in a simple woolen robe, tears pouring down his cheeks. His brother Menelaus was dry-eyed but looked stricken, his face ashen and empty. There was a cacophony of noise from the musicians and singers milling around in the darkness. Then the sounds of lute and lyre started to fade away. Argurios stepped forward to take his last look at his king. He frowned. The bearded face resting peacefully on the bier was not that of Atreus. The beard was wrong, and the face too broad. Was this an impostor? Confusion and fear in his heart, he moved forward reluctantly and saw that the face on the bier was his own. He looked around to see if anyone else had noticed, but there was no one there. The mourners and musicians, sons and counselors had all vanished, and the great circular tomb was dark and cold, the air heavy with damp and rot. He was alone. No one mourned Argurios. No one marked his passing, and he would go to the earth unnoticed. No one would know his name. His head was splitting now. A terrible pain erupted in his stomach as well. He had just noticed it, but he knew it had been there all the time. He cried out. He was lying in a stone doorway in the cool night air. The moon was high, and by its light, Argurios could see that his tunic was drenched in blood. 3 bodies lay close by, and he saw a blood-smeared sword by the doorway. He tried to rise, but fell again, a stabbing pain searing through his back and chest. Gritting his teeth, he rolled to his knees. His vision swam, and he fell against the doorframe. After a while, the pain ebbed a little, and he gazed around him. In the moonlight, he could see a small street of modest houses looking over a silver sea. Then he remembered. He was in Troy. A fresh wave of pain surged over him. His head began to pound, and he vomited on the ground. There was blood in the vomit. Once again he tried to rise, but there was no strength in his legs. He stared at the bodies of the men he had killed. One was facing him. He recognized him as the guard who had been on duty on the 7th day of his visit to the house of Erechos. The man had informed him that Erechos had returned and had gestured Argurios into the courtyard.
"Wait here, sir," he said.
The courtyard was shadeless and without greenery. Argurios paced back and forth a few times, then sat stiffly on a stone bench facing the westering sun. From an inner door, 3 men came out. The leader was tall and lean, with thin red hair. His beardless face was grey, and his eyes red-rimmed as if from the cold. He wore a long dark cape over tunic and leggings, and was unarmed. The 2 others, one dark, one fair, both wore swords. Argurios noted their expressions and felt uneasy. They were staring at him unblinkingly. He rose from the bench.
"I returned last night,"
said the red-haired man, without any form of greeting. This display of ill manners annoyed Argurios, but he held his anger in check.
"I was with the king when the Lord Kalanos spoke of the cowardly slaughter by the killer Helikaon. He also named you as a traitor in the pay of Helikaon."
"Ah," said Argurios coldly. "A coward and a liar as well." The ambassador's eyes narrowed, and he reddened.
"The Lord Kalanos claimed you killed one of his crew and saved the life of Helikaon."
"That is true."
"Perhaps you would care to explain yourself."
Argurios glanced at the armed men with Erechos.
"I am Argurios, follower of Agamemnon and a Mycenae noble. I answer only to my king, and not to some over-promoted peasant sent to a foreign land."
The men with the ambassador reached for their swords, but Erechos waved them back. He smiled.
"I have heard in full of the events in Lucia. Many good Mycenae men died, including my nephew, Glaucus. You did nothing to save them. Indeed, you aided the killer Helikaon. You are not welcome here, Argurios. The rules of hospitality dictate that no blood will be shed in my house. But know that Agamemnon has spoken the words of banishment against you. You are no longer Mycenae. Your lands are forfeit, and you are named as an enemy of the Lion's Hall."
Argurios strode from the house, back straight, head reeling. He was not a diplomat, and this journey to Troy had not been one he had sought. Yet he was proud to serve his king, both to gather information on Priam's political and military situation, and to deliver messages to his brother Mycenae abroad. Delving into his leather bag, he snatched out the sealed papyrus letters he carried for Eragos. Anger tempted him to throw them to the winds, but he hesitated, then put them away again. They had been given to him by Agamemnon's chief scribe as he had left the palace on that last day. The man had come running out into the street.
"I hear you are sailing for Troy," he said. "These messages were meant to have been sent 3 days ago, but a fool of a servant forgot to give them to the captain. Will you take them, Lord Argurios?"
Each bore the seal of Agamemnon, and he had carried them with reverence. He could not throw the king's words into the mud of the street. Banishment. He could scarcely believe such a sentence. But it hurt him more that Agamemnon, whom he had served with total loyalty, could have acted in such a fashion. Surely, he thought, the king of all men should have known he would never have sold out to Helikaon, or any other enemy of his people. Did the works of his life count for nothing, he wondered? In the 20 years since he reached manhood, he had never sought riches, nor succumbed to any temptations that would hinder his service. He had not lied, nor taken part in the palace intrigues that saw men plotting against one another to rise in Agamemnon's favour. He had even remained unwed, so that his life could be entirely dedicated to the king and to the people. And now he had been named a traitor, stripped of his lands and his citizenship. As he walked from the house of Eragos, he decided to take ship back to Mycenae and to appeal to the king directly. Surely, he thought, he will realize he has been misled. His spirits rose. Once back in Mycenae, he would expose Kalanos for the liar and villain that he was, and all would be well. He was close to his lodgings when he realized he was being followed. And he knew then there would be no easy return to his homeland. The killers had been unleashed. As an enemy of the people, his life was worth only what price Agamemnon or Kalanos had placed upon it. Cold anger rose, and he swung to await the assassins. He had carried no sword or dagger with him to the ambassador's house, and stood there unarmed as the 5 men approached. The leader was swathed in a dark hooded cloak. He stepped forward and spoke.
"Renegade, you know what dark deeds have brought you to this judgment."
Argurios stood calmly and looked the man in the eye.
"There are no dark deeds to my name. I am Argurios, and the victim of a coward's lies. I intend to sail home and appeal to my king."
The man laughed harshly.
"Your life ends here, traitor. There are no appeals."
A knife flashed into his hands, and he leapt forward. Argurios stepped in to meet him, grabbing the knife wrist and thundering a fierce blow into the man's face. As the man fell back, Argurios gripped his wrist with both hands, spun him round, then twisted the arm savagely, dislocating his shoulder. The assassin screamed and dropped his knife. The other 4 men surged forward. Lifting his foot, Argurios propelled the crippled assassin into his comrades, then swept up the dagger.
"I am Argurios," he thundered. "To come at me is to die."
They hesitated then, but all were armed with swords. The injured leader was on his knees.
"Kill him!"
he screamed. They rushed in. Argurios charged to meet them. A sword plunged into his side, a second cleaving into his left shoulder. Ignoring the pain, he stabbed one man through the heart, kicked a second man in the right knee, causing him to fall, then grappled with the third. The 4th man stabbed at him, the blade glancing from his ribs. Argurios could feel his strength failing. Smashing a blow to one attacker's face, he followed up with a headbutt that broke another's nose. Half blinded, the assassin staggered. Argurios twisted to one side, then hammered his foot against an attacker's knee. There was a sickening crack as the joint snapped, followed by a piercing shriek of agony. The 3rd attacker was on his feet again. Argurios dived to the ground, grabbing a fallen sword, then rolled just in time to block a downward cut. Surging up, he shoulder-charged the attacker, hurling him back. Before the man could recover, Argurios drove his sword through the assassin's chest. Tearing the blade clear, he swung in time to parry a ferocious lunge that would have disemboweled him. His sword lanced up, skewering the man through the chin and up into his brain. Argurios wrenched the blade loose and let him fall. The man with the shattered knee was groaning loudly. Argurios glanced to his left where the leader now stood, his knife held in his left hand, his right arm hanging uselessly at his side.
"Your comrade cannot walk," said Argurios. "He will need you to help him to a house of healing." "There will be another day," said the man. "Maybe, but not for you, puppy dog. It'll take real hounds to hunt down this old wolf. Now get you gone."
He stood tall and apparently strong as the leader hauled the groaning man upright. Then the two of them made their slow way back into the darkness. Argurios managed to stay upright for a few moments more. He had no idea how much time had passed since. The pain in his stomach had ceased, and he felt cold, though he could still feel warm blood flowing under his hand. He tried to lift himself up with one arm, and the pain ripped through him again. Then he heard footsteps. So, they had come back to finish their work. Anger gave him strength, and he levered himself upright, determined to die on his feet. Several soldiers in crested helmets moved into sight. Argurios sagged back against the doorframe.
"What happened here?"
asked the first soldier, stepping in close. The world spun, and Argurios fell. The soldier dropped his spear and caught him, lowering him to the ground. A second soldier called out,
"One of the dead men is Philometor the Mycenae. He was said to be a fine warrior."
An elderly man came out of the house and spoke to the soldier.
"I saw it from my balcony. 5 men attacked him. He had no weapon, and he defeated them all."
"Well," said the soldier, "we must get him to the temple. Any man the Mycenae want dead must be worthy of life." Chapter 17. The Golden King. The last time Helikaon had stood on the beach below Troy, Zidantas had been alongside him. They had been on their way to Kupros to take the Xanthos on her maiden voyage. It seemed a lifetime ago now. The ship had been unloaded, the cargo carried to warehouses. With the season over, there were few merchants on the beaches, and the Xanthos would continue north to Dardania with a much lighter load. The crew had been paid, and 28 rowers had declared their intent to leave the ship. Antiochus had been scouring the taverns, seeking fresh men to crew the Xanthos on its journey home. Helikaon glanced along the bay and saw Odysseus and his crew preparing the Penelope for launch. The slender old ship slid gracefully into the water, the men hauling themselves aboard. Odysseus was shouting orders now. For a moment Helikaon wished the years could be swept away, and that he too was back aboard the Penelope, sailing off across the great green to winter in Ithaca. Life had seemed so uncomplicated then, his concerns small, and focused on easily remedied problems. The tear in the sail that could be stitched, the blistered hands that could be bandaged. Earlier that morning, he had sat on the beach with his friend. It was their first meeting since the battle outside Blue Owl Bay. Odysseus had told him about the boy, Xander, and they had sat in comfortable silence for a while.
"You have not spoken of Zidantas,"
said Odysseus at last. "He is dead. What else is there to say?" Odysseus looked at him closely.
"You remember me talking about the lost hero and your need to find him?"
"Of course, sir. I was a weak and frightened boy, but he is long gone now."
"He was frightened, yes, but not weak. Intelligent and thoughtful. Aye, and caring and gentle. And sometimes you need to seek him too."
Helikaon forced a laugh. The sound was harsh. "He could not survive in my world." Odysseus shook his head.
"Your world is full of violent men, heroic with sword and shield, ready to butcher their way to whatever plunder they desire. Can you not see it is the boy you were who stops you from being like them? Do not lose sight of him, Helikaon."
Would he have destroyed the galleys of Kalanos? Would he have defeated Electruon, or survived the treachery at Blue Owl Bay?
"No, he would not,"
snapped Odysseus.
"Nor would he have burned to death 50 or more unarmed and hobbled men. You want to defeat Kalanos, or become him."
Helikaon felt a rush of anger at this outburst from his friend.
"How could you say that to me? You do not know what is in my heart."
"Who does?"
countered Odysseus.
"You have it sheathed in armor. You always did."
"I do not need to hear this,"
said Helikaon, pushing himself to his feet. Odysseus rose alongside him.
"How many friends do you have, Helikaon?" I love you like my own son, and you are wrong. I do see into your heart. I see you are suffering, and I know what Ox meant to you. You are grieving, and you feel as if something is ripping out your guts from the inside. Your dreams are tortured, your waking hours tormented. You look for him always, just at the edge of your vision. You expect to wake one morning and find him standing there, big as life. And a part of you dies every time you wake and realize he isn't.
Helikaon's shoulders sagged as his anger seeped away. How can you know all this?
I watched my son die.
Odysseus sat down and stared out to sea. Helikaon remained where he was for a moment, then seated himself alongside his friend. I am sorry, Odysseus. I had forgotten.
You didn't know him.
The ugly king sighed.
Now, do you want to talk about Ox?
I can't. Odysseus looked disappointed, but he nodded.
I understand. But one day, my friend, I hope you will learn to open your heart. Otherwise you will always be alone. We will not dwell on it, though. Let us return to Kalanos. He is likely to go to ground now. He'll either return to Mycenae or seek shelter on the pirate isle southwest of Samothrake. The waters there are treacherous, and few ships will risk the winter storms. Even if they did, there is a stockade there, and several hundred pirates to man it.
I know the island, said Helikaon. The Penelope beached there on my first voyage. The pirates gathered round you, and you told them a story that had them laughing, crying, and cheering. They showered you with gifts. I still think of it sometimes. 100 cruel and barbaric men weeping over a story of love and honour and courage.
Aye, it was a good night, said Odysseus. If Kalanos is there, he will be safe for the winter, but he will sail again in spring.
And I will find him, Odysseus.
I expect you will. More important, however, you need to watch yourself now. There are some canny killers out there. With that in mind, I have a small gift for you.
Delving into the pack he was carrying, he pulled forth a tunic of dark brown leather and passed it to Helikaon. It was heavier than Helikaon expected, and he could feel something hard beneath the soft leather.
Picked it up a few years back in Kritos,
said Odysseus. Helikaon hoisted the garment. It was a knee-length tunic with a lining of silk.
It is a cunning piece, said Odysseus. Between the silk and the leather are thin, overlapping discs of ivory. It'll turn a dagger blade, though I doubt it would withstand a powerful sword thrust, a strike from an axe, or a well-aimed arrow from a bow of horn.
It is a fine gift, my friend. Thank you.
Sure. Too small for me, anyway. Wear it when ashore, and try not to travel alone in the city.
I will be careful, promised Helikaon. I shall be sailing for Dardania soon. Once home, I will be surrounded by loyal soldiers.
As your father was, pointed out Odysseus. Do not assume anywhere is safe. Equally, do not assume loyalty is made of stone.
I know.
Of course you do, muttered Odysseus apologetically. Did you hear about Argurios?
No.
Word is he's been banished and declared outlaw. It is said you bought him.
Helikaon shook his head in disbelief. You don't buy a man like Argurios. Who could think such a thing?
Men who can be bought, answered Odysseus. I doubt he'll last a month. How long are you planning to stay in Troy?
A few days more. I must pay my respects to Priam, and there are still merchants I need to see. Why do you ask?
Something in the air, said the elder man, touching his nose. There is a feeling of unease in the city. I suspect there is another palace revolution brewing.
Helikaon laughed. There is always a palace revolution brewing. My guess is that Priam enjoys them. It gives his devious mind something to gnaw at.
You are right, admitted Odysseus. He likes risks. I knew a man once who placed wagers on almost anything. He would sit beneath a tree and wager on which pigeon would fly away first, or which dolphin would swim beneath the prow. His wagers grew larger and larger. One day he wagered his lands, his horses, his cattle, and his ship on a single throw of the dice. He lost it all.
You believe Priam to be such a fool?
Odysseus shrugged. A man who loves risks is a man seeking to test himself. Each time he wins, he needs to increase the peril.
Priam has many acknowledged sons, and only a few positions of power to award. Not all his sons can succeed him. He has Hector, Helikaon pointed out. He would never betray his father. Hector is the key in all this, Odysseus replied. He is both loved and feared. Any who rose against Priam would have to face the wrath of Hector. That alone is what prevents a civil war. Priam has alienated at least half his generals, and the gods alone know how many of his counselors. He strips them of their titles on a whim, appointing others in their place. He revels in humiliating the men around him. His sons too often are chided publicly. Foolish man. If Hector were to fall in battle, this kingdom would rip apart like an old sail in a storm. Helikaon laughed. Hector will not fall in battle. He is invincible. If his ship were to sink, he'd emerge riding one of Poseidon's dolphins. Odysseus grinned. Aye, he does radiate a godlike quality. The smile faded. But he is not a god, Helikaon. He is a man, albeit a great one. And men die. I wouldn't want to be in Troy if that were to happen. It won't happen. The gods have always loved Hector. May Father Zeus hear those words and make them true. Odysseus rose. I must be making ready to sail. Take care, my boy, he said. The two men embraced. Fair winds and calm seas, Odysseus. That would make a pleasant change. Tell me, will you be seeing Andromache? Perhaps. Fine woman. I like her enormously. Odysseus laughed. I would love to have been present when she met Priam. Helikaon thought of the Trojan king. Powerful and dominant, he sought to intimidate all who came before him. Then he recalled Andromache's challenging gaze. Yes, he agreed. I would like to have seen that too.
My lady! Wake up, my lady! Oh, please, wake up!
Andromache returned to consciousness slowly. She had been dreaming of a great storm, the sea rising like a mountain into the sky. Ever since she had seen the seer, Acleides, she had been haunted by dreams, visions of men with one sandal, or colossal storms. Once she had even dreamed she was married to a pig farmer whose face had slowly become that of a boar, white tusks sprouting from his bearded cheeks. Her bed was a tangle of white linen, and she felt the slickness of sweat on her body. The dreams had been full of fear, leaving a lingering sense of dread behind them. Sitting up, she regarded her handmaid, the young and heavily pregnant Axa. Normally smiling and complacent, Axa was wringing her hands in worry, her plump, plain face a mask of anxiety.
Thank the gods, my lady. I thought I would never wake you. You've been sent for,
she said, lowering her voice and looking around her as if Andromache's chambers were filled with spies. Which they might well be, thought Andromache. The entire palace was a sea of suspicious eyes. Servants appeared and hovered whenever people gathered together, and conversations were spoken in whispers. Andromache shook her head to clear it and swung her long legs out of bed. Outside her high square window, she could just see the paleness of dawn in the night sky.
Who has sent for me at this hour? The king, my lady.
Axa immediately started to pull Andromache's nightgown over her head.
You must wash and dress quickly, my lady, and attend the king with haste. It would not do to delay.
Andromache could sense the panic in the woman and realized Axa would be held responsible if Priam were kept waiting. As her maid thrust a wet sponge in her face, Andromache grabbed it from her.
I'll do that. Find my saffron gown and the calf sandals Laodike gave me yesterday.
As she washed, she wondered about the significance of being made to wait 7 days to see Priam. Perhaps she should be honored. Perhaps other young brides had had to wait months before they met the king. She had asked Laodike, but the king's eldest daughter had just shrugged. There were so many things Andromache did not know about Troy. What she did know, however, was that the palace of Priam was not a happy place. Stunningly beautiful and filled with treasures, many of them solid gold, it was a monument to ostentation, which contrasted mightily with the furtive manner in which people moved through it. Laodike had been assigned to guide Andromache through the customs of the palace, the areas in which the women could wander, and the rooms and corridors closed to them. But Andromache had learned far more than this. Laodike's conversation was always of warnings. What not to do, what not to say, whom to smile at and be civil to, whom to avoid. Laodike had listed names, but most of them had flown by Andromache with the speed of hunting hawks. Some had registered, but only after meeting the men they applied to. Watery-eyed Polites, the king's chancellor. Fat Antiphanes, his master of horse. It would have amazed Andromache if the wheezing man could actually mount a horse. Then there was Deiphobus, the prince of the harbour. More commonly called Dios, he looked a little like Helikaon, though without the inherent power. In fact, he had frightened eyes, she thought. She realized Axa was regarding her with a worried frown.
"The pretty sandals, my lady," she faltered. "Do you have them, Axa?" "Yes, my lady, but they are not appropriate."
"Do not argue with me," she said. "You fear the king's anger. I understand that, but you should fear my anger too." She kept her voice pleasant, but she looked hard into Axa's face, and the young woman dropped her eyes.
"I'm sorry, my lady, but you do not understand. You cannot wear sandals. You are to meet the king on the great tower. The steps are treacherous, and his orders were for you to wear suitable shoes."
Later, striding through the stone streets in the growing dawn light, Axa hurrying behind her, 2 royal eagles in armour of bronze and silver by her side, Andromache wondered what game Priam was playing. She wished she had a chance to speak to Laodike about the king's strange choice of meeting place. She had heard a great deal of gossip about Priam in her 7 days in Troy. Most of it admiring, all of it meaningless. He was said to have 50 sons, Axa had confided to her, although the queen had borne him just 4. He was known to be a great bull in his youth, and many of those sons, recognized by him or not, had made their home in Troy, close to the glory of their father. The king, now on his throne for over 40 years, still had an eye for a pretty young girl, said another maid, giggling. Andromache had felt repulsed. Just another old man who couldn't accept that his rutting days were decently over, she had thought. But then rich men were also powerful men, and power was an aphrodisiac, and Priam was said to be the richest man in all the world. She had been astonished by the treasures she had seen in the king's megaron, in the queen's apartments, and the gold and jewels that Laodike thought quite normal daily wear. Laodike was always festooned with gold, her wrists and throat sporting an assortment of bracelets, bangles, and necklets, her corn-coloured hair intertwined with gold wire, her gowns weighed down with brooches. None of which made her more pretty, thought Andromache. The jewels only served to draw attention to her small hazel eyes, her long nose, and slightly receding chin. What she had, though, to compensate, was a smile of dazzling beauty, and a sweet nature that made her lovable.
"Poor Andromache,"
Laodike had said, putting her arm through her new sister's.
"You have no jewellery, no gold at all, only a few cheap beads and a little silver. I shall make my father give you gold, amber, and carnelian necklets and earrings to match your eyes, and gold chains to adorn your dainty ankles, and," she laughed gleefully, "your big feet." "Big feet are said to be very beautiful," Andromache had replied gravely. "The bigger the better."
She smiled to herself now, looking down at those feet encased in the clumsy rope-soled sandals Axa had borrowed for her. Then she looked up. The great tower of Ilion, standing proud of the south wall of Troy, was almost twice as high as the main city walls, and by far the tallest building she had ever seen. As she walked towards it, she could see the ever-present guards on each corner of its roof. They looked like tiny insects, the rising sun glinting off their helmets and spear tips. When she had asked Axa about her summons to the great tower, the maid had been strangely reticent.
"It must be a great honour," she had said doubtfully. "King Priam sometimes goes there to look over his city and to scan the sea and land for invaders. He is watchful for his people."
"Does he usually greet visitors on the great tower of Ilion?" Axa blushed and refused to meet her eyes.
I don't know what the king does. It is the highest point in the city. It must be a great honour," she repeated.
Andromache had caught a look of dismay on her maid's face, and she put her arms round her and hugged her close.
"I have a head for heights," she reassured the woman. "Don't worry."
They entered the huge square tower at its base, just inside the Scian gate. The stone wall was very thick, and inside the tower was cold and damp. Andromache saw a narrow flight of stone stairs spiraling up into the darkness. She looked up and saw the tower was merely a dank square shaft of empty air illuminated at intervals by holes punched through the thickness of the walls. The stairs hugged the inside walls in a series of sharp inclines, followed by horizontal walkways to the next rise, until they reached a tiny square of light high above. There was no handrail. Torches flickered in wall brackets, and one of the soldiers lit a brand to carry up the steps.
"Do you wish me to come with you, my lady?"
Andromache saw Axa's eyes were huge and frightened in the torchlight, her hands straying unconsciously to her swollen belly.
"No, stay here. Wait for me,"
Andromache replied.
"Do you want the water?"
Axa started to unsling the water skin she held on her hip. Andromache thought for a moment, then told her,
"No, keep it. I might want it later."
She realized the two soldiers were preparing to escort her up. She held out her hand.
"Give me the torch,"
she demanded. The torch carrier, unsure, casting an eye at his fellow, passed the brand to her.
"Stay here,"
she told them curtly, and before they could move, she set off swiftly up the stairs, stepping lightly on the shiny stone. On and up she climbed, her legs, strengthened by her many hours of walking or running on Thera, pushing her up the steep flights. The steps were each nearly knee-high, and she felt her body enjoying the exercise, her thighs and calves thrilling to be worked so hard. She had never suffered from the sickness sparked by heights, but she was not tempted to look down to see how far she had climbed. She looked up instead, towards the small square of light. She felt she had the measure of the old king now. He had asked her to the tower to daunt her, perhaps to humiliate her, hoping she would collapse in tears at the foot of the tower and have to be carried up like a child. She was amazed that a king with such power, such riches, should feel the need to prove his superiority over a young woman. Petty bullies I can deal with, she thought. The steps became narrower as she neared the top, and they seemed much more worn here and slick with damp. She became conscious of the dark abyss to her right, and she placed her feet more carefully as she climbed. She wondered why the stairs would be most worn at the top of the tower. Then she realized and laughed. She stopped and held her torch high. 30 or so steps below her, on the other side of the tower, was a dark recess. In it there was a narrow door. She had not seen it as she passed. It must be a door leading to the battlements of the south wall. The old man would have come that way, leaving her to climb the full height of the tower. Priam, she thought, already I do not like you. When she emerged at the top, it was with a sense of relief. The brightness of the low sun hurt her eyes, and the wind buffeted her hair, and for a moment she was disorientated. She looked around slowly, steadying her breathing. The wooden roof was half the size of the king's megaron, yet empty bar 4 guards, one at each corner of the tower, motionless, staring outward. A tall, wide-shouldered man was standing on the battlements of the southwest wall, the wind blowing through his long silver-gold hair. He was powerfully built and deeply tanned. He wore a blue full-length tunic, and despite the coolness of the dawn, his tanned, muscular arms were bare. He was in profile to her, and she saw a high, beaked nose and strong jaw. He didn't appear to have seen her, and she stood uncertain. "Well, are you going to stand there all day, girl?" he said, not turning. Andromache walked over to him and stood, head bowed.
"I am Andromache of Thebe."
The king turned suddenly. She was surprised at how young and vital he was. His height and the width of his shoulders dominated her, and his physical presence was colossal.
"Have you not been taught how to address your king, girl? On your knees."
He loomed over her, and she was almost forced to her knees by his presence alone. Instead, she straightened her back.
"In Thebe under Plakos, we do not bow the knee to anyone, not even the gods."
Priam leaned in close so she could see the yellowish whites of his eyes and smell the morning wine on his breath. He said quietly, "You are not in little Thebe now. I will not tell you again." At that moment there was a clattering on the staircase, and a royal eagle climbed onto the roof. His helmet bore the black and white crest of a captain. He strode quickly to the king. "Lord!" He glanced at Andromache and hesitated. Priam gestured impatiently for him to go on. "Lord, we have him. Someone must have warned him, for he had almost made it to the Egyptian ship. He is being questioned now." "Excellent. I shall attend the questioning later." The king was once more looking down at the bay. "Is that monstrosity Helikaon's new ship?" "Yes, sir, the Xantos. It arrived late last night." Andromache's interest quickened. She watched Priam closely, but could not see from his expression whether he considered it good news or bad. After a moment he dismissed the captain and turned to regard Andromache again. "Let me show you my city," he said, then sprang lightly up onto the high battlement wall before turning and holding out his hand to Andromache. She did not hesitate, and he took hold of her wrist, drawing her up to stand alongside him. The wind buffeted her, and she glanced down at the awesome drop. "So, you will not kneel to me?" he said.
"I will kneel to no man,"
she answered, preparing herself for the push that would send her toppling to her death, and ready to haul him with her. "You interest me, girl. There is no fear in you."
"Nor in you, apparently, King Priam."
He looked surprised.
"Fear is for weaklings. Look around you. This is Troy, my Troy, the richest and most powerful city in the world. It was not built by fearful men, but by men with imagination and courage. Its wealth grows daily, and with it the influence that wealth brings."
Suddenly, to Andromache's surprise, the king reached out and weighed her left breast in his hand. She did not flinch.
"You will do,"
Priam said, taking his hand away and waving his dismissal.
"You will breed strong children for me."
An icy worm of fear slithered into her heart.
"For your son Hector, I think you mean, my king,"
she corrected, her voice harder than it was wise. More quickly than she could have expected, he stepped towards her, looming over her again.
"I am your king,"
he whispered in her ear, his breath hot and wet.
"And Hector is not here. He may well not return until the spring."
The prospect of being confined to Priam's palace through the long weeks of winter filled Andromache with dismay.
"You may go now,"
said Priam, turning away from her and staring out over the bay. Andromache leapt lightly down to the ramparts and walked to the stairway. Then Priam called out to her. She turned towards him.
"You are still a virgin, I take it?"
"I am who I am, King Priam,"
she replied, unable to keep the anger from her voice.
"Then remember who you are and what you are," he advised. "You are the property of Priam, until he decides you should become the property of another."
Chapter 18. The House of Serpents. The House of Serpents was larger than Xander had first imagined. There were 4 immense buildings set in a square with an open garden area at the center, in which an altar had been erected to the god Asclepios. There were people everywhere, women in long green gowns, men dressed in white tunics, priests in flowing robes of blue and gold. Then there were crowds of supplicants, queuing before 3 tables set close to the altar. Everyone in the queues carried an offering, some holding caged white doves, others bearing perfumes or gifts of copper or silver. Xander saw that each supplicant was given a small square of papyrus, which he or she held to their lips before dropping it into a large copper container beside the priest at the table. Mystified, Xander moved on through the crowd, wandered around the garden, then decided to return to his room. Except that he had no idea where it was. All 4 of the buildings looked exactly the same. He entered one, followed a corridor, and found himself in a huge round chamber. There were statues of the gods set into alcoves. At the foot of each statue was a deep cup of silver and a small brazier filled with glowing coals. He recognized the statue of Demeter, goddess of fertility, for she carried a basket of corn in one hand and the babe Persephone held against her breast. Others he could not identify. The air was full of incense, and he saw 2 priests moving to each of the statues. The first poured libations of wine into the silver cups, and the second sprinkled papyrus squares onto the fires in the braziers. Then Xander understood. The supplicant squares were being offered to the gods. He wondered how Demeter would know from the ashes exactly what each worshipper had asked for. Moving out of the temple area, he saw Helikaon, the healer priest who had tended him. Xander called out, and Helikaon turned his head. He was tall and stoop-shouldered, with short dark hair thinning at the temples. His eyes looked tired.
"I see you are feeling stronger, Xander," he said.
Yes.
"Do not overexert yourself. You are still recovering."
Yes, sir. Can you tell me where my room is?
Helikaon smiled.
"The house is like a labyrinth. It takes time to find your way around. Do you read symbols?"
No, sir.
"You are in Fire 7. Each building here is marked by a different symbol, and each room has a number."
He pointed to the closest door.
"The first symbol on the door represents the element after which the area was named."
Xander peered at the symbol carved into the wood.
"What does it look like to you?"
"Like a bow," he answered.
"I suppose it does,"
agreed Helikaon.
"In fact, the upturned half-circle is a cup, so this building is water. The mark below it is the number of the room. To the north is earth, and the symbol there is a full circle, for all things come from the earth and return to the earth. Fire is directly across the garden from here, and on each door you will see another half-circle, resting downwards on a straight line. This represents the rising sun. Air is the building to your left. On its walls you will see another half-circle standing upright like a sail in the breeze."
Thank you, sir. How do the gods know who kissed the papyrus?
Helikaon smiled.
"The gods see all, Xander. They know what is in our hearts and in our minds."
Why then do they need the papyrus at all?
"It is a ritual of worship, an indication of respect and adoration. We will talk about that tomorrow when I visit you, and now I must continue my work."
Helikaon rose.
"You may walk around for a while, but try not to get in anyone's way."
Xander crossed the now deserted gardens and found his room. He was feeling dreadfully tired and weak. On trembling legs he made it to his bed and lay down. The room seemed to be moving, as if it was on a ship. As he lay there, he heard his door open, and a figure came into sight. It was Helikaon. Xander struggled to rise. "Stay where you are, boy," said the Golden One, sitting down on the bed.
Thank you, Lord.
"The Xantos is sailing for Dardania soon. Helikaon believes you should stay here for the winter. He says it will take time for your strength to return." Xander did not reply. He was both relieved and disappointed. He had loved being part of the crew, but he dreaded another battle and still had nightmares about burning men. Helikaon seemed to read his thoughts. "I am truly sorry that your first voyage should have seen such tragedy. Odysseus tells me you saw Zidantus while you were in your fever."
Yes, Lord. Everyone was on the beach, and he was standing with some other men close by. One of them was Epeus.
"Epeus died in the battle," said Helikaon. "Did Zidantus speak to you?"
Yes. He told me to think of life and to come back to Troy. I wanted to go with him, but he said he was walking a dark road. He asked me to tell his daughter Thea that she gave him great joy.
Helikaon sat silently for a few moments. "I think it was not a dream, Xander," he said at last. "I think it was a true vision. I will leave gold with the temple to pay for your keep. In the spring I will still have a place for you among my crew. There is something you can do for me in return."
Anything, Lord.
"Argurios is here. He was stabbed, and I am told he is dying. I want you to visit him, see to his needs. I have hired other men to watch over him, to prevent the killers returning. Will you do this for me?"
Yes, Lord, but Argurios does not like me.
It would surprise me to find that Argurios liked anyone.
What can I do?
He is refusing to eat or drink, so bring him food and water.
Why doesn't he want to eat?
Evil men have taken away all that he has. I think a part of him does not want to live.
I can't make him eat, Lord.
Tell him you spoke to me and I laughed when I heard of his plight. Tell him I said that one less Mycenae warrior in the world was a matter to be celebrated."
"He will hate you for that, won't he?"
Helikaon sighed. "Yes, I expect he will. Go and find him when you are rested. He is in air, and his room is close to the portico entrance." Carpophorus the assassin followed Helikaon up the hill towards the palace. It had been almost 20 years since he had killed anyone in Troy. The city had changed greatly since then, expanding in almost every direction. His last assassination here had seen him escape across a pasture into a small wood. The pasture now boasted scores of small houses lining narrow streets, and the wood had been chopped down to make way for a barracks. The imposing house of the merchant he had slain was also gone. That was a shame, he thought, for it had been well constructed, with pleasing lines. A little way ahead, Helikaon paused beside a clothing stall and chatted to the owner. Carpophorus hung back, watching the exchange. The sun was bright over the golden city, and there were many people gathered in the marketplace. How curious, he thought, that Helikaon should seem so relaxed here. He knew there were Mycenae in the city, and at any time a killer could attack him. Carpophorus scanned the crowd with suspicious eyes, seeking out any possible attacker, looking for signs of tension in the faces. He was determined that no other assassin should claim his prize. Then Helikaon moved on. Carpophorus followed him up another hill towards the golden-roofed palace of Priam. It was then that he spotted a young man emerging from between two buildings. He was dark-haired and slim, wearing a green tunic and sandals. There was a knife at his belt. Carpophorus had seen him in the crowd at the market. Increasing his pace, Carpophorus closed the distance between them. As Helikaon turned another corner, the newcomer slowly drew his dagger and stepped after him. His own blade flashing into his hand, Carpophorus broke into a run. When he rounded the corner, he saw the young man spread-eagled on the street, Helikaon standing above him.
"My apologies," said Carpophorus. "I was a little slow."
"Nonsense, Attalus. It was my fault for ordering you to hang back." Helikaon grinned at him. "Let us hope that this fool is the best they have."
"Indeed,"
agreed Carpophorus. The young man was still alive and conscious, though his knife was now in Helikaon's hand. He glared up at the Golden One with a look of pure hatred. Helikaon tossed the knife to the street and walked on. Carpophorus followed. They walked in silence to the palace citadel, and Helikaon approached the guards at the double gates. Then they passed under the shadow of the walls above and emerged onto a wide paved courtyard. "I shall be some time in the palace," Helikaon told him, "so go and get yourself some food. I will meet you at the entrance at dusk." Helikaon strolled towards the red columns of the palace entrance, and Carpophorus found a place in the shade. He sat on a stone bench alongside a sweet-smelling climbing plant with purple flowers. It was pleasant here, and he relaxed. It had been a relief to see the Penelope sail that morning. Ever since Bad Luck Bay, Carpophorus had been forced to plan his every step. Odysseus knew his face, and would no doubt have guessed that he was stalking Helikaon. As a passenger on the Penelope some 9 years ago, Carpophorus had been surprised when the Ithacan king approached him after they had beached one night. As was his style, Carpophorus had found a place to sleep away from the men, and was sitting looking at the stars when Odysseus walked up. The ugly king had sat down on a rock close by. "I know you," he had said. The shock had been great. Carpophorus's main talent lay in his anonymity. He had the kind of face no one remembered, and merely by tying back his dark hair or growing a chin beard could change his appearance dramatically. And he had not met Odysseus before this trip to Dardania. He had hedged. "How so?" The king had laughed. "A friend of mine hired you. I saw you leaving his house one day. It is said you are the finest assassin in all the world, Carpophorus. You never fail."
"You mistake me for someone else."
"I don't make that kind of mistake," said Odysseus, "and I would like to hire you."
"It is said you are a man without enemies. Who would you possibly want killed?"
Odysseus had shrugged. "I don't care. I just want to be able to say I once hired the great Carpophorus."
"You don't care who dies?"
"Not a jot."
You are suggesting I just kill anyone and then seek payment from you?
Mused the ugly king. I can see how that would be a little too random. He sat silently for a moment. All right, how about this? I will hire you to kill the next person who seeks to hire you.
I already know who seeks to hire me, and he is a powerful man and well protected. The cost of my services is in direct proportion to the risk I take.
Name a fee.
You don't want to know who it is?
No.
Now it was Carpophorus who fell silent. He glanced back along the beach to where the men were sitting round the fire. His gaze fell on the dark-haired young prince who travelled with Odysseus. And here was the difficulty. He had seen on the voyage so far that Odysseus was fond of the youth. Had the ugly king guessed that Carpophorus was being hired to kill him? If he had, and Carpophorus refused to accept his offer, then Odysseus would have him killed here on this beach. He looked up at Odysseus, meeting his gaze. The man was clever. He was seeking to save the young man by murdering his father, and yet, if Carpophorus was captured, there would be no blood feud. For the Ithacan king was, after all, only hiring Carpophorus on a whim to kill someone anonymous.
How will you know the deed is done?
Asked Carpophorus, continuing the charade.
Cut off the man's ear and send it to me. I will take that as proof of completion.
It will cost a sheep's weight in silver.
I agree, but then we have very thin sheep on Ithaca. One other thing. The man we are talking of may already have named the person he wants dead, or he may name him before you fulfill your promise to me.
That is a possibility.
Odysseus's eyes grew cold. In that moment, Carpophorus had seen the briefest glimpse of the man legend spoke of, the young reaver who had terrorized settlements all across the Great Green. In the days of his youth, Odysseus had built a formidable reputation as a fighting man and a killer. Carpophorus had stayed very calm. His life, at that moment, was flickering like a candle in a storm. One wrong word now, and it would be extinguished.
I think, said Odysseus, it would be unwise to accept an offer from a man you are going to kill. You agree?
Of course.
Excellent.
They had then agreed the manner of the payment. In the background, the men of the Penelope were laughing. Carpophorus looked over to see the dark-haired young prince engaged in a mock wrestling bout with Odysseus's first mate, Bias.
A fine lad, said Odysseus. Reminds me of a young sailor who once served with me. He was murdered. It took me 5 seasons to find the killer. I left his head on a spear. My Penelope always tells me I am an unforgiving man, and I should learn how to put aside grudges. I wish I could. He shrugged. But we are what we are, Carpophorus.
Then he had clapped his meaty hand on Carpophorus's shoulder.
I am glad we had this little talk.
It had irked Carpophorus to have been outmaneuvered by the ugly king, and now, with the promise of Agamemnon's gold, it seemed fitting that the original wishes of Anchises the king would be honoured. Helikaon would, at last, fall to the blade of Carpophorus. He had originally planned to kill him in Kupros, and had followed him in the darkness to a high cliff top. The storm had come then, and Helikaon had walked to the cliff edge and stood, arms raised, as if preparing to dive to the rocks below. Carpophorus had moved silently between the great stones of the shrine. No need for a blade, just a swift push and the man would plummet into eternity. Then the child had appeared. Carpophorus had faded back into the shadows and listened as the terrified little girl spoke of her mother. With Helikaon kneeling by the girl, it would have been a simple matter to step forward and bury a knife blade between his shoulders. Yet he could not take a life in front of a child. Carpophorus thought back to the night in Kupros. He had learned a lot, both about Helikaon and about himself. Arrogance had crept in. It was almost a deadly lesson. Helikaon had known he was followed, and had set men outside the walls, and the Golden One had almost trapped him in the garden. He shivered with pleasure at the remembered excitement. A sudden burst of moonlight had shone on Helikaon as he raced to intercept him. Carpophorus had made it to the wall, and into the darkness beyond. Then he had glimpsed Zidantus. The big man did not see him in the shadows. Then other men had appeared.
Carpophorus had needed all his skills to evade them. He sat in the shade, remembering, and began to doze. A shadow fell across him, and he woke instantly, his dagger in his hand. The elderly servant standing before him almost let slip the tray of food and drink he held. Carpophorus sheathed his blade.
"Your master bade me bring you refreshment,"
said the servant sternly, laying the tray on the bench. There was a flagon of cool water and a goblet, alongside a loaf of bread and slices of salt-dried fish. The servant left him without a word, and Carpophorus ate and drank. His liking for Helikaon swelled. Here was a nobleman who considered the welfare of the men who served him. He must have glanced down from one of the upper windows and seen Carpophorus waiting. Such a man would be made almost welcome by the All-Father when Carpophorus delivered his spirit to him. In a way, Carpophorus decided, the killing of Helikaon was a gift to the man. Pleased with the thought, he settled back to doze once more and remembered the first man he had killed. It had been an accident. Carpophorus had been working in the stone quarry. His chisel blade had snapped and flown up. It caught the man working alongside him in the throat, opening the jugular. He had died writhing on the dust of the quarry. Carpophorus had been horrified, but a priest later put his mind at rest. His words remained with the assassin still. "Hades, the lord of the dead, knows the moment of our birth, and the day and the moment of our death. It is written thus, that each man has a certain span allocated to him by Hades, and when that span is done, his body returns to the earth."
"So no one dies except at their allotted time?"
"Exactly."
"Then the Lord of the Dead used me to take his life?"
"Yes, indeed, my boy. So you should feel no guilt."
Guilt was the last thing he felt. The young Carpophorus was invigorated. He had been touched by the gods, and in that moment had become a servant of Hades. It was the single greatest moment of his life, and it changed his destiny. He thought again of Helikaon. He couldn't kill him today, for Antiochus had ordered him to be the Golden One's bodyguard. In order to remain close to Helikaon, Carpophorus had joined the crew in Kupros, and, as a crew member, had sworn an oath of loyalty. Such matters were not to be taken lightly, which was why he had fought ferociously alongside the Golden One at the Battle of Blue Owl Bay. But the deed could not be put off for much longer. The feast of Demeter was tomorrow night. He would quit the ship later today, and then kill Helikaon tomorrow. Satisfied with his decision, he stretched out on the bench and fell into a dreamless sleep. Helikaon passed through the doorway into the King's Megaron, a massive hall where petitioners waited in the hope of bringing their disputes before the king. There were merchants there and commoners. It was packed and noisy, and Helikaon moved across it swiftly. A royal eagle in bright armor with a white-crested helmet opened the side door to the palace gardens, and Helikaon stepped out into the sunlight. There were stone walkways here, flowing around areas of brightly colored flowers, and several sets of stone seats, shaded by an intricate series of climbing plants, growing between thick wooden roof slats. There were people waiting here also, but these were of the royal line. Helikaon saw two of Priam's sons there, the king's chancellor Polites and fat Antiphanes. Polites was sitting in the shade, a mass of papyrus scrolls on his lap. Both men wore the ankle-length white robes and belts of gold that marked their ranks as ministers of the king. It had been almost a year since Helikaon had last seen them. Polites looked tired, almost ill. His pale hair was thinning, and his eyes were red-rimmed. Antiphanes was even larger than Helikaon had remembered, his belly bulging over his white golden belt, his face flushed and bloated, his eyes heavily pouched. Hard to believe, thought Helikaon, that both were still in their 20s. Antiphanes saw him first and grinned broadly.
"Ho, Aeneas!"
he called out.
"Welcome back!"
Stepping forward swiftly for such a large man, he embraced Helikaon, kissing his cheeks. The man's strength was prodigious, and Helikaon thought his ribs might snap. Then Antiphanes released him. Polites did not rise, but smiled shyly.
"Your adventures are the talk of Troy,"
continued Antiphanes.
"Sea battles and burning pirate ships. You live a life that is not dull, my friend."
"It is good to be back." Helikaon noted the use of the word pirate and added no comment. Troy was still allied to Mycenae, and no one was going to risk causing offence to Agamemnon. He chatted to them for a while, learning that Priam was at rest, which meant he was rutting with some servant girl or the wife of one of his sons. Polites seemed nervous and ill at ease. Perhaps it is your wife, thought Helikaon. What news of the city? He asked them. He watched their expressions change, as if masks had fallen into place.
Oh, said Antiphanes, it is much the same. Have you seen Hector's bride?
We met.
Hard woman, eyes like green flint. A Thera priestess, no less. Thin as a stick. Nothing to get hold of there.
Helikaon had no wish to discuss Andromache with them. Ignoring the comment, he said, Any news of Hector?
Only rumour,
said Polites, dabbing at his watery eyes with the white sleeve of his gown.
A trader reported that a huge battle was being waged. No one knows who won.
Hector won, insisted Antiphanes. Hector always wins. He may be dull in conversation and unable to tell a fine wine from a cup of cow piss, but he never loses a fight. Don't you find it baffling?
In what way?
Ever the diplomat, Polites, said Antiphanes scornfully. You know full well what I mean. We both grew up with Hector. He never liked to fight, not even childish scraps. Always reasonable, good-natured, grinning like an oaf. How in the name of Hades did he turn out to be such a warrior?
Helikaon forced a smile. Come, Antiphanes. I remember when you were the fastest runner in Troy. Might not a similar question be asked? How did such a beautiful athlete become so fat? Antiphanes also smiled, but his eyes were hard.
You have a point, Aeneas. Hector is what Hector is, the beloved heir. Good for him, I suppose. But there is more to running a city than a warrior might suppose. When crops fail or disease strikes, it will matter not a jot if the king can steer a chariot through a melee or lop the head from an enemy.
Which is why Hector is lucky to have brothers like you. A servant appeared and halted before Helikaon.
The king is ready to see you, Lord Aeneas,
he said. Helikaon thanked the man and followed him back into the palace through a side door and towards a wide flight of stairs leading to the queen's apartments at the top of the building. Is the queen in residence? He asked the servant.
No, lord, she is still at the summer palace, but King Priam has taken to, resting in her apartments during the day.
2 royal eagles were standing before a doorway at the top of the stairs. Helikaon recognized one of them, a powerfully built warrior named Keon. The soldier nodded a greeting and smiled as he opened the door to the queen's apartments, but he did not speak. Helikaon entered the room and Keon pulled the door shut behind him. Long curtains of gauze were fluttering in the mild breeze from the wide window, and the room smelt of heavy perfume. Through an open doorway, Helikaon could see an unmade bed. Then a young woman emerged, her face flushed, her eyes downcast. Easing past Helikaon, she opened the door and left. Then Priam appeared, a large golden goblet in his hand, a golden flagon in the other. Moving to a wide couch, he sat down, drained the goblet and refilled it.
Well, come and sit down,
he said, gesturing to a chair on the other side of a low table.
Unless, of course, you have plans to rush through my city burning Mycenae pirates.
Helikaon sat and looked at the king. There seemed to be more silver in the gold of his hair, but he was still a powerful figure.
Have you heard that Agamemnon was in Miletos?
Asked Priam. No, he's a long way from home.
He's been travelling greatly these last 2 years. Thrace, Phrygia, Caria, Lucia, offering gifts to kings, declaring friendship and making alliances.
Why would he need alliances on this side of the Great Green?
Why, indeed?
The king fell silent. He leaned back.
You saw the girl?
Yes.
Pretty but dull. Was a time when all women seemed to be creatures of fire and passion. You could spend a glorious day rutting. Now it's all, yes, great king, whatever pleases you, great king. Would you like me to bark like a dog, great king? Why is that, do you think?
You already know the answer, Helikaon told him.
Then humour me.
No, I did not come here to argue with you. Why is it you always desire conflict when we meet?
It is not about desire, said Priam. It is merely that we don't like each other. Shall I tell you what you were thinking when I asked the question?
If it pleases you.
In past days, the girls made love to Priam, the beautiful young man. Now they just seek to serve Priam, the randy old king. Am I right?
Of course. In your own mind, are you not always right? Priam's laughter boomed out.
You know why you don't like me, boy. I am all you do not have the nerve to be. I became a king. You backed away from it and allowed little Diomedes to bear the burden.
Moments like this remind me why I spend so little time in Troy, said Helikaon, pushing himself to his feet.
Oh, sit down, said Priam. We need to talk, so we'll stop baiting one another for a little while. You want wine?
No.
Let us return to Agamemnon, continued Priam, as Helikaon resumed his seat.
Have you met him?
No.
Nor I, though I knew his father, Atreus. He was a fighting man, but then he had to be. The Western peoples were constantly warring with each other in those days. But Agamemnon, he is a mystery. Most of his father's loyal men have been either replaced or killed. Those around him now are savages, like Kalanos. Did you know Agamemnon has reintroduced human sacrifice before battles?
No, I had not heard that. It is hardly surprising. The Mycenae are a blood-hungry race.
Indeed so, Aeneas. Yet they have, since the time of Atreus and his father, maintained the heroic code laid down by Heracles. Glory and service to the gods, courage and love of homeland, strength without cruelty. All that is changing under Agamemnon. His generals are now brutal men who encourage excesses among their soldiers. My spies tell me stories of horror from the lands they have plundered. Women and babes butchered, men tortured and maimed.
So why is Agamemnon mysterious? Asked Helikaon. Surely he is just another savage from a race of savages.
He is not so easy to analyze, Aeneas. His generals are bloodthirsty, and yet he takes no part in their excesses. At feasts he does not down wine and laugh and sing. He sits quietly, watching others do these things. My ambassadors tell me he has a sharp mind, and he talks well about alliances with Troy and the need for peaceful trade. Yet he also equips the pirate fleets which raid our coastlines. Now he seeks alliances with the kings of the East. His ambassadors have been offering gifts of gold in Maeonia, Caria, Lucia, even up as far as Phrygia. Kings require alliances with neighbors to prevent unnecessary warfare. An alliance with Troy is understandable. We are the greatest trading city upon the Great Green. But Lucia and Phrygia, what point is there in such gift-giving? What does he hope to gain?
Helikaon shrugged. With the Mycenae, it is always war or plunder.
That is in my mind also, said Priam. And there is the mystery. My spies tell me Agamemnon has fierce intelligence, and yet a war in the East would be foolhardy and doomed. The Hittites may not be the power they were, but their armies would dwarf those of the Mycenae. The Guptos, too, could be drawn in. Also, if Agamemnon attacked our allies, then the Trojan horse would be dispatched, and there is not a force alive to match my Hector.
All this is true, and still you are worried, Helikaon pointed out.
The shepherd is always concerned when the wolves are out, quoted Priam. However, there is the added concern that Agamemnon has ordered the building of great numbers of ships. The question is, how will he use them, and where will he take them?
Priam rose from his seat and walked into the bedroom, returning with a length of cured hide, on which was etched a map of the Great Green. He spread it on the table.
In my grandfather's time, the Mycenae attacked Kupros, and there is still a large Mycenae settlement on the island. If they invaded in force, they could seize the copper mines. But Kupros is allied with both Egypt and the Hittite Empire, and both have armies 10 times larger than that of Agamemnon. Fleets would blockade the island, massive armies would land, and the Mycenae would be defeated.
The king moved his finger to the coast of Lucia.
Let us suppose they invaded the Fat King's realm. They already have colonies on Rhodos and Kos, and in Miletos. They could be supplied from there. But Couganes is an old soldier and a good fighting man. More important, He is allied with me. I would send the Trojan horse to his aid, and the Mycenae would have no way to call reinforcements. The same can be said of Miletos and Maeonia. Wherever one looks, there is no hope of victory for Agamemnon. And you know what that means, Aeneas. Either Agamemnon is not as intelligent as your ambassadors report, or you are missing something. Exactly. And I have no doubt as to his intelligence. In the spring, will you ask your captains to gather information as they sail the west? Of course. Good. In the meantime, my spies and ambassadors will continue to report. At some point, Agamemnon's plans will become clear. When are you heading for home? In a day or two, after I've paid my respects to the Queen. A look of pain crossed Priam's features. She is dying, said the king. He shivered. Hard to believe. I thought she would outlive us all. That saddens me, said Helikaon. I had heard she was ill. Can nothing be done? Priam shook his head. She has opiates for the pain, but the priests tell me she will not survive the winter. You know, she is not yet 50. By the gods, she was once the most beautiful woman in all the world. She filled my soul with fire and made my days golden. I miss her, Aeneas. She was always my best counselor. You speak as if she was dead already. I have not seen her in weeks, not since the priests told me. I cannot look at her. It is too painful. You will find her at the summer palace across the Scamander. She is there with Cassandra and young Paris. Helikaon rose. You are looking weary. I shall leave you to rest. Rest would be good, Priam admitted. I am not sleeping too well at the moment. However, there is something else you should be aware of, he added. Agamemnon has hired Carpophorus to kill you. I have heard the name. Of course, we all have. What you may not have heard is that he is the man who murdered your father. It was as if the air had suddenly chilled. Helikaon stood very still and felt his heart thudding against his chest. How do you know this? He managed to say. Soldiers of mine captured a man yesterday. They took him away for questioning, where, naturally, he died. During the interrogation, however, a great deal was learned. The man we captured negotiates and arranges the missions undertaken by the assassin. One of my sons tried to hire Carpophorus to kill me. However, Carpophorus had already been hired by Agamemnon's agents to kill you. Which of your sons wanted you dead? Probably all of them, truth be told. They are, with the exception of Hector, a sorry crew. However, the agent died without naming the traitor. In truth, I do not believe he knew which of the princes he had been summoned to meet. A messenger took gold to him in Miletos and invited him to Troy. He was to have been met and taken to the unknown prince. Unfortunately, we captured him too soon. However, we have the messenger, but he is proving to be a man of considerable courage. I am not at all sure we will break him. Do we know what Carpophorus looks like? Asked Helikaon. About 40 years of age, of average height, and slim. Sometimes he is bearded, sometimes not. Hardly a help, is it? Said Priam. No. Did you learn who hired him to kill my father? No. Apparently it was not arranged through the intermediary. Someone went to Carpophorus directly. You need to be wary, Aeneas, and be careful whom you trust. I have only loyal men around me. Loyalty is a commodity, sneered Priam, and Agamemnon is not short of gold. Helikaon felt his anger rise. Your curse is to believe that everything has a price, he said. Priam smiled. And your weakness is to believe that it doesn't. Chapter 19. Wings over Olympos. The days were becoming increasingly strange for Hecate the queen. The statues that lined the garden path often smiled at her, and yesterday, in the sky above, she had seen the white-winged horse, Pegasus, flying off to the west. It was an effort of will to rationalize these images. The opiates were strong, and the statues did not smile. Pegasus had taken a little more thought. In the end, she decided it was probably no more than a flock of gulls. On the other hand,
It was more pleasant to think that dying gave her greater sight, and maybe, after all, she had seen the white horse flying back to Olympos. Her back was aching now, but she did not have the energy to move the down-filled cushion to a more comfortable position. A cool breeze blew off the sea, and Hecate sighed. She had always loved the sea, especially at the Bay of Heracles. From the high cliff-top garden, she could look down on the great green, and merely by turning her head to the right, cast her gaze across the shining Scamander River to the high golden walls of Troy in the distance. The summer palace of King's Joy had always been her favourite place, and it seemed entirely right that she should die here. Priam had built it for her when they were both young, when life seemed everlasting and love eternal. Pain flared in her belly, but it was dull and thudding, not sharp and jagged as it had been only a few weeks before. Some 20 paces ahead of her, the young Prince Paris was sitting in the shade, poring over Egyptian scrolls. Hecate smiled as she watched him, his stern expression, his total concentration. Not yet 25, he was already losing his hair, like his brother Polites. Slim and studious, Paris had never been suited to the manly pursuits his father so loved. He did not care for riding, save to journey from one place to another. He had no skill with a sword or bow. His enthusiasms were focused entirely on study. He loved to draw plants and flowers, and as a youngster had spent many happy afternoons dissecting plant stems and examining leaves. Priam soon tired of the boy. But then Priam tired of everyone sooner or later, she thought. Sadness touched her. At that moment, Paris looked up. Concern showed on his face, and he put aside the scroll and rose. "Let me move that pillow, Mother," he said, helping her to lean forward, then adjusting the cushion. Hecate sank back gratefully. "Thank you, my son. I shall fetch you some water." She watched him walk away. His movements were not graceful like Hector's, and his shoulders were already rounded from too many hours spent sitting and reading. There was a time when she too had been disappointed by Paris, but now she was grateful for the kindness of his spirit and the compassion he showed her. "I raised good sons," she told herself. The pain began to worsen, and she took a phial from a pouch at her belt and broke the wax seal. Lifting it to her lips with a trembling hand, she drained the contents. The taste was bitter, but within moments the pain ebbed away, and she began to doze. She dreamt of little Cassandra, reliving the dread day when the 3-year-old had been consumed by brain fire. The priests all said she would die, and yet she did not. Most young children did not survive the illness, but Cassandra was strong and clung to life for 10 days, the fever raging through her tiny body. When the fever passed, Hecate's joy was short-lived. The happy, laughing girl Cassandra had been was replaced by a quiet, fey child who claimed to hear voices in her head and would sometimes speak in gibberish that none could understand. Now, at 11 years old, she was withdrawn and secretive, avoiding people and shying away from intimacy, even with her mother. A hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Hecate opened her eyes. The sun was so bright, the face above her in silhouette. "Ah, Priam, you did come to see me," she said, her spirits lifting. "I knew you would." "No, Mother, it is Paris. I have your water." "My water, yes, of course." Hecate sipped the liquid, then rested her head on the back of the wicker chair. "Where is your sister?" "Swimming in the bay with the dolphins. She shouldn't do that. They are large creatures and could hurt her." "The dolphins won't harm her, Paris, and she loves to swim. I think her only happiness comes when she is in the water." Hecate glanced back towards the Scamander River. A centaur was rising across the plain. The queen blinked and tried to focus. Centaurs were said to be lucky creatures. Half man, half horse, they always brought gifts. Perhaps he has come to cure me, she thought. "Rider coming, Mother," said Paris. "Rider? Yes. Do you recognize him?" "No. He has long hair. Could be Dios." She shook her head. "He is like his father, and has no time for dying old women." Hecate shielded her eyes with her hand.
"He rides well,"
she said, still seeing the centaur. As the horseman came closer, Paris said,
"It is Aeneas, mother. I did not know he was in Troy." "That is because you spend all your time with your scrolls and parchments. Go and greet him, and remember he does not like the name Aeneas. He likes to be called Helikaon."
"Yes, I will remember. And you should remember that you have other guests awaiting an audience. Laodike is here with Hector's bride-to-be. They have been waiting all morning."
"I told you earlier that I am not in the mood to talk to young girls,"
said the queen. Paris laughed. "I think you will like Andromache, mother. She is just the woman you would have chosen for Hector."
"How so?"
"No, no, you must see her yourself, and it would be most rude to receive Helikaon and ignore your own daughter and Hector's betrothed."
"I am dying, and do not concern myself with petty rules of behavior."
His face fell, and she saw him struggling to hold back tears.
"Oh, Paris,"
she said, reaching up and stroking his cheek.
"Do not be so soft."
"I don't like to think of you, not being here with me."
"You are a sweet boy. I will see my guests. Have servants fetch chairs for them, and some refreshments."
Lifting her hand to his lips, he kissed the palm. "When you are tired," he said, "and want them to go, just give me a sign. Say, ask for a honeyed fig, something like that." Hecate chuckled.
"I do not need to give signs, Paris. When I am tired, I shall tell them all to go. Now go and tell Cassandra to join us."
"Oh, mother, you know she does nothing I ask of her. She delights in refusing me everything. I think she hates me."
"She can be wayward,"
agreed Hecate.
"Very well. Ask Helikaon to go down to her. He has a way with her."
The cliff path was treacherous and steep, the path scree-covered, shifting beneath his sandaled feet. Moving with care, Helikaon descended to the beach below, then gazed out across the waves, seeing Cassandra's dark head bobbing alongside the sleek grey forms of 2 dolphins. The sun was high and hot in a brilliant blue sky. The girl saw him and waved. Helikaon returned the wave, then walked to a shelf of rock and sat. The meeting with Priam had unsettled him. The king was arrogant, and Helikaon had never liked him. Yet he was also canny. He believed the Mycenae were preparing to raid the east in force somewhere, and his arguments were persuasive. A people who lived for war would always be seeking fresh areas of conquest and plunder, and the east was ripe for such a venture. The Hittites were engaged in several wars. Battles with the Ashurians, the Elamites, and the Kassites had sapped their strength, and now an Egyptian invasion into Phoenicia had further stretched their waning resources. A fresh breeze blew off the sea, and Helikaon drew in a deep breath, tasting the salt in the air. Cassandra was still swimming, but he did not call out to her. In the happy days when he had lived with Hector, and Cassandra had come to stay with them, he had learned she was not a child who took well to commands. He sat quietly in the sunshine and waited. After a little while, he saw Cassandra swim smoothly back to the shore and wade from the water. Lifting a white knee-length tunic from the rock over which she had draped it, she clothed herself and ran over the sand to where Helikaon waited. Slim and small, her face delicate and fine-boned, Cassandra would one day be a beautiful woman. Her long dark hair was thick and lustrous, her eyes a soft blend of grey and blue.
"The dolphins are worried," she said. "The sea is changing."
"Changing?"
"It is getting warmer. They don't like it."
He had almost forgotten how fey the child was, and how she could not tell fantasy from reality. Sometimes at night she used to wander the gardens, chatting as if to old friends, though there was no one with her. "It is good to see you again, Cassandra," he told her.
"Why?"
Her eyes were wide, the question asked with great innocence. "Because you are my friend, and it is always good to see friends." She sat down on the rock beside him, drawing up her knees and resting her arms on them, and stared out to sea.
"The big one is Kavala,"
she said, pointing to the dolphins.
"That is his wife, Fora. They have been together for 5 migrations. I don't know how long that is. Do you think it is a long time?"
"I don't know," he said. Your mother has guests. She was wondering if you would like to meet them.
I don't like guests,
said the girl, shaking back her long black hair. Droplets of water sprayed out. I am a guest, he pointed out. She nodded, her expression, as always, serious.
Yes, I suppose that you are. Then I am wrong, Helikaon, for I like you. Who are the others?
Laodike and Hector's betrothed, the Lady Andromache.
She shoots a bow,
said Cassandra.
She is very skilled.
Andromache?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Mother will be dead soon.
The words were spoken without feeling, cold and detached. He kept his voice calm. With anyone else he would have grown angry, but Cassandra could not be judged against any normal standards of behavior. Does it not make you sad?
Why would it make me sad?
Do you not love her?
Of course I love her. She is my greatest friend. Mother, you, and Hector. I love you all.
But when she is dead, you will not be able to see her or hug her.
Of course I will, silly. When I am dead, too.
Helikaon fell silent. The sea was calm and beautiful, and sitting here in the quiet of the Bay of Heracles, it seemed that all the world was at peace.
I used to dream that you would marry me,
said Cassandra.
When I was little, before I knew better. I thought it would be wonderful to live with you in a palace.
He laughed. As I recall, you also wanted to marry Hector.
Yes,
she said.
That would have been wonderful too. Egyptian brothers and sisters marry, you know.
But you changed your mind about me, he said with a smile. Was it because you heard me snore?
You don't snore, Helikaon. You sleep on your back with your arms spread out. I used to sit and watch you sleep, and I listened to your dreams. They were always frightening.
How do you listen to dreams?
I don't know. I just do. I love this bay, she said. It is very peaceful.
So, are you going to tell me why you decided not to marry me?
I will never marry. It is not in my destiny.
In a few years you may change your mind, when you are grown. You are only 11. I would wager that by the time you are my age, the world will look very different to you.
It will look different to everyone, she said. But I will be dead before then, and I will live with Mother.
Helikaon shivered. Don't say that. Children should not talk of death so lightly. Her grey eyes met his own, and he saw the sadness there.
I will be on a rock,
she said,
high in the sky, and 3 kings will be with me, and I will see you far below. The rock will carry me to the stars. It will be a great journey.
Helikaon pushed himself to his feet. I must attend your mother. She would be happy if you came with me.
Then I shall make her happy,
said Cassandra. Swinging back, she gazed at the bay.
This is where they will come, she whispered, just like Heracles did. Only this time their ships will fill the bay, as far as can be seen all the way to the horizon, and there will be blood and death upon the beach.
For Laodike, the afternoon was one of unremitting sadness, and it had started so well. She had been laughing and joking with Andromache in her high apartments overlooking the northern plains. Andromache had been trying on various hats and clothes presented to Laodike by foreign ambassadors. Most of them were ludicrous and showed how stupid and primitive were the peoples of other nations. A wooden hat from Phrygia, with an integral veil so heavy that any woman wearing it would be half blind. A tall, conical Babylonian hat made up of beaten rings of silver that perched precariously on top of the head, held in place only by chin straps. She and Andromache had cavorted around the apartments, shrieking with laughter. At one point, Andromache had donned a Cretan dress of heavy linen embroidered with gold thread. It was designed so that the breasts could stand free, and a corset of bone drew in the waist, emphasizing the curves of the wearer.
It is the most uncomfortable clothing I've ever worn,
said Andromache, pulling back her shoulders, her breasts jutting proud and high. Laodike's good humour had begun to evaporate at that moment. Standing there, in a stupid dress, the flame-haired Andromache looked like a goddess, and Laodike had felt unutterably plain. Her mood had lifted as they were travelling to Mother's summer palace, but not by much. Mother had never liked her. Laodike's childhood had been one of constant scolding, She could never remember the names of all the countries of the Great Green, and even when she did recall them, she found that she got the cities mixed up. So many of them were similar. Myonia, Mycia, Mykene, Chios, and Kos. In the end, they all blurred in her mind. In Mother's lessons, she would panic, and the gates of her mind would close, denying all access, even to things she knew. Creusa and Paris would always know the answers, just as, she had been told, Hector did before them. She didn't doubt that strange little Cassandra also pleased Mother. Perhaps now that she is ill, she will be less harsh, she had thought, as the two-wheeled carriage crossed the Scamander Bridge. "What is she like, your mother?" Andromache asked.
"Very nice,"
answered Laodike.
"No, I mean, what does she look like?" "Oh, she's tall and her hair is dark. Father says she was the most beautiful woman in the world. She is still very attractive. Her eyes are grey-blue."
"She is revered on Thera," said Andromache. "Part of her dowry built the Temple of the Horse."
"Yes, Mother spoke of it. Very big."
Andromache laughed.
"Very big? It is colossal, Laodike. You can see it from the sea, miles from Thera. The head is so large that inside it there is a great hall in which 50 of the senior priestesses meet and offer prayers and sacrifices to Poseidon. The eyes are massive windows. If you lean out, you can pretend to be a bird, so high are you in the sky." "It sounds wonderful," said Laodike dully. "Are you ill?" asked Andromache, leaning into her and placing an arm round her shoulder. "No, I am well, truly," answered Laodike. She looked into Andromache's green eyes, seeing the concern there. "It is just Hera's curse." "Yes," she said, happy that it was not a complete lie. "Don't you find it strange that it was a goddess who cursed women with periods of bleeding? Ought to have been a capricious god, really." Andromache laughed. "If all the tales are to be believed, the male gods would surely prefer women to rut all the time. Perhaps Hera was just allowing us a little respite." Laodike saw the shoulders of the carriage driver hunch forward, as if he was trying to move himself further from the conversation. Suddenly her mood lifted, and she began to giggle. "Oh, Andromache, you really do have a wonderful way of seeing things." Settling back in her seat, she glanced ahead at the walls of King's Joy, her fears melting away. Laodike had not seen her mother for several months, and when Paris led them into the garden, she did not recognize her. Sitting in a wicker chair was a white-haired ancient, frail and bony, her face a mask of yellowed parchment, drawn so tightly across her skull it seemed that at any moment the skin would tear. Laodike stood very still, not knowing how to react. At first she thought the crone was also visiting Mother, but then the ancient spoke. "Are you just going to stand there, stupid girl, or are you going to kiss your mother?" Laodike felt giddy. Her mouth was dry, her mind reeling, just as it had during those awful lessons. "This is Andromache," she managed to say. The dying queen's gaze moved on. Laodike felt a surge of relief. Then Andromache stepped forward and kissed Hecabe's cheek. "I am sorry to find you in such poor health," she said. "My son tells me I will like you," said the queen coldly. "I have always loathed that phrase. It instantly makes me feel I am destined to dislike the person. So you tell me why I should like you." Andromache shook her head. "I think not, Queen Hecabe. It seems to me that in Troy everyone plays games. I do not play games. Like me if you will, dislike me if you must. Either way, the sun will still shine." "A good answer," said the queen. Then her bright eyes fixed Andromache with a piercing look. "I hear you stood on the high parapet with Priam, and that you refused to kneel." "Did you kneel for Priam?" "Not for Priam or any man," snapped the queen. Andromache laughed. "There you are then, Queen Hecabe. We have something in common already. We don't know how to kneel." The queen's smile faded. "Yes, we have something in common. Has my husband tried to bed you yet?" "No, nor will he succeed if he tries." "Oh, he will try, my dear. Not just because you are tall and comely, but because you are very like me, or rather, as I once was. I, too, was once a priestess of Thera. I, too, was strong once. I ran through the hills and bent the bow and danced in the revels. I, too, had a sweet lover, full-lipped and heavy-breasted. How did Calliope take your parting?"
Laodike was shocked at this news and glanced at Andromache. She thought her friend would be crestfallen and shamed. Instead, Andromache smiled broadly. "What a city this is," she said. "Everywhere there are spies and whispers, and no secrets are safe. I had not thought the royal court would know so much of the happenings on Thera." "The royal court does not," said the queen. "I do. So, did Calliope weep? Did she beg you to run away with her?" "Was that how you parted from your lover?" "Yes. It tore my heart to leave her. She killed herself." "She must have loved you greatly." "I am sure that she did. But she killed herself 20 years later, after a vileness grew in her throat, draining the flesh from her bones and robbing her of speech and breath. She threw herself from the eye of the horse, her life dashed out on the rocks far below. Now I have a vileness in my belly. Do you think the gods punished us both for our lustful ways?" "Do you?" Hecate shrugged. "Sometimes I wonder." "I do not," said Andromache. "Angry men stalk the lands with sword and fire, burning, killing, and raping. Yet the gods are said to admire them. If this is true, then I cannot see how they would punish women for loving one another. However, if I am wrong, and the gods do hate us for our pleasures, then they do not deserve my worship." Hecate suddenly laughed. "Oh, you are so like me, and you are far more suited to my Hector than your insipid sister. However, we were talking about Priam. He will not rape you. He will seek to seduce you, or he will find some other means to force your acquiescence. He is a subtle man. I think he will wait until I am dead, though. So you have a little time of freedom yet." "How could anyone love such a man?" said Andromache. Hecate sighed. "He is willful and sometimes cruel, but there is greatness in him, too." She smiled. "When you have known him a little longer, you will see it." Her eyes turned back to Laodike. "Well, girl, are you going to kiss Mother?" "Yes," replied Laodike meekly, stepping forward and stooping down. She closed her eyes and planted a swift peck on her mother's cheek, then moved back hurriedly. The queen smelt of cloves, the scent sickly and cloying. Servants brought chairs and cool drinks, and they sat together. Paris had wandered off and was reading a scroll. Laodike did not know what to say. She knew now that Mother was dying, and her heart ached with the knowledge of it. She felt like a child again, miserable, alone, and unloved. Even on the verge of death, Mother did not have a kind word for her. Her stomach was knotted, and the conversation between Andromache and Hecate seemed like the intermittent buzzing of bees. Mother summoned more servants to raise a set of painted sunscreens around them, and though the shade was welcome, it did nothing to raise Laodike's spirits. And then Helikaon came, and once more Laodike's spirits lifted. She rose from her chair and waved as the young prince came striding across the pale grass at the cliff top, young Cassandra beside him. He smiled when he saw Laodike. "You are more lovely than ever, cousin," he said, taking her into his arms and hugging her close. Laodike wanted the hug never to end, and she clung to him and kissed his cheek. "By the gods, Laodike, must you act the harlot?" demanded Mother. The harshness of the tone cut through her. She had committed the most awful breach of protocol. A guest must first greet the queen. Helikaon leaned in and kissed her brow. Then he winked and mouthed the words, "Don't worry." Stepping forward, he knelt beside the queen's chair. "I brought Cassandra, as you requested."
"No one brought me," said Cassandra. "I came to make you happy, Mother." "You always make me happy, my dear," said Hecate. "Now sit with us, Helikaon. I am told you have been battling pirates and setting them ablaze, no less." "It is too beautiful a day," he said,
to be spoiled by tales of bloodshed and savagery. And the Lady Andromache already knows of the battle and its aftermath. She was there on the beach.
I envy you, said Hecate. I would have liked to watch those Mycenae burn. Heartless dogs, every one of them. I never met a Mycenae I liked, nor one I trusted. Tell Mother about the disguise, said Laodike. One of my servants heard it from a crewman. Disguise? Echoed Hecate, her brows furrowing. To escape assassins on the cliff, said Laodike. It was very clever. Tell her, Helikaon.
It was a small matter. I knew the killers were waiting for me, so I bribed one of Couganis's guards and borrowed his armor. Nothing dramatic, I fear. I merely walked past the Mycenae. He suddenly chuckled. One of them even called me over to ask if I'd seen Helikaon.
You were dressed as a guard, said Andromache. Did you perchance lose your sandal on the beach?
Yes, the strap broke. How odd you should know that.
Not at all. I saw you.
Laodike looked at her young friend. Her face seemed very pale, and for the first time since she had known her, Andromache seemed tense and ill at ease. It was a cheap sandal, said Helikaon.
Tell me of the ship, demanded Hecate. I have always loved tales of ships.
Laodike sat quietly as Helikaon spoke of the Xanthos and the madman from Miletos who designed and built her. He talked of her seaworthiness and how she danced upon the waters like a queen of the sea. He told them of the storm and how the ship weathered it. Laodike was lost in the wonder of it all. She dreamed of sailing far away from Troy to live on a green island where no one would ever call her a stupid girl or demand that she recite the names of lands she would never visit. Towards dusk, Hecate complained of tiredness, and 2 servants were summoned to carry her back into the house. Helikaon left soon after. He had intended to sail today for Dardania, but would now have to wait for the dawn. He kissed Laodike and hugged her again. She does not mean to be cruel, he said. Oh, yes, she does, thought Laodike, but said, I am sure you are right, Helikaon. Kneeling beside Cassandra, he said, Do I get a hug from you, little friend? No. Very well, he told her, and began to rise. I have changed my mind, she said haughtily. I will allow you a hug, because it will make you happy. That is gracious of you, he said. Cassandra threw her thin arms round his neck and hugged him tightly. He kissed her cheek. Friends should always hug, he added. Then he stood and turned towards Andromache. It was good to see you again, lady, he said. Laodike expected him to step in and take her in his arms also, but he did not. The 2 of them looked at one another. Andromache's normally stern face had softened, and there was colour in her cheeks. Will you come back for the wedding? I think not. I wish you every happiness. I have always known Hector was lucky, but now I know the gods have blessed him. But have they blessed me? She asked softly. I hope so, with all my heart. Are you going to hug her? Asked Cassandra. You should. Helikaon looked uncertain, but Andromache stepped in. I think we should be friends, she said. We always will be, Andromache. You have my oath on that. His arms swept round her, drawing her close. Laodike felt a sudden chill in her belly as she watched them. She saw Helikaon's eyes close, and she heard him sigh. Sadness flowed through her. For several years now she had entertained the fantasy that father might arrange a marriage between her and Helikaon. She knew he did not love her, but she believed that if such a match was completed, she could make him happy. When she heard he had refused to be wedded to the beautiful Creusa, she had been jubilant. He had told Priam he would only marry for love. Laodike had held to the faintest hope that he might come to love her. That hope had shone like a spark in the lonely nights. Now it was extinguished. He had never held her like that, and she knew in that moment he never would. You will never know love, whispered the dark fear of her heart. Andromache broke the embrace. She was flushed and seemed unsteady on her feet. Swiftly she stepped back from Helikaon, then knelt by the slim Cassandra. Can we be friends too? She asked.
Not yet,
said Cassandra.
I am going to swim again. The dolphins are waiting for me.